stability in our public finances, interest rates and inflation falling, living standards rising.
And when it comes to the forecast from the independent fiscal watchdog, the Office of Budget Responsibility, on the downside, growth's been downgraded for 2026 and unemployment is higher than expected. On the plus side, the Chancellor noted that interest rates have fallen, borrowing costs are coming down and inflation is falling faster than expected, all allowing her to argue that the government really is intent on tackling the cost of living.
I know that the question that people will ask themselves at the next election is this: are me and my family better off? I am determined that the answer will be yes.
This war in the Middle East is a stark reminder that things are not entirely in her control. And I don't want to alarm you, but in the past couple of days, gas prices have shot up, oil prices are on the rise, and if that morphs into a longer-term problem, there are real knock-on effects. The Resolution Foundation think tank says that if gas price increases of the last few days are sustained, well, that could mean that energy bills go up by 500 quid in July. So for a government promising us all that they will drive down the cost of living, this is the stuff of nightmares. And when you think of it like that, Donald Trump trolling the Prime Minister over his handling of Iran really is the least of Starmer's worries right now.
Well, the war in Iran has seen fuel prices double in the past couple of days after several facilities in the Middle East were forced to stop production as a result of the attacks by Tehran. Our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, explains.
Now, normally when the government unveils a big set of forecasts, which has just happened with the spring forecast, we'd be talking all about that. But obviously there's so much going on with the Iran war and also the implications for the rest of us. It's worth starting by focusing on that. And we'll start with this. This is showing you the wholesale gas price in the UK, the month-ahead gas price, which is typically the one that your bills are based on, but not immediately. So anything happening here won't affect you potentially until the second half of the year. Look at what has just happened here. In the past 2 days, that is up by 98%. Basically, it has doubled over the past 2 days. And two things to note here. First of all, obviously, that looks very scary and very high. Worth saying, if I take the same data and kind of go back, not just the past year, but go all the way back to 2021, what you can see here, that rise, which is basically what I've just shown you there with a different axis, that's the highest since late 2022, but it's nothing like what we saw in the early years of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, the rate at which it's changing is pretty much unprecedented. So I want to do the same thing, same data, but rather than looking at the overall levels, this is just looking at the extent to which it changes over any kind of 48-hour period. So, it's up, down, up, down, up, down all the time. But here's what's significant. The latest 48 hours, the rise over that period, basically doubling, is the biggest two-day increase that we have seen ever. So it's actually bigger than any two-day period in the first 2 years of the Ukraine war. So levels are much lower for the time being, thankfully, but the rise is much quicker, much more of a shock on the system. And of course, the big question is now, how long does that last? But what we do know is if it lasts a while, it's going to have a bearing on everything else. And here's one way of thinking about that. We've just had these latest numbers from the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, about inflation in the UK. They are based on the assumption that gas prices, this is kind of a forward curve for gas prices, as known, the gas prices stay low. So that's what's baked into the latest forecast from the government. But this is what's just happened. So the price curve has changed completely, suggesting prices are, going pretty much through the roof and then potentially coming down in 2028 or so. And based on that, you have to look at numbers like this. These are the latest inflation forecasts. So that the blue bar is last time around, red bar is this time around. And basically, well, look, inflation's really flat based on this. But if that's not the case, if energy prices push it up, it could be very different indeed. This is showing you kind of one estimate of that. It's from Capital Economics, and they've basically taken their inflation forecast and said, well, look, let's think about a few scenarios. Let's imagine that there is an energy price shock, but it's temporary. Doesn't change things all that much. Inflation still stays close to that dotted line, 2%, which is the Bank of England's forecast. If it's a bigger shock, so energy prices kind of going higher, then, yeah, it's a little bit higher. if it's a longer lasting shock, then you're not talking about 2%. You're talking about maybe getting towards 3%. All of which is why, this has a bearing on everything, on our livelihoods, on interest rates as well. And it means that the energy price shock we might be just about to live through could have serious consequences.
OK, sport now.
أسد الدائرة مش قبل هذه الطائرات حتى في العاصمة بيروت سحب الدخان سحب أو أعمدة الدخان تخرج في هذه الأثناء ونراها بعدد كبير. سمير العقدي من منطقة الحدث عقاريا وهي منطقة الجمس في التحديد، هي خلف مدارس المهدي. استهدف مبنى في غارة إسرائيلية واحدة شنتها المقاتلات الإسرائيلية التي لا تزال تحلق فوق مكان الغارة وفوق الضفة الجنوبية هي سحب الدخان ترتفع في هذه الأثناء. ننتظر في قادم الأوقات لنعرف إذا ما كان المبنى الذي مستهدف الجيش الإسرائيلي تشكلت أضرار أو تسببت الغارة في أضرار في هذا المبنى الذي استهدفه لكن يعني في حقيقة مع تدمير الطائرات الحربية الإسرائيلية فوق الضاحية الجنوبية، وهذا ما كنا قد شاهدنا عليه أيضا في الغارة الماضية في منطقة حيوان. تفضل.
هذا الجامع والله صوته حلو. الو حبيب قلبي الحمد لله كله تمام. يا حبيبي كله تمام الحمد لله. تعزيل على الليل. هذا عبد الله قاعد بيشتغل شوي. ما في مشكلة. لا حرام يجي على الوقت يعني. هلا بقول لك وين؟ ماشي باي حبيبي. فاكر وين هيدي الضربة؟ امشي هيك بوربة لتقلص الشمس هيدي المنطقة، بس هلا بعطيك بالضبط قديش. ورا هيدا الأثرني هيدا اللي طالع
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock. Welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
Sophie and Will, good morning from both of us. Lots to update you on today.
Daylight strikes in Beirut this morning after Israel issued evacuation orders for 16 towns and villages. The IDF says it's targeting Hezbollah.
The war in Iran enters its fifth day, with the Israeli military saying it launched a broad wave of strikes in Iran overnight.
The strained relationship. President Trump lashes out at Sir Keir Starmer for his reluctance to help in the war.
So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Good morning. Welcome to the programme today. Well, as you just heard, President Trump didn't hold back last night when he attacked Keir Starmer for his reluctance to help America in its war with Iran. He said the Prime Minister is no Churchill, and he was not happy with the UK for not allowing the US to use its military bases from the beginning.
Keir Starmer isn't the only one. Donald Trump is even angrier with Spain, but it's got people questioning the strength of the so-called special relationship between the US and the UK. We'll discuss that in a moment. But first, we wanted to bring you up to speed with the latest overnight action in the Middle East.
So people in Beirut, Lebanon's capital city, have woken up to fresh strikes after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages. And overnight, Lebanese state media reported that several people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a 4-storey building in Baalbek, with rescue teams still working to pull people from the rubble.
Explosions were heard in Tehran overnight after Israel said it began a broad wave of strikes in Iran, targeting launch sites and aerial defence systems. It comes after the IDF claimed to have identified missiles launched towards Israel from Iran.
And Israel also struck a building linked to Iran's Assembly of Experts, reducing it, as you can see, to rubble. Clerics were expected to gather in Qom in south of Tehran to discuss options for the next supreme leader. Now, Iranian state media says that there was no in-person meeting at the time of the attack.
Well, the US State Department is urging non-emergency personnel and their families to evacuate Saudi Arabia and Oman due to safety risks. Yesterday's drone attacks hit Oman and Duqm's commercial port and the US Embassy in Riyadh.
And we're talking an awful lot about oil prices because the rise in oil prices has sparked a sell-off in the Asian markets overnight. So South Korea's market fell 11.5%, Japan's 4.3%.
The government has deployed the Royal Navy warship HMS Dragon to Cyprus after an RAF base on the island was hit by a drone over the weekend. British warplanes have also been involved in the Middle East, shooting down multiple drones over the sky in Jordan.
So, look, an awful lot to update you on. We'll be bringing you all of those lines, of course, throughout the programme. And we'll also be talking to our correspondents in the region in a moment too, Jerusalem, Beirut and the Emirates as well.
But first, let's just reflect a little bit on the spat that is emerging between President Trump and Keir Starmer. Here's what President Trump had to say in the Oval Office yesterday.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Obviously, he's not happy, right, is he? I mean, I guess the one thing you would say is not just the UK. He's also even angrier with Spain, who have not just said that they can't use the airstrikes, their air bases for the initial strikes, but they can't use them at all. He's actually said he wants to kind of cancel all trade. Yeah,
so on Spain, he said, in fact, I told Scott, meaning Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, to cut off all dealings with Spain. We're going to cut all trade with Spain. So, as you say, going a lot further, potentially taking actions against Spain, not just issuing rhetoric against the leader, which was obviously what Keir Starmer received yesterday. Everyone's responding to this, I think, today as all of the whispering, Trump whispering that Starmer did was for nothing. I slightly look at it the other way round, in that Keir Starmer, the UK, has clearly done something that's really upset Trump, and yet all he got back was he's not Winston Churchill, unlike what the Spanish seemingly are getting in response. And, you know, there's probably been a lot behind the scenes between the decision, you can't use the bases at all, now you can use them for something, a lot of behind-the-scenes messaging. And you know, as things stand, and we can't judge the relationship after one day, very hard to judge what Donald Trump's thinking at any point in time, let alone immediately after he says something. You know, the proof will be in the pudding in weeks or months if there are tariffs added to the UK or if our trade deal breaks down. But, you know, that hasn't happened yet in light of a very contentious issue. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes.
Yeah, I think we're keen to get your views on it as well, because I think there'll be some people who think, you know, Donald Trump threatening trade sanctions and economic consequences for countries who don't back up or don't agree with the legality some of his military action, controversial.
I think there's no doubt in the short term this helps Keir Starmer domestically. I don't think anyone likes seeing their leader, whatever side of this debate or any debate you're on, being criticised like this publicly. I think we saw it play out with Zelensky, obviously. So I think it plays well for Starmer in the short term. I think the bigger question long term, obviously, as we discussed with Deborah Haynes at length yesterday, is if we rely entirely on the US militarily, which I think most people would say, Deborah Haynes would say we do, then can you consistently stand up to the US on military issues? And those two things long-term don't really fit, but in the short term, I thought really interesting developments yesterday.
Right, let's bring in our correspondents, shall we? Our international correspondent, John Sparks, is in Beirut for us this morning, Sally Lockwood in Dubai. But first, let's speak to Diana Magna, who's in Jerusalem. And Diana, we have seen an awful lot of strikes overnight from Israel. What happened?
Yeah, well, the US-Israeli relationship is certainly still going strong, Sophie. The IDF just said that they have been targeting Basij and security command centres in Tehran overnight, continuing their attacks on Iran's missile capabilities, on their launchers. And just to reiterate, we have really seen a lull in the intensity of Iranian missiles and fire coming over towards Israel in the last 24 hours. We had one siren this morning. There have been sirens across Israel, but it just feels significantly less than what it did in the first 24 hours of this war. Interesting statistics, too, from the CENTCOM, commander of Central Command, US Central Command, late last night, saying that the Americans had dropped 2,000 munitions on 2,000 targets in Iran, and that the intensity of the first 24 hours was almost double the scale of Operation Shock and Awe at the start of the 2003 invasion. And I guess that really is having an impact on Iran's capabilities, especially when they have such a wide spectrum of countries that they are targeting, not just Israel, but also obviously all across the Gulf. Donald Trump had a lot to say yesterday. Two things to bring you that I think are particularly important this morning. One was a reassurance in the energy war that we're now seeing to shipping in the Gulf region that America would do its best to provide insurance for any kind of ships from wherever they are who are transiting the Gulf region, and also that he would provide a US naval escort to ships that need it, that are trying to get through the Straits of Hormuz, because Iran had said that they would set on fire any kind of shipping going through those straits. So that is obviously an attempt to reassure global energy markets as countries across the world see energy prices spiking. And also interesting comments that he had on a potential leader in Iran. You know, we've seen the language around regime change shift. It seems to be sort of going down the list of objectives from President Trump. He said that he would prefer to see a leader from within the country, which I think will come as a blow to Reza Pahlavi, who I think has been doing a lot of lobbying with President Trump. And he also seemed to suggest that it would be better to have some kind of leader, certainly a moderate, who keep some of the security structures intact. He said, we don't want to see what happened in Iraq when the entire security structure, the Ba'athist Party, were basically got rid of entirely. I don't think that is going to provide any kind of reassurance to those people who took to the streets earlier this year demanding an end to the regime in its entirety, this deeply entrenched regime. He also said that basically America had got rid of any of the leaders that they knew at this point. Also worth bringing to your attention, Israel's defense minister saying that any new leader that they do appoint would be a target for assassination if they continue with their policy of death to Israel.
Diana, great stuff. Thanks so much for that. Let's go to John in Beirut. John, what is the latest there? We've seen some of the pictures overnight in the early hours. Hopefully you're far from some of those explosions, but no doubt have been able to hear them.
Morning, Wilf. Yeah, not that far, actually. It's been a very lively morning here in Beirut. I think what we're witnessing is a real escalation, a real intensification of the conflict here. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We've been listening to Israeli fighter jets circle above us, the sort of dull sound, dull roar, and also to some pretty loud bangs as well, including one bang that took place about an hour ago, not too far from here. It was at about the same time that the IDF released a evacuation order for a neighborhood called Hadath, which is about 2 or 3 kilometers from here in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Those suburbs have been taking a pounding over the last couple of days. The Israelis also hit a hotel in eastern Beirut, a predominantly Christian neighborhood there. So again, I think it shows that the conflict here is moving into new places, new parts of the country. On the topic of those evacuation orders, which the Israelis do release, and they've released about 24 of those this morning. Sometimes they do. Sometimes local residents get these warnings, and sometimes they don't. And in the cases where they don't, it's generally the view that the Israelis are going after particular people, particular targets, to take them out, to assassinate people. The problem with that policy is that people who live nearby, they don't receive those warnings either. And I think that's one big reason why large parts of this country, in southern Lebanon, in the southern suburbs of Beirut as well, they've been emptying out. People have been getting out. They're looking for places to live. They've got a lot of people living out in the open as well. And it has very quickly become a national crisis here.
John, thank you so much. A lively morning, kind of classic John Sparks understatement, I think, there. Thank you so much for being with us. Let's go now to Sally Lockwood, shall we, who's in Dubai for us. Sally, you're in Dubai along with, tens of thousands of Brits, many of them there on holiday, of course. What's the latest that you can tell us?
Yeah, well, in John's language, Sophie, it's been a rather lively night here. We've seen American air bases and infrastructure targeted across the region in the last 5 days. And overnight here in Dubai, it was the American consulate that was hit in a drone attack in a built-up area of Dubai's old city. Videos emerging and circulating very quickly, showing a big explosion, people gasping in shock as they filmed it on their mobile phones. We had air raid sirens here in Dubai, as well as the UAE, more emergency alerts and more thuds of air defences intercepting missiles and drones. Overnight, we're getting quite used to these noises, but certainly people here are very unnerved. Regarding the US consulate hit, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said that all staff have been accounted for and that no one was hurt in that attack. And the American advice to their citizens in the UAE is to leave if they can do so safely, and if they can't, then to shelter in place. And the British Embassy updated their travel advice for the tens of thousands of British tourists who are stranded here, as well as the 250,000 British citizens who live here. And overnight, their advice was changed to, if your presence here in the country isn't essential, you may wish to consider leaving if you judge you can access these options safely. And indeed, the first British repatriation flight is due to leave tonight from Oman.
It's quite complicated guidance, isn't it? Sally, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Great to have you from Dubai. Well, as referenced, of course, there are some repatriation flights that are beginning, and in particular, one's been commissioned to come from Oman this evening to get British nationals home. The flight will depart Muscat at 11 p.m. local time and prioritise the most vulnerable. Emma Birchley is standing by at Heathrow Airport for us. Emma, have we, I guess, over the last 24 hours, started to see some of the people that Brits have been based in the Middle East get home despite significant reduction in air travel to the region?
Yes, indeed. I mean, the airspace remains closed, but people are finding a way. But this is the first chartered flight by the government. So it will leave at 11 p.m. from Muscat in Oman. They want to help the most vulnerable first, and they are urging people who registered with the UK government in the United Arab Emirates to make it clear by filling in a form that they are now in Oman. It's a 4.5-hour drive from Dubai to get to Muscat Airport. They want people to not go unless they have been contacted and told that they are definitely on that flight. But people have been getting home. So in particular, existing passengers with Emirates, there have been flights coming here. Now, these are not scheduled flights. It's been made clear that those have been suspended until midnight tonight at the earliest. But we know that there's a flight due to arrive in about an hour into Heathrow, another one later this morning. There's one coming into Manchester around now, another one into Birmingham. So existing customers are having that option, and British Airways too, although they're not operating out of Dubai or any of that part of the region. Oman, where the airspace is open, they are organising a flight out of Muscat, which is due to depart at 10:30 tonight on a first-come, first-served basis. But you have to contact BA, you have to know that you are on that flight before travelling to the airport. So there are still many, many, many people who are stranded who want to get home. There are, of course, holiday makers, but there will be people who were in Dubai, for example, in transit or on a stopover, maybe been on holiday in Thailand. So there are plenty of people still wanting to get home, and a great deal of uncertainty, and that is what is coming clear when you hear from these people that they are in many cases not getting a lot of information. There is a great deal of uncertainty, a great deal of cost involved. Passengers, for example, paying for their own taxis from Dubai, a 4.5-hour journey to Muscat. So lots still to be resolved here.
Thank you very much indeed, Emma. Virtually speaking there from Heathrow Airport, an awful lot of people, of course, really hoping to get a flight back to the UK. Now, the spring forecast happened yesterday, overshadowed, really, I think even our next guest would probably agree, by the events on the global stage. But we are joined now by the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, James Murray, great to have you with
morning.
us. I just want to ask you, if I may, about Donald Trump's comments first, because he kind of gave it to Keir Starmer a bit, didn't he? He said he's not happy with the UK, and this is not Winston Churchill we're dealing with. What's your reaction?
Well, look, as the Prime Minister has said, President Trump has expressed his disagreement with the decision that we took over joining the initial offensive strikes in Iran, because we decided not to do that. The Prime Minister was very clear that wasn't in our national interest to join those initial strikes. What's obviously happened now is that the Iranians have responded, and it is absolutely the right thing for us to do, and the Prime Minister has made this clear, to join defensive actions to protect British nationals in the region and to allow the US to use our bases to take out the Iranians' missiles and their missile launches. So, our position on this is clear, and President Trump has expressed his views.
Yeah, he has. He certainly has. He's been even tougher on Spain. He says he's going to cut off all trade over their decision not to allow the US to use their bases. Are you comfortable with the president, using economic sanctions against countries who might not agree with his international policy?
Well, look, President Trump's relationships with other countries is for him and those countries to deal with.
Yeah, but
we can set out.
Though, right?
Well, we can set out what our view is on the substantive matter here and the substantive decisions that need to be taken. And what's happened over the last week is that there was a decision about whether we join those offensive strikes, the initial strikes, and the Prime Minister decided and took the right decision not to.
Understand that.
And then decided to join the defensive action to protect British nationals.
I understand. I guess it's just, from the kind of armchair, it's slightly surprising. You hear Donald Trump say, Keir Starmer's no Winston Churchill. You hear him criticising the Spanish. He said all this while, sitting next to the German Chancellor. He could have stuck up for us a bit, couldn't he?
Well, look, I think people know that words will be said, phrases will be used, but what's important is the relationship between the US and the UK. And if you think about it right now, the US and the UK will be working together on these defensive actions in the Middle East. We will be sharing intelligence, as we do 365 days a year. That relationship between the US and the UK is strong, is historic, is long-lasting, and the basis of our security.
Can I talk to you about what I think a lot of our viewers are going to be worried about this morning, which is the cost of living and any impact that the war in Iran could have on that? Oil and gas prices are going up. Wholesale gas prices for the UK up 98% in the last 2 days. Are you worried?
Look, I can understand, because people have been concerned about the cost of living for a long time. So when people see what they do on the news, they will wonder, what does this mean for us? Now, what I would say is firstly, it's early days in terms of what's happening in the Middle East. Obviously, we're monitoring it very closely to see what happens. But what I would also say to people is that look at what we've done already to make sure people are in a stronger position when it comes to the energy bills, when it comes to the cost of living. So £150 coming off energy bills as a result of decisions the Chancellor took in the autumn budget. That means the price cap comes down on the 1st of April. That price cap lasts for 3 months, so that puts more money in people's pockets and helps protect people from any shocks that might come our way.
I don't want to sniff at £150 off energy bills, right, because that is welcome news for people, certainly. But I guess my point is that this could kind of be dwarfed if these prices keep going up. I mean, you can see the gas prices there, up 90% in the last 2 days. If you look at, the energy price guarantee back in 2022, that cost £150 billion over 2 years. I mean, this is, I guess, is what I say. Like, £150 off bills now is great, but people are worried about what could happen if there is this sustained rise in energy costs.
And what I would say to people is that it's early days in terms of what's happening in the Middle East. We're all very concerned about what's happening, and as a government, we're monitoring it very closely. But it is early days, and in terms of how people will experience their energy bills in the immediate future, they will see that reduction come through via the price cap on the 1st of April. And of course, the wider points which were raised by the Chancellor yesterday in the spring forecast, point to inflation coming down, interest rates having come down a lot, which feeds through into mortgage bills that people pay, so that helps people with the cost of living as well. Rail freezers, prescription freezers, all of the stuff which helps people with the cost of living.
On those things, because you're right, Rachel Reeves talked an awful lot about inflation in the spring forecast. In a way, I think it's quite brave for this government to peg your success so much on what happens to inflation, which can be influenced by global affairs. I mean, Rachel Reeves, our plan is the right one. Inflation is down, inflation has fallen. Keeping inflation low and stable as possible is the best way to support family incomes. So if you're taking credit for inflation coming down, will you take responsibility if it then goes up?
Well, we know that some of the actions that we've taken directly help to bring inflation down.
The question is, will you take responsibility if it goes up, if you're taking credit for it coming down?
Well, we are taking responsibility for the decisions that we've taken, and we are saying they will have an impact on inflation in a good way. Well, no, let me just set this out, Sophie, because if you look at the decisions that we took at the budget around energy bills, rail fare freezes, prescription freezes, and so on, the Office of Budget Responsibility, the Bank of England, they all say this will feed through into lower inflation. Now, of course, there are global factors. Of course, there are global factors at play as well. And the Bank of England is responsible for setting interest rates, and so they determine how they respond to inflationary pressures. But the government does have a role here. And if you look at what we did in the budget last year, that will feed through into lower inflation.
OK, well, I'll come back if inflation does end up, going up, particularly because of global affairs as well. I want to talk to you about growth, if I may too. The ABR downgraded growth this year, 1.1% down from 1.4%. I know that it ticked up slightly in the next 2 years, but it's still pretty low by historical standards. Before the election, Keir Starmer announced 5 missions for the government, and the first was to secure the highest sustained growth in the G7. Is that still your aim?
We're still committed to aiming for that. And look, if you look at what happened last year, we had the fastest growing G7 economy in Europe.
That's different. That's different.
No, I'm pointing to the fact
that
we've got...
It's really different.
I'm pointing to the fact that...
I am going to come in here. I'm sorry, because it does feel to me really, really important that it feels to me like the government is deliberately changing the form of words around this pledge. I mean, it was on the pledge card. It was on the missions.
No, sorry, but I'm not
Rachel
saying...
Reeves said the same thing. Last year, we had the fastest growth of any G7 country in Europe.
No,
that wasn't one of the missions.
Hang on. What I'm not saying is that it's job done from our point of view.
Yeah, it's definitely not job done.
I'm not saying that we've done everything we need to do or want to do in terms of getting the economy growing, in terms of getting more money in people's pockets. What I am saying, and what Rachel was saying very clearly yesterday, is that we have the right plan. We're moving in the right direction.
Is when you go into an election saying your mission is the fastest growing economy in the G7 and people vote for you, potentially on that basis, you cannot then just wash your hands of it and just add 3 words at the end and hope that nobody notices. That's not OK.
But that's not what I'm doing, right? So that's not what I'm doing. What I am saying, what we've always said...
So is it still your mission to be the fastest G7?
Can I just finish this point? Because we stand by, that is our commitment. We want to aim for that. But we know that change takes time. We know that change takes time over the course of this Parliament. We know that things are not going to happen overnight. And what the Chancellor set out yesterday is that the direction of travel is the right one, that we have inflation down, borrowing down, debt interest payments down, investment up, business confidence up. All of those are essential conditions for growth. And so that's why we are confident going into this year and the years beyond that we'll be able to beat the forecasts, because we have those essential components of growth. And that is why we're confident we have the right economic plan.
OK, thank you very much indeed. James Murray speaking to us there. We're going to have more coverage of the conflict in the Middle East coming up. We'll be talking to Britain's first ever National Security Advisor, Lord Peter Ricketts.
وين؟ لا ايه بنين اللي عليها صورتين؟ حسين يا حسين لو وراها ولا بالورد؟ يعني هيدي البين دخلي ورا هيدي. خذ هيدي هذا مغطاي.
الدور الثاني اللي فوق منك بالفيجر كان العمود الثاني شوي يمين. شفتها؟
all expected in wargaming an Iran crisis. They've no match for the air power of the Americans and the Israelis, so they're doing an asymmetric attack on the Gulf oil installations, Straits of Hormuz. They're bringing the world into the crisis. Predicted and predictable, and yet I don't think the Americans and Israelis have an answer to it. So right now, I don't see the de-escalation coming.
Is there a risk that they have a sort of saving the best for last type approach, weapons that could cause much greater regional damage than we've seen thus far, or not?
I think they're probably holding back some of their most sophisticated missiles, yes, but they've also got huge stocks of drones. And if we're in a game where $1 million air defense missiles shoot down $1,000 drones, you know, that is not sustainable in the longer term, either for the Israelis or the Americans.
Let's touch on the relationship between Trump and Starmer. How significant was yesterday in terms of the cooling of the friendship between the two men?
Honestly, I don't think we should stress too much about one throwaway comment from Trump. When he's annoyed, you know, he reaches for the most wounding thing he can think of saying. It's crass, it's completely unfair, given that the UK is doing more to support the Americans than any other European country. You know, there are no American planes taking off from German air bases to strike, and yet Merz seemed to get the credit in the White House yesterday. British planes are intercepting missiles around the Gulf, Germans are not. Chancellor Merz was at the table, therefore, you know, the President was schmoozing him. Honestly, I think this will blow over. I think when Trump learns what Britain is actually doing, things will, you know, return. I mean, in the secret of this studio, the special relationship has always been more special from the UK side than from the American side. But the two militaries, the two intelligence communities, I think, are still working very closely together. So I wouldn't worry too much about one throwaway comment.
So how do you rate Keir Starmer's handling of everything the last few days?
I think he's done well. I mean, I agreed with him about not being part of the initial phase. A military campaign where you can't articulate a political objective or how you get there or what the exit strategy is a dangerous one from day one. And there was no way British ministers could have justified joining in the initial attack. There was no legal base for it, let's say that absolutely clearly. But then when the attack started on the Gulf, I'm sure the Gulf states were coming to London saying, for heaven's sake, you must do more to try and protect us. And at that point, I think Keir Starmer accepted that going after the missiles that were being fired at the Gulf was just about at the edge of what we would regard as lawful. So I think he's handling it well, but I'm really worried that I don't see at the moment how this war ends.
Where do we stand? I mean, over time, obviously, militaries, in terms of capability, increase and decrease. Where is our relative reliance at the moment on the US military compared to moments over the last sort of recent decades, particularly in the region itself? Do we very much rely on the US?
I mean, of course, we don't have anything like the scale of the US, and a lot of our military equipment is intentionally dependent on working with the US. We assumed, I think not unreasonably, that that alliance would continue for the foreseeable future. So our nuclear deterrent, we depend on the Americans for the missiles. Some of our fighters, the F-35, depends on American software code. And so, yeah, we are deeply intertwined with the Americans, and we don't have the mass and the scale to do as much in the Gulf as we might have been able to do in previous decades. Remember, we're also at work in protecting Ukraine. At the moment, nobody's talking about Ukraine, but for every Patriot missile fired in the Middle East, that's one less that's going to be available for Ukraine. So we are having to manage both theatres. Yeah, we are pretty thinly spread, I think would be fair to say, in the Gulf. Interesting that the first warship is being dispatched now to provide air defence for Cyprus. That shows that how thin we are in terms of the assets we have.
So what should be the reaction to this? I mean, is it sustainable to continue to be that thin, to continue to rely so much on the US, if these little spats, even if you downplayed them, do arise? Do we have to make a marked change in strategy or not?
I don't think these little spats, as you call them, the odd comment in the Oval Office, is going to affect the deep security and defence relationship that we have. But yes, I think this war underlines once more that we've got to ramp up defence spending quickly. We are caught short, and the world is not going to get any more calm in the coming months and years. So I think it's really important now the government spends more, spends smartly, and that we learn the lessons from Ukraine and now also from the Middle East on the importance of drones and of a completely networked military. And we've got an awful lot more to do to get to the kind of resilient place we need to be in that new world.
Lord Ricketts, thanks so much for joining us. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Now, Iran has launched retaliatory attacks across the region, including on its allies, which host US military bases. It sent armed drones, cruise and ballistic missiles, and fighter jets. But the price of defending against these attacks can be as much as 30 times what it costs for Iran to launch them, something that Lord Ricketts was just referencing. Here's Tom Clark's explain.
All wars are expensive, but are the costs of America's attack on Iran financially and logistically unsustainable? Take a look at this. This is Iranian state-affiliated media showcasing vast stockpiles of low-cost but highly lethal Shahed drones. In response to America and Israel's attack on Iran, the regime launched hundreds of these against its attackers and their allies. But there's a huge mathematical mismatch between the cost of Iran's weapons and those used to defend against them. Take the UAE, for example. It's had amazing success in thwarting Iranian missile and drone attacks, claiming to have downed more than 90% of those fired at it in the first 3 days of the conflict. But a Shahed drone costs between $20,000 and $50,000. The missiles used to intercept them between $500,000 and $1.5 million. One analyst estimating it could have cost the UAE up to $750 million to thwart an attack of around 500 Shahed drones. That's 20 to 30 times more than it cost Iran to launch them.
The math clearly favors Iran in this strategy of attrition because they just have, we don't know exactly how many, Shahed drones they might have in their stockpiles, but it's much larger than the combined total of the stockpiles of interceptor missiles that are available. We're now seeing sort of a race between Israel and the United States trying to locate this drone infrastructure, to try to destroy it, to reduce the pressure on these interceptors, versus Iran trying to keep it an active threat.
The UAE says it's got plenty of missile stockpiles to continue to defend itself. But it's been reported that America's allies in the Middle East are desperately trying to replenish their supplies of mainly US-made missile interceptors. The question is, will they be able to do that, given it looks like America may well be running out of ammo too. Take Tomahawk missiles, very effective and very expensive, being launched here from warships off Iran. It's estimated the US military's deployed up to 400 Tomahawk missiles to the Middle East. That represents 10% of the 4,000-strong US arsenal. Stockpiles of THAAD missiles are thought to be seriously depleted too. America reportedly launching around 150 of them in its 12-day war with Iran in June last year. That represents about a quarter of its 600-plus stockpiles of that weapon.
We are using these interceptors at a rate that's much faster than you can possibly replace them. The problem is that increases your long-term strategic risk, particularly in other theaters.
America, of course, can always withdraw from the Middle East once it's run out of weapons, but analysts warn its peer adversaries are watching. If America depletes its arsenal through campaigns like this, what power would it have to deter Russia or China if they decided to lash out too? Tom Clark, Sky News.
A fascinating report, particularly, when there is such pressure on the UK over defence spending, the importance of showing, I guess, where that money is spent. Yeah, and the need to innovate and get the more modern technology in drones in particular. Let's have a look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
The south and east look mostly fine into next week, while northern and western parts will see rain at times. There's already a little rain for parts of Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland, but most other places look dry. England and Wales will see early low cloud and fog slowly lifting this morning to leave plenty of sunshine by lunchtime. The East Midlands, the Welsh Marches and southwest England will remain grey the longest. Elsewhere, it's going to be rather cloudy with patchy rain becoming confined to Northern Ireland and western Scotland.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
We just want to show you live pictures now from Beirut. Sorry, it says live, it should be latest. These are the latest pictures from Beirut. You can see there a big explosion happening in the capital of Lebanon. I should say that this is just one of a couple of explosions that we have already seen happen there this morning, and you would imagine this is all part of the ramping up of Israel's operations in Lebanon.
And it is almost live. We can switch to the live picture. That explosion took place whilst we were doing the weather, so it gives you an indication of just how recent and how developing this is. That is now the live picture. We'll be back out live in Beirut with John Sparks later in the programme. Of course, an ongoing military situation in the Middle East. We'll be right back.
Okay, there's a lot of firing going on.
Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir.
Let's go. Watch way. Right, we're going to get in. Right, get in. Get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera. Turn around and go away. Okay, but
Listen,
I told you 3 times.
They saw two guys, two bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
That is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins.
and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
Free wherever you get your news. I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky.
Welcome back. Well, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, of course, delivered her spring forecast yesterday, but it was against the backdrop of everything changing around her, given in the war in the Middle East. We're joined now by Carsten Young, who's the head of macroeconomics at the Institute for Public Policy Research. Very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. If we can, for one question, park the situation in the Middle East, what changed yesterday? What significantly stood out for you, or was it more of the same from the Chancellor?
Well, this was the fourth fiscal statement by Rachel Reeves. And she promised, in advance of getting into power, to stabilise public finances and bringing stability. And it feels like this was the first budget that was really calm and had arguably very much stabilised markets since the November. So there was this worry that the UK borrowing costs were much higher and had increased much more than those of other countries over the last 1.5 years. But this spread against other countries has now come down. So arguably, the bigger story is that in November, the autumn budget delivered the sort of stability and calm that Reeves had previously outlined. And so basically, the good news yesterday was that there wasn't much news on the forecast. There wasn't any need to adjust taxes or spending because borrowing costs had in fact come down more than was previously expected. So she even had a bit more headroom against her fiscal rules. So the Iran crisis aside, this was basically a no news is good news story.
I mean, if you see it as almost like a kind of vindication, the spring forecast, isn't that a bit of a problem given what is going on elsewhere, right? Because she's talking about inflation coming down, she's talking about stability, but it feels pretty precarious at the minute, right?
So it's absolutely very precarious and we don't know where energy prices are going to go. But she has a buffer against her fiscal rules of a bit more than 20 billion. So this buffer we have for exactly the kind of crisis we might see now that could be used, for example, to support people more with the cost of living. And so having this fiscal headroom, having this buffer is exactly the kind of thing that you want to have going into this crisis. That said, of course, we really need inflation to come down so the Bank of England can cut its interest rates. We actually know that cost of living interventions can help with that. So one thing that Rachel Reeves should consider doing more of is these energy price interventions that have been tested in Europe and in the UK during the previous energy crisis. So really looking at not getting inflation out of control.
This is it, though, slightly, because you say that she's got a buffer of 20 billion. Like the energy price intervention from the Conservatives, what was that, 150 billion? I mean, that 20 billion, could go quite quickly.
Sure. So so far, the shock is much smaller than we had in the Ukraine crisis. We also have other tools that could probably be more targeted now than there were previously. But yeah, absolutely. If we get a very, very big energy shock, the headroom buffer might have to be used up. But that, again, fiscal rules are for normal times. If it's a crisis, then the UK isn't at risk of being insolvent. So we could borrow more outside the fiscal rules and then come back to them in normal times.
Just give us a snapshot. If oil prices keep rising, is there a trigger level that really worries the UK finances, or a trigger amount of time of oil prices staying elevated?
So the one key thing to watch is the energy price cap. So consumers are insulated from April to June because the energy price cap has been set. The big question is, will energy market disruptions continue so long that they will affect the next cap, which starts in July? And I think that this will be the key pressure point. And that's also the point where potential policy could think of doing more. So I wouldn't rush in terms of timing. I think we have weeks, perhaps months, to think about what intervention should be. But I think preventing prices from rising, and according to one estimate, the energy price cap could go up by £500, which gets you back to where they were in 2023. So we really should prevent that from happening, and that would be the July price cap.
Carsten, thanks for joining us. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Carsten Jung there. Let's continue the discussion on the war now with our defence and security analyst, Michael Clark, who's with us in studio. Michael, first question I wanted to pick up on, actually, off the back of that, is oil prices. Because we saw President Trump try to announce something quite interesting yesterday that temporarily, at least, meant oil prices, which had risen sharply, came back a little bit, relatively speaking. And it all comes down to whether or not the Straits of Hormuz are open or closed. Just let us know what he did and why it matters, because we discussed this a bit yesterday. It's not a canal that you open or close. A lot comes back to ships being able to be insured or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you make the Strait of Hormuz dangerous, then effectively you close it, which is what has happened. The ships are not going through. President Trump said yesterday, well, maybe we could use the Navy to convoy ships through. That's been done before in the tanker war in the 1980s. Doesn't actually help against small craft attacking ships or shore-based anti-ship missiles. It's very difficult to convoy something through if we, a warship at either end and 6 ships in the middle. It still leaves them fairly vulnerable. The other thing that they could do is act as sentry. They could put a lot of their own destroyers into the Gulf, and they would act as a sort of gun line to take down any drones or attack ships. More likely, what they're going to do, and Dan Kane kind of indicated this yesterday, he said, we're deploying more tactical air power. I think they're going to start attacking anything that moves on the Iranian side. In other words, actually just take out all the ability the Iranians may have to launch anything against ships. That's what I think they'll do. They'll go on the offensive. That hasn't been done before.
Could that work? I mean, clearly this...
We don't know. I mean, it would work if they could convince the companies that it was safe to go. I mean, if the companies don't believe it, they're not going to put a tanker in the way. I mean, yesterday, the price of tankers went from $200,000 a day to $400,000 a day. So having a tanker tied up the other side of the Gulf for $400,000 a day is not any great economic prospect. But owners are not going to put tankers through there unless they believe that the United States, can keep the thing open in reality. So I think a lot more military hardware will be applied to this, either through convoys, more likely, I think, through a more aggressive forward attack strategy. But ultimately, remember, I mean, of all the stuff that comes out of the Gulf, I mean, all the tankers turn left, they don't turn right anymore. So the Gulf provides 90% of what comes out of the Gulf goes to Asia, goes to India, China and Asia. Only 10% goes to the rest of the world, Africa, Europe, the United States. So that's why the Asian markets are much more worried about this than the other markets.
That's interesting. I didn't actually realise that before, but yeah, it makes complete sense. I just wondered if we could zoom out for a bit, because it feels like, this started off as what felt like quite a kind of targeted operation, right? Kind of getting rid of the Ayatollah. Since then, things are happening all over the place, right? You've got UK bases in Cyprus being targeted, you've got Hezbollah, it feels like it's a kind of a multi-region wider conflict. I mean, how alarmed should we be by this?
We should be worried about it. I mean, this is the issue. You can control a military operation, and if you're the American military, you can control it digitally down to the last element. But once you start a war, you can't control a war. I mean, a war is a different sort of thing. And the Iranians have got a strategy. I mean, it may or may not work, but they've thought about this. And what they're doing, they've gone up the escalation ladder immediately. They haven't gone to it after a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. On day one, they attacked the whole region. So what the Iranians are saying, in the sense of the world, is if the Americans attack us, then we'll make everybody suffer until you all lean on the Americans to stop. That's their strategy. May or may not work. But that has brought in, you know, the Mediterranean, Cyprus, right down to the Gulf. Duqm, they've even attacked Oman, which is their friend, attacking the port of Duqm. And they said that was a mistake. They didn't mean to do that. That's because they've decentralized their command structure, and that was their tactic kind of on autopilot. But look, I mean, you know, the other side of Iran, look at the geography of it. Pakistan and Afghanistan. This extends into Asia. And Pakistan and Afghanistan are already at war. You know, they started a war last week, according to the Pakistan defense minister. So you've got a war in South Asia, relatively minor war at the moment, and then this major regional war, which has been sparked by one attack, or one set of attacks, on Iran. So, yeah, this is the most serious regional war because the Iranians have regionalised it as part of their strategy of response, to hurt everybody, to make everybody lean on America.
That makes a lot of sense.
To keep the Strait of Hormuz shut, or to keep things ticking along or escalated as they are, what does it take from the Iranian side? Because, I mean, we've talked about ultimate military power. US, Israel can crush Iran. But to just keep being this hindrance, which is an understatement, but the hindrance that they are, does it take have they got enough supplies to tick along it?
Well, we think they've got about, according to Israeli intelligence, they've got about 2,500 missiles, so 2,500 missiles, and they haven't used anything like that yet, and then tens of thousands of drones, and they've been producing them. So they could keep this up for a while yet, and the level will rise and fall. The level was very high on Saturday and Sunday, then it fell a bit yesterday, Monday and Tuesday, what are we on now? Wednesday, that's right, day 5. And it may rise again, day 5, 6, I'm guessing, we don't know. But so that the rate of attack may sort of come and go, but they can keep this up for some weeks. And their proxies around the region have only just started to get into gear, in their view. So Hezbollah have already provoked Israel, and now there's a Lebanon war going on below this war, as it was, part of this war. One campaign is Israel's attack into Lebanon. They're trying to deal with Hezbollah once and for all. That's what the Israelis want. But I think the other Iranian proxies might well start to operate, the Houthis and some of their militias in Iraq and Syria. And then there's the issue of terrorism in the Western world. There's plenty of Iranian sleepers around the Western world, and we might see an uptick in terrorist attacks. Certainly our security services are very aware of that possibility.
I think we've got pictures of 2 ships that you were going to refer to. One is a British ship and one is a Greek ship. These are both heading to help protect RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus.
Yes. Yes, I mean, Akrotiri was targeted and successfully. The first 2 drones didn't make it, fell into the sea short, and the third one did. And Akrotiri, British base, really important British base, is wide open. And the point is, you know, I mean, this crisis has been coming for some time. I mean, we've certainly had at least a couple of weeks' notice, and there was no British ship at all in the Mediterranean. And what the government has now said is that HMS Dragon, which was on sea trials, it's had its engine reconditioned, and it's been on sea trials. So they're sending HMS Dragon. But interestingly, the Greeks are sending their own ship, the Kimmon, which is a similar frigate. And the Kimmon has the same missile system, air defence systems. And the Kimmon will be there a lot sooner than the Dragon. So the Dragon's got to go through the Straits of Gibraltar. It's at least 3 days then to Cyprus. It won't be there for several days. And the French carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, which was with the Dauntless. The Dauntless was with the Charles de Gaulle on Atlantic exercises. I don't know why the Dauntless isn't going as well, but it isn't. And the Charles de Gaulle is now going to go to help. So we've got a British base in Cyprus, no British ship available. The British ship that will get there with air defence will be some days. In the meantime, the Greeks will help defend it, and the French will help defend it. That's not a great look for the Admiralty. We've got one other ship in the region, HMS Middleton, which is a mine hunter, and it's due to be withdrawn.
Wow. Michael, as always, a pleasure. So much information packed in from Michael. We're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back with all the day's top stories.
Good morning, it is 8 o'clock and welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
With Sophie and Wilf, a very good morning from me as well. Lots ahead.
More strikes in Beirut this morning after Israel issued evacuation orders for 16 towns and villages. The Israel Defense Force says it's targeting Hezbollah.
The war in Iran enters its fifth day, with the Israeli military saying it launched a broad wave of strikes on Iran overnight.
The strained relationship. President Trump lashes out at Keir Starmer for his reluctance to help initially in the war.
So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
After striking Oman, Britain charters a special commercial flight to get stranded citizens out later today, prioritising the most vulnerable. A very good morning to you. President Trump didn't hold back last night when he attacked Sir Keir Starmer for his reluctance to help America in its war with Iran, saying the Prime Minister's no Churchill and that he wasn't happy with the UK for not allowing the US to use its military bases from the beginning.
Now, Keir Starmer isn't the only one that Donald Trump is not happy with. He's even more cross with Spain, but it has got people questioning the strength of the so-called special relationship between Britain and the US. We'll discuss that more in a moment. And also, we should say this morning, we've got our trio of correspondents across the region. Our international correspondent John Sparks in Beirut, Sally Lockwood in Dubai, and Diana Magnay, of course, as well in Jerusalem. But let's just run you through, shall we, what happened overnight.
Well, there have been explosions in Beirut, Lebanon's capital city, this morning. That's after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages.
And there have also been explosions in Tehran as well overnight. Now, Israel says it began a broad wave of strikes in Iran, and they say that they were targeting launch sites and aerial defence systems.
Israel's military also struck a building linked to Iran's assembly of experts, reducing it to rubble. Clerics have been expected to gather to choose a new supreme leader.
And it's not just in Iran, of course, because the US State Department is urging all US citizens to evacuate both Saudi Arabia and Oman because of safety risks. And, of course, yesterday there were drone attacks in Oman's commercial port and also the US Embassy in Riyadh too.
Meanwhile, surging oil prices have sparked a sell-off once again in markets, in particular in Asian markets overnight. South Korea's Kospi, the eye of the storm, down double-digit percentages this morning.
Now, the UK government has deployed HMS Dragon to Cyprus. Now, that is after an RAF base on the island was hit by a drone over the weekend. British warplanes have also been involved in the Middle East. They've shot down multiple drones in the sky over Jordan as well. So an awful lot of action, a lot of explosions going on in the last 24 hours.
Let's have a quick reminder of what President Trump, though, said relating to Prime Minister Starmer overnight.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
I want to let you can see the frustration there. Donald Trump not a happy man at all with Keir Starmer. We did ask the government minister about this on the programme this morning as well. This is what James Murray had to say in response.
I think people know that words will be said, phrases will be used, but what's important is the relationship between the US and the UK. And if you think about it right now, the US and the UK will be working together on these defensive actions in the Middle East. We will be sharing intelligence as we do 365 days a year. That relationship between the US and the UK is strong, is historic, is long-lasting, and the basis of our security.
And I think it's interesting that the UK is standing firm on this. You know, that they are not in any way saying that we were wrong or trying to placate Donald Trump. They're saying, yeah, we were kind of right, we agree with the decision, this was the legal advice at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it was very interesting what Lord Rickett said as well, which is, let's see where we are in weeks and months, that obviously President Trump has form in saying things and then not necessarily following them through. But I think actually more pertinent is just to point to what President Trump said about Spain, which was much more pronounced. He said, as it related to Spain, that he'd instructed the Treasury Secretary to cut off all dealings with Spain. We're going to cut all trade with Spain. Clearly a much more pronounced anti-Spanish reaction than an anti-British one. And look, I do think, therefore, you can look at the Starmer-Trump whispering of the last year or two and look at it as having some benefit over the last few days, as opposed to, I think, the immediate reaction yesterday being people saying, well, what was the point in all of Starmer's attempts to woo Trump if you get this reaction? The reaction is just a quick jibe so far, which is fairly common from President Trump. So I think the question really is, where does it go from here? Is there anything that's more pronounced to come?
Yeah, look what he does, not what he says, almost. Let's bring in John, Sally and Diana with us today. Diana, first, look, an awful lot of movements overnight. Diana, what can you bring us up to speed with?
Right, well, as you say, a broad range of strikes on Iran from Israel and the United States also. The IDF saying that they had targeted especially Basij, the Revolutionary Guards volunteer force sites in Tehran, and also other security command centres. We know they've also hit a nuclear site and that they continue to try and take out Iran's missile launcher capabilities wherever they find them. The commander of Central Command, the US Central Command, gave an interesting update, operational update, late last night, saying that they dropped, they'd hit 2,000 targets across Iran. And also, I thought this was an amazing fact, that in the first 24 hours, the scale of the operation was almost double that of the first 24 hours of Operation Shock and Awe back in against Iraq in 2003. I would say that over the last 2 days, really, the pace of fire coming from Iran towards Israel does seem to have lessened. The sirens just are not sounding in the way that they were. Given the fact that the Gulf countries say that 500 missiles already have gone their way, hundreds have come over here, I would imagine that the Iranians are either pacing themselves or definitely seeing that their stockpiles are being degraded and their ability to launch them degraded too, which is exactly Israel's and the United States' objective here. Interesting stuff from Donald Trump, besides what he said about our Prime Minister. He is going to try and prop up the energy markets by providing sort of insurance for any shipping around the Gulf region, he said, and also to provide a naval escort to ships trying to pass through the Straits of Hormuz after the Iranians said that they would set fire to any ships going through there. He also made comments about a potential, the leadership in Iran. You know, this idea of regime change seems to have faded away from Donald Trump's objectives, but he said that he would prefer to see someone come from within, but they have essentially knocked off most of the leaders that the United States knew anything about. There is a sense that we may be hearing soon who Iran decides to appoint. The interim council are tasked with appointing a new supreme leader, and who that may be. And in lieu of that, Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz, put a post out on X earlier today saying in unequivocal terms, whoever that may be, if they continue the Iranian regime's policy of death to Israel and death to America, then they will be an unequivocal target for elimination. Sophie.
Diana, I'll pick it up there. Great stuff in Jerusalem. Let's get to John in Beirut. And John, I mean, literally, moments after we spoke to you last hour, we showed a live picture of another explosion going off there in Beirut, where you are. What is the latest?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, a real intensification. There's a real escalation going on. We just heard a bang, sort of ricochet through the area behind me, just as Diana was speaking. So yeah, it's very active, it's very lively here on both sides, right? I mean, Hezbollah, they fired off a volley of rockets towards a community in North Israel. And the Israelis, they are certainly ramping things up here. We've heard their planes this morning circling over the city. There have been a series of loud bangs, one particularly loud bang about 2 hours ago, at the same time that they released an evacuation order for a community called Hadath. That's about 3 or 4 kilometers from where I am standing. They also hit a hotel in East Beirut. what's called the Comfort Hotel in a predominantly Christian area of the city. You know, they may have been after a specific individual, trying to assassinate somebody, trying to take somebody out in that case. And on the whole topic of evacuation orders, and the Israelis have released about 24 of them this morning for areas right across Lebanon. Sometimes the Israelis issue them and sometimes they don't. And the feeling in Lebanon is when they don't, they're trying to take people out. They're trying to assassinate, say, Hezbollah leadership, that sort of thing. And the problem with that policy is that the people who live nearby, who live in the vicinity, they don't get those warnings. That's the danger. And I think that's one reason, one of many, why you've got whole areas of Lebanon right now. In the south, the Bekaa Valley, the southern suburbs of Beirut that have been pounded. You've got whole areas of the country emptying out. People are looking for a new place to go. A lot of people are sleeping out in the open, and you've got Israeli troops beginning to move in the south, taking strategic positions. And you've got Hezbollah. They are moving in as well. As the people come out, you've got the two sides moving in. And the thing about Hezbollah is they didn't retreat after their opening salvo on Sunday night. They haven't disappeared in the shadows. They seem to be up for the fight. In fact, one of their political leaders yesterday said, let it be an open war. Let it be an open war. So I think, I think things are really escalating here.
John, thank you so much. John Sparks there, keeping us updated on, as he says, an escalating situation in Beirut. Well, let's talk now to Sally Lockwood, who's in Dubai for us. Sally, what's happening where you are?
Good morning to you, Sophie. Well, after a rather calm evening, there were a few hours where there was a lull yesterday evening. Things got very busy again around midnight with emergency alerts and air raid sirens going off in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and an explosion at the American consulate here in Dubai. Videos circulating shortly after showing what looks like a drone flying in and then striking the US Embassy, and a big explosion. It's in a built-up area of the old city of Dubai, not far from the UK consulate, and it has really shocked and unsettled people here this morning. The American travel advice and the British travel advice has been updated. The US is urging its citizens to leave the UAE if they can do so safely, advising them that the Omani and Saudi borders are open, although congested. And I do know people who have made their way to the Oman border and are on their way there now to try and fly out. The British Embassy has made British citizens aware that some commercial flights have started again this morning, both with Emirates and Etihad out of Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and they are urging people who don't need to be in the UAE. They're saying if your presence here isn't essential, you may wish to consider leaving if you judge you can access these options safely. But both the American advice and the British advice is if you can't leave safely, then to shelter in place. Now, the British have a first evacuation flight leaving from Muscat this evening, and of course there are tens of thousands of British tourists wanting to get out. So it is quite an operation, and the British Embassy here is urging operators to make more commercial flights available. But of course, it's quite hard for them to predict exactly scheduling when we've got such a volatile situation with missile attacks every day at the moment.
Well, indeed, Sally, for sure that's the case. Thank you so much for that in Dubai. Let's touch base on the potential for flights to get back here to the UK. One commercial charter flight out of Oman has been commissioned by the UK government to get British nationals back from there later today. Emma Birchley's standing by at Heathrow for us this morning. Emma, good morning to you. So some flights are emerging to get Brits back home over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, so there are no scheduled flights operating. However, for existing customers of the different airlines, there are repatriation flights. So we're expecting one to land here at Heathrow, an Emirates flight from Dubai in the next 10 minutes or so. There's another one later this morning. One has already landed in Manchester, another one in Birmingham. Otherwise, the scheduled flights are suspended until at least 8 o'clock UK time. this evening, but I wouldn't be surprised if that changes. Etihad as well, there's a flight due to come in here from Abu Dhabi later today, but again, their flights suspended, their scheduled flights until 10 tomorrow. And then you've got British Airways, who have made it clear that they will not be operating out of the United Arab Emirates at all, and what they are doing is offering a flight this evening. It'll leave at 10:30 UK time from Muscat in Oman, very much on a first-come, first-served basis and just for existing customers. And that is the message from all of these airlines, is that if you've got a space on an aircraft, you will have been told about it. And just briefly to say that there's the government chartered flight also out of Muscat that will be operating later this evening to bring people back.
Emma, fantastic. Thanks so much, Emma Birchley, there for us outside Heathrow. Well, yesterday, of course, the Chancellor delivered her spring statement, providing an update on the state of the UK economy. Of course, so much of it suddenly out of date, given the situation in the Middle East. Here to talk about all of that is Andy Haldane, of course, former chief economist at the Bank of England, but now the president of the British Chambers of Commerce. A very good morning to you, Andy. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Will. Lovely to see you.
When you've game-played these things, particularly when you're chief economist at the Bank of England, what level of increase in energy prices is enough, and how long does it have to persist to suddenly scare you, to drastically alter your forecasts for the economy?
Yeah, I think you're talking about energy price rises in the 10 to 20% range.
Which we've seen.
We're just on the cusp of that now, the lower end of that now, with more upside possible, I'd say. So this is approaching the range where you junk your forecasts and all of a sudden you're reprofiling the path of interest rates likely from here.
And how long do we have to stay in this range for that to take effect?
I think we need a month of it. I think at the moment, if this were to fade away over the course of the next, 5 to 10 days, return to base or something closer to base, then that wouldn't be a case for scrapping the forecasts and rewriting them. I think once it persists beyond then, it begins to be embedded at the petrol station, in business costs and ultimately in energy costs for the consumer. And that is the game changer for growth.
One thing that's adjusted already is the market expectations of whether we get a rate cut next month. I think it was about 80%, this month now, March 19th.
Yeah.
It was 80% likelihood, it's now down to 30% likelihood.
Yeah.
Would you concur with that adjustment? And again, if we don't persist for a month or two, will we just get that rate cut but at the following meeting rather than this meeting?
I think that there's a strong case at the moment, given the fog of uncertainty, for the MPC on the 19th of this month, pressing the pause button. It was nailed on Monday that they will be cutting later this month. Odds now, I say 20 or 30%. That sounds reasonable, unless this thing abates really quickly, which now looks less likely given the timeline.
If we see a prolonged spike, do you think it's the right move, based on where the government's finances are, to step in and help customers like we did after the Ukrainian war? And obviously there's a lot of trade-offs there. It costs the government money, but it also hurts the economy if consumers are suddenly cash-strapped.
Yeah. Well, I think it may well come July, if this sticks around and the cap comes off and all of a sudden people are sitting on what could be a very hefty increase in their energy costs, the pressure will be on. I think the government is likely to relent in that situation. And the question becomes then, Wilf, how is that funded? I think people are taxed out. I think the gilt market is maxed out. And therefore, the government is a land of hard choices about cutting its spending plans to make good on any extra support for households through energy costs.
How do you think the market reacts to what you're sort of saying if it materialises, which is basically, and maybe it's warranted, but every time something comes up, the government sort of has to step in and either borrow more or tax more or spend less. I mean, it's not a great cycle to be in.
No, it's a cycle we've been in for the better part of 20 years now. It's the single most important reason, of course, why we've seen debt ratchet up to almost 3 figures of national income. We need to find a way of weaning ourselves off that, not least given the fragility of the public finances. But this is where politics and economics prospectively collide.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, for an economy that's just beginning to regain its breath, having that taken away by this energy shock at this moment is probably something that's not politically tolerable, even though it poses all sorts of guilt market dilemmas.
Let's touch on that sort of, put aside the latest development, recovering our breath. Is it a good thing that the spring statement kind of came and went yesterday without much fanfare?
Overall, yes.
صار عنده صور كثير. يلا خبط حسن خبط. يلا باي باي حسن.
Wow. Again, another explosion taking place during the course of that interview, so moments ago there in Beirut. And we'll continue to, of course, give you updates from the region. John Sparks, as you know, is there, thankfully at a, well, relatively safe distance, but a reminder of the extraordinary work going on in the field by our team and their peers. But that was moments ago there in Beirut.
Yeah, John Sparks talking about the escalation in the region. Another strike has happened in Beirut. Let's see what happened. I think it's pretty clear that the frequency of these strikes on Beirut has increased even in the time that we've been on air, even in the last hour and a half. You can see the smoke billowing up there in Beirut. The Israeli army really stepping up its operations in Lebanon.
Now, of course, Iran has also been launching retaliatory attacks against the US and Israeli strikes against them. And our Tom Clark has been diving in to the relative costs of this. So often relatively cheap Iranian drones are being used to attack and to repel them as taking very expensive Western-made missiles. Here's Tom Clark's explanation.
All wars are expensive, but are the costs of America's attack on Iran financially and logistically unsustainable? Take a look at this. This is Iranian state-affiliated media showcasing vast stockpiles of low-cost but highly lethal Shahed drones. In response to America and Israel's attack on Iran, the regime launched hundreds of these against its attackers and their allies. But there's a huge mathematical mismatch between the cost of Iran's weapons and those used to defend against them. Take the UAE, for example. It's had amazing success in thwarting Iranian missile and drone attacks, claiming to have downed more than 90% of those fired at it in the first 3 days of the conflict. But a Shahed drone costs between $20,000 and $50,000. The missiles used to intercept them between $500,000 and $1.5 million. One analyst estimating it could have cost the UAE up to $750 million to thwart an attack of around 500 Shahed drones. That's 20 to 30 times more than it cost Iran to launch them.
The math clearly favors Iran in this strategy of attrition because they just have, we don't know exactly how many, Shahed drones they might have in their stockpiles, but it's much larger than the combined total of the stockpiles of interceptor missiles that are available. We're now seeing sort of a race between Israel and the United States trying to locate this drone infrastructure, to try to destroy it, to reduce the pressure on these interceptors, versus Iran trying to keep it an active threat.
The UAE says it's got plenty of missile stockpiles to continue to defend itself, but it's been reported that America's allies in the Middle East are desperately trying to replenish their supplies of mainly US-made missile interceptors. The question is, will they be able to do that, given it looks like America may well be running out of ammo too? Take Tomahawk missiles, very effective and very expensive, being launched here from warships off Iran. It's estimated the US military's deployed up to 400 Tomahawk missiles to the Middle East. That represents 10% of the 4,000-strong US arsenal. Stockpiles of THAAD missiles are thought to be seriously depleted too. America reported launching around 150 of them in its 12-day war with Iran in June last year. That represents about a quarter of its 600-plus stockpiles of that weapon.
We are using these interceptors at a rate that's much faster than you can possibly replace them. The problem is that increases your long-term strategic risk, particularly in other theaters.
America, of course, can always withdraw from the Middle East once it's run out of weapons, but analysts warn its peer adversaries are watching. If America depletes its arsenal through campaigns like this, what power would it have to deter Russia or China if they decided to lash out too? Tom Clark, Sky News.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a big question, isn't it? Particularly, of course, when you think about A, do we have the right equipment? And B, also, is it money well spent? Which is particularly, of course, pertinent given the pressure on the public finances and the demands and the cries for more spending on defence as well.
After the break, we will be discussing this and much more with the Liberal Democrats. Daisy Cooper will be with us.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Ed Conway. Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is.
First off, just the scale of what we're looking at.
Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to. Being a Sky News presenter. Hello and welcome, Westminster, the heart of British politics. I'm so sorry about what happened to you. So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Richard Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started. Well, look, politicians of all parties here in the UK are dealing with the fallout of the war in Iran, how we should be responding to Donald Trump in America, what's it going to mean for the cost of living, all questions to put to our next guest, the Deputy Leader of the Lib Dems and Treasury spokesperson, Daisy Cooper. Good to have you with us. So Donald Trump has really come out, hasn't he, against Keir Starmer, saying he's no Winston Churchill. What do you make of it?
Well, he's no Franklin Roosevelt, is he? Let's be honest. Look, we Liberal Democrats have had our criticisms of Keir Starmer. We've said from the get-go that we think he should have been standing up to Donald Trump. But I think that Donald Trump's comments are outrageous. You know, it is because of his tariff war that we're seeing the cost of living made worse here in the UK. It's because of his illegal actions in Iran that British service personnel and British citizens are now incredibly scared and worried for their lives out in the Middle East. I think Donald Trump needs to rein it in a little bit and be reminded who his allies are in this very fragile world.
You talked there about the illegal intervention as you see it. And look, there's lots of concerns about where this war is going to go, not least the end point and who takes over. But there'll be some who think that actually Donald Trump's done the right thing here, that people were taking to the streets in Iran, they were being gunned down, they were losing their lives, they were asking for help, and Donald Trump promised them that that help was going to come.
Look, the Iranian regime is appalling. Like, we all know that. There's no one's quibbling about that. And obviously we want to support the Iranian people so that they can take control of their own country, so that they can decide their own destiny, so that they can become democratic once again and decide for themselves how to run their country. But it's not remotely clear what the end game is for America. Sometimes they're saying it's regime change, sometimes they're saying it's about nuclear weapons. It's not remotely clear if there's a plan. And history tells us very firmly, when you look at lots of examples, including in Iraq, if you start bombing a country and taking out leaders without a plan to build up institutions, build up civil society, it ends up in a real mess. So I think that we Liberal Democrats are right to be urging caution. We have said that we will support the government in terms of its defensive actions, but we are worried that there could be a slippery slope, and we are pressing the government to be really clear about what counts as defensive action and what counts as offensive action, and that Parliament has a vote on that when it comes.
Can I ask how worried you are about the impact on the cost of living? Do you think it is going to feed through in petrol prices, energy bills, how much you pay in the supermarket, all that kind of thing, or is it actually too early to say?
I think it's very likely that it will. Most people are warning that it will. Yesterday I said to the Chancellor during the spring statement that I was worried that fuel and food prices were going to go up. We've seen warnings from independent organisations, including from the RAC as well. And that's why we said ahead of the spring statement that we wanted the Chancellor to cancel the 1p increase in fuel duty that's supposed to come in September, because during a cost of living crisis, there are many people who have to drive to get to work or for caring responsibilities, and people will be very worried about the cost of petrol going up. Can
I just ask you a little bit of a different question about politics, right? Because we've seen an extraordinary splintering in British politics, right? We saw that at the Gorton and Denton by-election. We've seen that in recent polls. But it feels a little bit like the conversation is being dominated by Reform, I guess you could say the populists on the right, and the Green Party, the populists on the left. I mean, where are the Lib Dems? Are you kind of missing a bit of a trick here?
No, look, populist parties are very noisy, for sure, but we are determined to prepare ourselves to potentially be a party of power, and we're doing the serious thinking behind the scenes to make sure that we are a serious party capable of turning this country around. For too long, people have been fed up with the Conservatives and the Labour Party, two failed old parties that have failed to get Britain growing again. And when you look at real elections, last year we won more by-elections than any other political party.
Didn't do very well in Gorton, did you? I mean, this is the point, right?
Yeah, but look, by-elections are a different beast, aren't they? They always are.
And that was a three by-elections.
Well, no, in council by-elections last year, we won more council by-elections right across the country than any other political party, including Reform, Greens or anybody else. Denton and Gorton was a three-horse race. And you will know from the last Parliament, there were particular by-elections where we, Liberal Democrats, won those by-elections, in many cases breaking British political history in terms of the size of that result. By-elections are really quite different. And we didn't have a dog in the fight in Gorton and Denton. So that's a kind of, that's not one to test us. But if you look at the elections coming up, we're pretty confident we're going to do well.
Because you say there that you're doing the kind of serious thinking and all that kind of thing. Do you need to do a better job of telling us about what that serious thinking is and really punching through? Because it does feel that, you know, if you look at the polling, for example, you're at risk of slipping out of the national conversation.
Look, I think we've been pretty punchy. We were the first party to come out and say that the Prime Minister should stand up to Donald Trump. We have condemned Trump's tariff wars and been pretty spiky on that issue. We're the only party calling for much stronger relationships with the EU and demanding the government gets a customs union and makes it a priority. We've been talking relentlessly about getting growth. We've come out with plans to tackle the issue about the graduate rip-off, which have been welcomed by the IFS and other organisations. We've been making change in Parliament, changing legislation, getting concessions out of the government. So, you know, the stories are out there, the content is out there. It'd be nice if you came on with your show, if you could invite us onto your show more often.
We have you on a lot, as you can see. So no questions about Ed Davey's leadership then, no? OK, great. Great to have you on, as always, Daisy Cooper. And don't worry, the seat is here for you whenever you want to come on. Daisy Cooper there for the Liberal Democrats. Let's have a look now, shall we, at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
Well, the south and the east look pretty fine into next week. Northern and western parts will see a bit of rain at times, though. And there's already some rain for parts of Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland. Most other places, though, look dry. England and Wales will see some early low cloud and fog slowly lifting this morning to leave lots of sunshine by lunchtime. The East Midlands, the Welsh Marshes and southwest England will remain grey the longest. Elsewhere, though, it will stay pretty cloudy, bit of patchy rain becoming confined to Northern Ireland and western Scotland.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
After this short break, we'll be discussing the very latest of the impact on the markets and oil prices, in particular gas prices, with Simon French. We'll be right back.
OK, there's a lot of firing going on.
Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir.
Let's go. Watch, wait. Right, we're going to get in. Right, get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera. Turn around and go away.
Okay, but
Listen, I told you 3 times.
They saw 2 guys, 2 bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
that is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
Free wherever you get your news.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today.
Congratulations, this is a huge moment.
But what happens now?
Welcome back. Well, South Korea's Kospi, the stock index in South Korea, has just put in its biggest daily loss ever. It fell 12% today as the war in Iran sparks sharp rises in oil prices and creates volatility and uncertainty in stock markets. We're joined by Simon French, Chief Economist at Panmure Liberum, the UK's largest independent investment bank. A very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us, Simon. So something like that is very significantly headline-grabbing.
Yes.
And it fell sharply the day before. Why is Asia a bit more affected than the stock markets here?
Disruption to global trade. So while we focused a lot, I'm sure we'll come on to talk about the impact of oil through the Middle East, the Straits of Hormuz, there's a broader worry for Asian economies, very reliant in terms of their growth on exports, that this, if you like, puts more friction in the sort of gears of global trade, and those Asian economies that are heavily geared to that will be most adversely impacted.
There's also a point that some of these markets, South Korea in particular, had risen extraordinarily quickly in the days and weeks leading up. So when you have a change in risk sentiment,
yes,
it affects the ones that have risen the fastest most of all.
That's right. You know, what market participants would call, sort of some element of covering your position. If you've made a lot of gains, and in the case of South Korean indexes, and indeed actually the UK FTSE, although it's fallen quite aggressively in the last few days, still up 5% this year. South Korean index much, much more than that. That has been the place to be. Actually, non-US equities has been the place to be. So if you start to challenge those consensus trades, and the consensus trade has been short the dollar and short the US market, and suddenly that's your classic safe haven, then you get some quite big whipsaw moves.
Let's talk about the move in oil prices that we've seen so far. When you sort of assess the UK finances, the outlook here, what's the price level that you kind of have in mind that starts to really take effect to domestic forecasts for inflation and for growth?
So there's the oil story and there's the gas story, and the transmission mechanism is somewhat different between the two. In oil, in terms of internal combustion engine, the forecourt price of petrol, actually the transmission is 2 to 3 weeks. So we'll start to see the squeeze on disposable income if these levels persist for, by Easter, basically. The picture for gas, though, is slightly different. That is making the marginal price for electricity generation in the UK and feeds into the energy price cap. Now, the next move in the energy price cap for households is actually down. It's down about £115 on the 1st of April. But it's the 1st of July, where if we're looking at an impulse on consumer spending, on growth, and therefore perhaps calls for the government to intervene, it'll be July and into the second half of the year before we see that hitting households. So the government has time to think about this in terms of the transmission on energy costs for households. It probably has less time for forecourt prices that might impact the growth outlook for the UK.
And what about interest rates? I mean, we were talking earlier about this, but it doesn't look like we get a rate cut now on the 19th of March.
That's right.
What about after that?
Well, to some extent, if you can tell me where the oil price lands and the gas price lands, then I'll tell you what happens to rates. But look, being flippancy aside, I think The idea the market had that there was going to be a rate cut in March hinged on one vote, and that was the Governor, Andrew Bailey, flipping his vote from hold to cut. He's going to play for time. That's the market perception. But he's got another meeting at the back end of April, 30th of April, where perhaps that will be the point if energy prices return. But I think the issue is that almost whatever happens now, we're likely to see sort of upside risk to inflation. It's a reason for the Monetary Policy Committee to sit on their hands, and possibly the 2 to 3 cuts the market was pricing looks more like sort of 1 for the year as we stand here now.
And step back from it all, the extent to which the government has flexibility, if needs be, to step in and help people with their energy bills. Following yesterday's spring statement, a lot of the coverage, showing that there's been an improvement. Has it been a drastic improvement in the headroom? And how would the markets react if the government had to step in again for a sort of wild card, exogenous shock to find more money?
Well, 2 parts to the question. First of all, how much of that headroom improvement yesterday was the result of lower gilt yields, the cost of government borrowing, at the time that the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, put together the forecast? More than half, actually, of that improved headroom was a result of lower gilt yields. Now, that's all evaporated. Those yields have moved. So if you did a mark-to-market assessment right now, you would see that headroom eliminated. Your second point in terms of how gilts would respond, I mean, to some extent, we would be going back in perhaps sort of slightly less extreme forms to the mini-budget in September 2022, when the UK government unveiled a very big bailout. Something on that scale, gilt markets would really reprice down, yields up. I don't think anybody's talking about that at this juncture, but I think what we're talking about is fatigue with endless bailouts, adding to total debt, adding to the amount of public spending that has to be devoted to debt servicing. That's the problem the gilt markets have to absorb. And
step back rating out of 10 for where we are with the spring statement yesterday and with Rachel Reeves doing it, is it much improved compared to the reaction after the past statements?
Look, I'd say 8 out of 10 on the basis that if the job there was to not mess things up, not add to the uncertainty in what is a very uncertain world, job done. Why isn't it 9 or 10? Well, those growth forecasts, 1.5% average for the rest of the decade, that's pretty subdued, isn't it? It tells you that the primary mission of the government in terms of promoting fast levels of growth is just not working.
Simon, great to see you as always. Thanks so much. Simon French from Panmure Liberum.
Well, we're talking next about, of course, the ongoing international situation. An awful lot of people, an awful lot of Brits worried about getting home from the Middle East. And we can tell you the government's going to charter a commercial flight out of Oman this evening to try and get some of them home. 300,000 Brits in total stranded in the Gulf. And we're joined now by Alfie Hughes and Callum Brodie, who were only supposed to have a 3-hour layover in Dubai, but have been stranded there since. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. That's such a nightmare situation for you. Just, Alfie, give us that snapshot that you were meant to be there for 3 hours. On which day?
It was on Saturday, the 28th. We were flying home from Manila, and we had there were news channels on the flights, so we knew what was going on probably about 4 hours out from about 4 hours out from Dubai. We knew what was going on, so we had an idea that we probably weren't going to be getting out of there. But yeah, it's been a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, that is an absolute understatement, I have to say. So while you were on the plane coming into Dubai, you realised there was a problem. And then what happened? You landed at the airport. What happened next?
Yeah, we landed at the airport, and all of the flights to London that were due to leave a couple hours before ours were already delayed by a couple hours. So we knew that, we knew it was fairly unlikely we were going to get out of there, and that we were going to be stuck for a few days. And then I'd say it was probably, I don't know, what time do you reckon it was, 5 o'clock? The 5 o'clock local time that they finally cancelled all the flights. So then it was pandemonium, everybody trying to find their bags, get airport vouchers, and yeah.
And Callum, what have you done in the days past? And, has it all come at an expense out of your own pockets? And do you have any guidance of when you might be able to get on a flight out of there?
As Alfie said on the first night in the airport, it was chaos. So we paid for a hotel out of pocket. Fortunately, since Emirates have covered the hotel and food costs that we've incurred. Dubai itself, we've never been before, but it definitely seems quieter than it otherwise would be. Any sort of other day-to-day expenses we've been covering outside of the meals. And fortunately, my work have been really understanding. Was meant to return to work on Monday. But obviously haven't been able to do sort of my day-to-day job as I'd otherwise planned.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, I guess you could say, I'm really sorry, but I'm stuck in Dubai. There's absolutely no way of coming in at 9 a.m. the next morning or whatever it is. We've talked to a few people out in Dubai, and it feels like people have been quite split. Some people very, very anxious, worried about the strikes that they've heard, sheltering. Other people much more kind of relaxed, I guess, you know, still sunbathing. What kind of camp are you guys in?
I think we're definitely on edge. I think we're probably a bit more relaxed about it than some people. I think we're more frustrated that it's taking so long for us to kind of get home. I think we're aware as well that that we're in quite a privileged position, that we've been put up in a hotel and we've got food provided for us, whereas, you know, other kind of civilians in the region don't have access to that. So it's like a lot tougher on them, I think, than it is on us. But I think frustration is probably the biggest feeling that we have at the moment.
Callum, have you had guidance from the government, from the Foreign Office, and help from them? There's been a little bit of a debate here about whether, you know, expats, which you guys obviously aren't, are worthy of help in this regard if they've chosen to move to Dubai to pay tax, which I don't know if you've seen the coverage of. But have you been getting help and guidance from the UK government or not?
No, I think it's the lack of communication across the board which is most frustrating. We've had a couple of emails from the government, which has basically just said to stay put. I've sort of seen the debate about expats in Dubai and tourists who've sort of willingly come here. I think for us it's most frustrating because we obviously had booked a layover in Dubai, but neither of us have ever wanted to end up here. So we're grateful for the accommodation and the hospitality that we've received, but yeah, just want to get home now.
Oh, crossing our fingers for you. As you say, it's just beggars belief really that you're just expecting a stopover in Dubai and now you've been there for days in the middle of a war with Iran. Good to have you on the programme. Thank you so much. And we're crossing our fingers that you get home soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fingers crossed.
Thanks.
Yeah. Not that it's, of course, a crime if you'd aimed to stay in Dubai for either a short or long period of time either. Now, we've been saying a lot about the impact the war is having on the region. Let's take you inside Iran now. Funerals have been held for 180 schoolgirls killed on the first day of the war when the US-Israeli strikes began.
And as you can imagine, there's anger on the streets. Officials remain pretty defiant in the face of continuing attacks. Here's Lisa Holland.
Their tiny coffins were piled one on top of another and driven through the centre of the southern Iranian city of Minab in a mass funeral. Iran says mostly little girls of primary school age died with their teachers as they studied. They gathered as far as the eye could see, angry and distraught at such a devastating loss of life in what is the deadliest single incident since hostilities began last Saturday. This was the aftermath of the school attack. Israel says it's not aware of any Israeli or American strikes in the area at the time, but there's been an international outcry that a place of learning has been bombed without accountability. But these are attacks Israel has claimed responsibility for. The fighters are in the sky. They're hitting hard, says an Iranian who filmed the bombardment. Israel says it destroyed the command centre for Iran's entire armed forces as it hit the capital in wave after wave of strikes. Barakella, meaning bravo or well done, he says. Israel's Air Force has also been in action, picking off missile launchers and defence systems from the air. There's already widespread damage. But as Israel and America warned more than 1 million people to leave their homes as it tries to dismantle the regime's infrastructure, there was defiance on the streets.
Curse be upon your ancestors, Trump. The Americans think they can force us to surrender with missiles, but they can't do this kind of things. We will definitely defeat them. We're not afraid of being killed.
Iran isn't done yet. The Fars news agency, which is close to the IRGC, the military defenders of the regime, released this footage, which it says shows huge underground stockpiles of drones and missiles ready to be deployed. We can't independently verify the pictures. We don't know when it was filmed or even if the images are real. What we can say is Iran's propaganda war rages on as Donald Trump doubles down on his campaign from the air. Lisa Holland, Sky News.
Awful, of course, being reminded there of the damage on both sides of this conflict thus far. And the damage is ongoing. And when we come back, we will have the very latest from Beirut, which is seemingly the eye of the storm this morning. We've got live pictures for you there. And multiple explosions have unfolded through the course of the morning as Israel has upped its attacks on Beirut, targeting Hezbollah there. And we'll have more from the region when we do come back.
Yeah, John Sparks will be in Beirut for us. And that sound has been ringing out throughout Beirut this morning.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report. And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. Welcome to Mornings with Ridge and Frost.
Sophie and Wilf, good morning from me as well. There's been more explosions this morning. We're going to bring you the very latest.
Ongoing strikes this morning on Beirut after Israel issued evacuation orders for 16 towns and villages. The IDF says it's targeting Hezbollah.
The war in Iran enters its fifth day. The Israeli military saying it launched a broad wave of strikes also in Iran overnight.
The strained relationship. President Trump lashes out at Sir Keir Starmer for his reluctance to help in the war.
So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
After a strike in Oman, Britain charters a commercial flight to get stranded citizens out later today, prioritising the most vulnerable. Good morning. Well, we begin now in Lebanon's capital, Beirut, where we've seen an increasing number of explosions happening just this morning.
Those pictures have been coming into us over the course of just the last couple of hours, and it comes after Israel's military issued an evacuation order for 16 towns and villages yesterday. And we also heard explosions in Tehran overnight, where Israel says a broad wave of strikes has begun. Let's get the latest from on the ground. Cordy Lynch is in Tel Aviv for us, but first to John Sparks, who's in Beirut. And John, as the time has passed during the course of this show, there have been more and more explosions there. What is the very latest?
Well, Wilf, you know, they're filming those images from a hilltop that overlooks the southern suburbs of Beirut because nobody can go in there. It's just too dangerous. And I can tell you that that section of the city, and you can also see it behind over my shoulders, that part of the city is getting a real pounding. We are seeing an escalation, a real intensification of this conflict. And there's no front line. There is no front line in Lebanon. Our team have counted about 7 strikes since 3 a.m. The Israelis have issued some evacuation orders. We've seen streams of smoke going up and this loud roar echoing through the buildings behind me as well. I can also tell you that the Israelis have hit a hotel in East Beirut as well, the Comfort Hotel. It's a Christian area. This is not an area that they would normally target, and I think that tells us that this conflict is moving to new areas as well. I think in that case, they may have been trying to target a member of Hezbollah or a related group in an assassination strike. And the whole thing with evacuation orders, and I should tell you that the Israelis have issued about 24 evacuation orders covering areas right across Lebanon this morning. They don't always do it before strikes. Particularly the feeling in Lebanon is when they're trying to take people out, when they're aiming to take out the Hezbollah leadership or related groups, they don't give those warnings. And the problem is the people who live nearby, they don't get those warnings either. And I think that's why one reason why we are seeing the southern suburbs behind me, huge swathes of southern Lebanon, they are emptying out right now. People are getting out of towns and villages, and they are looking for a safe place to be.
John, thank you so much. John Sparks reporting there for us from Beirut, where, as John was saying, it's been an escalating situation, an awful lot of strikes that we've seen this morning alone. Let's bring in Cordelia Lynch, who's in Tel Aviv for us. Cordelia, we've seen Israeli strikes in Beirut. We've also seen Israeli strikes in Iran. What is the latest?
That's right, Sophie. Overnight, there's been a broad wave of attacks by Israel on Iran, targeting its military and its intelligence infrastructure, and that part of a broader pattern of escalation by Israel. We have also seen significant movement too within the Strait of Hormuz. There's been a very significant impact on the oil markets. There is instability, there's concern, and there is no timetable at the moment. And I think everyone is trying to assess the next steps from here. So I think this is a kind of a pattern of anxiety setting in here, people trying to second guess what Israel and America's next maneuver might be. Now today, the funeral of Khamenei will take place. Israel has already vowed to kill his successor. At the moment, the front runner to take over from him will be his son. Meanwhile, we see a mounting death toll. One human rights agency putting it at over 1,000. The vast majority of people killed so far have been in Iran, over 550 so far. And one really important point and thing to consider and look at now, a developing situation, is speculation about possible movement of Iraqi Kurds into Iran. Now, US officials have discussed this as a possibility. They are having discussions with Kurdish forces there, in a way trying to support some kind of active rebellion, possibly in the next few days. Now, that would be laden with complications, complexities and challenges, sparking perhaps a prolonged war and a civil war that would take place inside Iran. And I think it just gives you a sense, really, that this isn't a conflict that is going to be resolved quickly.
Certainly doesn't seem that way, does it, at the moment? Back to John. John, I'm interested for your take, if you could pick up on what Cordy alluded to there, but is the latest reporting about what's going on inside Iran's leadership, and almost ironic, isn't it, if the Ayatollah successor is in fact based on a bloodline and it is in fact his son, or do we just not know yet? And I guess the broader point is, who's driving things in the meantime? Is it still the hardliners?
Yeah, it's a good question. Look, I think we can fully expect the regime, the system in Iran, to pick one of its own. I think that is an entirely safe assumption on our part to make. They're not going to will themselves out of existence, whatever Trump or Hegseth say, whatever American and Israeli officials say about the matter. They're going to stay put, and that ultimately demonstrates the limitations of what the Americans and the Israelis are trying to do. They cannot remove the regime, its system, the Revolutionary Guard, the army, the Basij militia. They can't remove them from the air. And it reminds me of a conversation I had a couple of days ago with a woman who, we did a story about her nephew in Iran who had been killed during the protests. And she messaged me to say that she had been in touch with her family members in Iran. And they said they were delighted that Khamenei had been killed. But the fact was, the Revolutionary Guards, they were out on the streets with their guns. They were stopping people. They were checking their IDs. They were asking to go through people's phones to see what people had been filming. You know, the regime, and I think it's really important that we remember this, the regime is in total control of the streets in Iran, in Tehran, the capital, and surrounding cities. And what Trump has done, what Netanyahu has done, what their overwhelming military and firepower has done has not changed that dynamic. And it's unlikely to change it unless they put troops on the ground. And then we see a whole different magnitude to this conflict begin. So I think that's the ultimate problem, though, for the ambitions of Trump and the rest of them in terms of regime change or regime alteration, whatever it is that they're spelling out at the moment. They're limited, ultimately limited in what they can do in Iran.
John, it's such an important point. And also, if Donald Trump is almost calling on citizens of Iran to kind of rise up and find a leader, well, if you are in a nation that is still so controlled, you know, it's easier said than done. Cordelia, I wanted to squeeze in one more question to you as well. It's so good to have you both here with your expertise this morning, because we've been talking about the aims here of the US and of Israel. Do you think they're entirely in lockstep with each other, or do you get a sense that actually they both want something slightly different from the conflict?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question to ask, and there could well be clear water between the two. We've seen them, haven't we, initially? Certainly in the optics, the messaging, they appear to be in lockstep. This was a joint action, the two working together to make this decisive move, seizing an opportunity. But look, Donald Trump is a president that vowed to his base from the beginning and has continued to promise he will not be involved in these messy foreign wars, in regime change, in protracted conflicts. He is a man that likes surgical strikes, that is able to move in quickly, but then to remove America from those conflict zones. But here, he risks a far more stretched out conflict. And I think that is something that Israel, that Benjamin Netanyahu has much more of an appetite for. And that's where we might start to see some kind of political frisson emerge, because Benjamin Netanyahu now sees an opportunity to reshape the whole of the region. I was speaking to one former intelligence operator here who was saying, look, for months they have been talking about making this move into Lebanon. They now feel like they have moral top cover, that they are able to use it as a pretext to move into vast swathes of southern Lebanon and to ultimately completely crush Hezbollah in the way that they weren't able to in that 12-day conflict back in June. So they really, I think, are eyeing up something potentially over weeks and months, an extended war, whereas I think we will see in America a lot more pressure coming from Donald Trump to try and wrap these things up, and pressure too from his base, because there is fallout, there is concern that this isn't a war that his supporters want to see America wage.
John, Cordy, thanks both so much. Stay safe, and no doubt we'll be back talking to you throughout the course of the day here on Sky News. Of course, the question for many British citizens in the region is when can they get home if they want to? And the government is chartering a commercial flight out of Oman this evening to get British nationals home. Emma is at Heathrow for us this morning. And Emma, some flights have been able to leave already.
Yes, indeed, although they are not scheduled flights. These are flights that have been put on by airlines for existing customers, so repatriation flights. And actually, there have been flights arriving here at Heathrow already, also in Manchester. There's another due to land here in Heathrow and one in Birmingham later today. Also, and they're Emirates flights. Also, Etihad are operating a repatriation flight from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. Those first ones I was saying about coming in from Dubai. And we know that British Airways, although not operating from the UAE, are going to be bringing a flight back from Muscat in Oman this evening for existing customers on a first-come, first-served basis. And it is from Muscat that the British government are bringing people back on the first of these chartered flights. It's going to leave at around 7 o'clock tonight. The vulnerable will be prioritised when it comes to that first flight. But we know that the UK government are in discussions with other airlines about putting on more of these flights to get people back. We know 130,000 people living in the area, in the region, or on holiday there, have registered with the UK government, and there are many thousands stranded there who were on holiday, maybe in transit from a stopover, maybe have been on holiday elsewhere, for example, Thailand, and they've been stranded without their bags. So there is desperation. And also, it's been obviously a terrifying time. You know, people holed up in their hotels with booms, the sound of big booms outside, jets flying past. So a very difficult time, and people having to shell out a lot of money. A 4.5-hour taxi drive people have been paying for to get them from Dubai to Muscat. But the overall message is that if you aren't booked on to a plane, if you don't have a ticket, do not turn up at the airport.
Emma, thank you very much indeed. Well, I think what this conflict has really underlined is the changing nature of warfare. It's all about aerial missiles, drones, and there are big questions being asked about how well the UK is prepared to fight this kind of war and also defend itself in this kind of war, and if it's doing so in the most economically efficient way. Tom Clark explains.
All wars are expensive, but are the costs of America's attack on Iran financially and logistically unsustainable? Take a look at this. This is Iranian state-affiliated media showcasing vast stockpiles of low-cost but highly lethal Shahed drones. In response to America and Israel's attack on Iran, the regime launched hundreds of these against its attackers and their allies. But there's a huge mathematical mismatch between the cost of Iran's weapons and those used to defend against them. Take the UAE, for example. It's had amazing success in thwarting Iranian missile and drone attacks, claiming to have downed more than 90% of those fired at it in the first 3 days of the conflict. But a Shahed drone costs between $20,000 and $50,000. The missiles used to intercept them between $500,000 and $1.5 million. One analyst estimating it could have cost the UAE up to $750 million to thwart an attack of around 500 Shahed drones. That's 20 to 30 times more than it cost Iran to launch them.
The math clearly favors Iran in this strategy of attrition because they just have, we don't know exactly how many, Shahed drones they might have in their stockpiles, but it's much larger than the combined total of the stockpiles of interceptor missiles that are available. We're now seeing sort of a race between Israel and the United States trying to locate this drone infrastructure, to try to destroy it, to reduce the pressure on these interceptors, versus Iran trying to keep it an active threat.
The UAE says it's got plenty of missile stockpiles to continue to defend itself, but it's been reported that America's allies in the Middle East are desperately trying to replenish their supplies of mainly US-made missile interceptors. The question is, will they be able to do that, given it looks like America may well be running out of ammo too? Take Tomahawk missiles, very effective and very expensive, being launched here from warships off Iran. It's estimated the US military's deployed up to 400 Tomahawk missiles to the Middle East, but that represents 10% of the 4,000-strong US arsenal. Stockpiles of THAAD missiles are thought to be seriously depleted too. America reportedly launching around 150 of them in its 12-day war with Iran in June last year. That represents about a quarter of its 600-plus stockpiles of that weapon.
We are using these interceptors at a rate that's much faster than you can possibly replace them. The problem is that increases your long-term strategic risk, particularly in other theaters.
America, of course, can always withdraw from the Middle East once it's run out of weapons, but analysts warn its peer adversaries are watching. If America depletes its arsenal through campaigns like this, what power would it have to deter Russia or China if they decided to lash out too? Tom Clark, Sky News.
Well, these are the latest pictures, or live pictures, I should say, from Portsmouth. And what you're looking at there is HMS Dragon. That is going to be on its way shortly to Cyprus to try and protect some of the UK military bases out there. It's crewed by more than 200 people, and it's been billed as one of the most capable air defence warships in the world. It could launch 8 missiles, apparently, in under 10 seconds.
It's a Type 45 destroyer. You can see the Dragon there on the front of it. Quite rare for UK Navy ships to have that kind of design on it, HMS Dragon. I have to say, I actually thought this was already on its way. We're on Wednesday. This began Saturday. It is quite a stark snapshot of our preparedness, or lack thereof, that it takes. It's still sitting there.
Yeah.
What are they doing? Loading the bow and arrows to shoot down the missiles. I mean, it is an extraordinary reminder of the state of play. And as Michael Clark was saying already, a French vessel and a Greek vessel will reach Cyprus and RAF Akrotiri before this to help us out in protecting from potential drone or missile attacks. By the way, as we look at the brave men and women of the Navy aboard the ship, that criticism is in no way towards them. What they do is unbelievable, but a sign of the times of our scale of preparedness that this ship is still sitting there, still hasn't departed this Wednesday, 5 or so days in.
You can see them boarding as we speak. We'll have more on this after this short break. Hello again. We're joined now by the Shadow Chancellor, Sir Mal Stride, who joins us now. So much going on in Iran, of course. And I just wondered if we could start in a way that isn't party political, because I just want to get your honest view on how concerned you are that the global events we're seeing could feed through into the cost of living. Petrol prices, energy bills, supermarket stuff, all that kind of thing.
Undoubtedly, this is a huge external pressure economically that's emerging. It remains to be seen how long it persists, of course, and that's a critical question. But the basic routes by which it will affect us are firstly into higher energy costs and higher inflation, which will mean that the economy will have to have higher interest rates for longer in order to bring that inflation down, and that will have a negative income effect. People will feel it in their pockets because the Resolution Foundation has said that, for example, this level of elevated energy prices may actually mean bills going up on average by £500 come the summer. It's also affecting stock markets. And it's also will have a downward pressure on global growth, which will affect us as a very open economy. So these are difficult things. The critical thing, though, Sophie, is you can't control any of that, and the Chancellor can't control that, and that's a fair and reasonable point. But what she does have control over is how resilient our economy is in terms of facing up to those kind of challenges. And what we saw yesterday, I'm afraid, was not enough to answer that question.
OK. We'll
let's talk about it. Yeah.
On the continuing on the theme of the very, very important cost of living fears that many people will have, you obviously experienced an energy price shock with the Ukraine war, right, the previous Conservative government. What lessons did you learn from that? What genuine lessons did you learn on how best to react as a country?
OK, so it's a combination of fiscal and monetary policy. So in October 2022, inflation peaked at 11.1% as a result of the Ukraine-Russia war and the same kind of dynamics that we're discussing here. So you rely on the Bank of England to take the decisions around interest rates to bring inflation down, and you have an accommodative fiscal policy that doesn't make the problem worse by driving up inflation. Now, on the day of the general election, we had successfully, jointly with the Bank of England, got inflation down
after
to bang on target.
It's fair to say that you've been honest about as well.
We got it down to bang on 2%, which was the target. The problem with the fiscal stance that this government has is they've loaded up taxes on businesses, some of which gets passed on by way of higher prices, and they borrowed and spent vast amounts of money, which is inflationary. So I think that is part of the reason why we've had the highest inflation last year in the G7. The IMF has said that we'll have the highest inflation this year because of the policies of the government.
Just to come in there, because Rachel Reeves is right when she says inflation's been coming down, it's projected to come down, interest rates have come down, and borrowing costs have come down.
But we're an outlier. So we have had the highest...
That is a fair rebuttal to make.
Of course, as inflation comes down, interest rates will come down, but they have been higher and longer and stayed higher for longer than was necessary.
Can I just make... I'm a little bit frustrated for you and Labour. Like, you know, whenever inflation comes down, it's because of the great policies you've done. Whenever it goes up, it's because the factor's completely out of your control. It just feels a little bit, you know, come on, guys.
But let's get to the way in which you framed it. OK, so back in October 2022, very high inflation. We were not an outlier compared to other countries, OK? There was an external shock and everybody's inflation went up, and we brought it down in the way that I described, to bang on target on the day of the general election. What we're looking at now with inflation is we are an outlier. We have the highest inflation in the G7, and the reason for that is the inflationary policies of this government, and the government does have control over those factors.
Right, let's move on, because I want to talk to you about Donald Trump. Donald Trump yesterday said he's going to cut off all trade with Spain because they're not letting the US use their air bases for the war in Iran. Are you comfortable with the president, using economic sanctions against other democracies who don't agree with his military action?
Look, it's a matter for the US president to take those decisions. However, I have to say in general terms, the use of tariffs in the way that they have been used, not least if you look at Greenland, threatening NATO partners taking over Greenland, and if they don't, then there'll be trade consequences, is, I don't think, the right way to go. I think what we should be doing is actually getting tariffs down, particularly given the pressures around the Iranian war at the moment. We should be getting those tariff walls and barriers down so that we can get trade moving, and then we all benefit from that.
Finally, I just wanted to ask about your House of Commons performance yesterday, because you're becoming quite theatrical, I think is the adjective that I'd use, in the way that you kind of respond to the dispatch box. Round and round we go, like a fiscal twister, ripping up everything in its path. Rachel Reeves is like a dodgy estate agent standing in a crumbling building. Are you like this at home?
I do like Shakespeare, actually, although we don't do much of Shakespeare at home. Look, the House of Commons is a particular bear pit, OK? And I'm facing about 350 to 400 MPs opposite me, all bellowing at me. You don't even hear it on television, actually. And part of cutting through, I think, sometimes is about using imagery and things that stick in the mind and so on. And a lot of what you've just read out there has been picked up by the press, and I think many people in this country believe summarises exactly what's going on.
How do you write the stuff? Do you have like a thesaurus next to you? You've got the complete works of Shakespeare?
No, I just sit down and I think about what is it I'm trying to communicate. And in this case, it was complacency, self-congratulation, no plan for the future, which is what we saw yesterday from the Chancellor. And how do I convert that into something that people are going to remember and indeed discuss just as we are now?
A fiscal twister. There you go. Mel's Pride, thank you very much indeed, Mel's Pride, speaking to us there. Coming up, of course, we are going to be giving you the very latest when it comes to the war in Iran. We'll be talking to Yada Hakim in Jerusalem as Israel launches a broad wave of strikes in Tehran and Lebanon.
Objects that were close to Cyprus airspace. Let's bring in Ali Bunkel, who's there in Cyprus near RAF Akrotiri for us. Ali, what can you tell us?
Yeah, 9:30 this morning, the alert was triggered. 2 Greek F-16 fighter jets took off from an airbase near Paphos in the west of the island to intercept at least one, but there's reports of 2 suspicious objects flying towards Cypriot airspace, which they managed to intercept successfully. At the same time, staff at the US Embassy in Nicosia were taken down to the basement, but the all-clear has been given now. We understand that the airspace wasn't closed at any point, although at least one flight bound for Cyprus turned round and landed back in Athens. But the Cypriot authorities say that the airspace is still open here for now, though actually quite a few airlines have not been flying here. I think British Airways has cancelled a lot of its flights to Cyprus over recent days because of the drone threat. One drone hit the runway at Akrotiri on Sunday. More drones were intercepted on Monday. Yesterday there was no activity of that kind, but clearly it still remains a threat. I think they are coming probably from Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is pretty close by. It's only if you're in a passenger jet, it's only half an hour's flying time from here. Drones would take slightly longer, but I mean, it just goes to show how close Cyprus is to the western edge, the western coast of Lebanon. And that is why the British military is sending a warship here. It's going to take close to a week to get here. They're sending helicopters as well with special anti-drone measures on board, and the French are deploying an aircraft carrier to the eastern Mediterranean as well, all because of that drone threat to this part of the world.
Ali, I just wondered what you've picked up as the mood there of British forces at Akrotiri. We just showed HMS Dragon again in Portsmouth setting off soon. Is there a sense that they feel exposed in the short term? It kind of seems extraordinary that our airbase is needing extra protection.
Yeah, it doesn't have any protection against ballistic missile threat. I mean, they do have layers of air defences, but, you know, Britain has, you know, pretty meagre air defence capability when you compare it to, say, the Americans, the Israelis, for example. It is not a part of the British military that is quite as advanced as some of its allies. And so, yeah, I think there is a feeling of being somewhat exposed here. I mean, this is a base that also houses American personnel, has done for many, many years, and so the fact it has become a target. By the way, I should say, the drones that came here this morning, there's no suggestion whether they were targeting Akrotiri or possibly elsewhere on the island. There is another military base over at Decalia as well, so we don't know what they were targeting, but the fact that this base has become a target, given its proximity to what's going on, given that it's got American personnel on board, you know, and the fact is the Iranians see Britain really as, you know, only worse only to America and Israel. So it's no real surprise that it's being targeted.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. Ali Bunkel reporting for us there from Cyprus. Now, there have been a lot of explosions in the last hour or so in Lebanon. Israel has also said it has launched a wave of strikes in Iran as well. We can talk now to our lead world news presenter, Yalda Hakim, who's in Jerusalem for us. Yalda, we're just getting reports through saying that members of Iran's Assembly of Experts, the guys tasked with appointing a new leader, say they're close to a decision. That's State TV. I just wondered if you could, I guess, talk a little bit about what next.
Yeah, absolutely, Sophie. Good morning to both of you. They are in the process of selecting the new supreme leader after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in that strike on Saturday. And the front runner at the moment is his son, Mujtaba Khamenei, who's 56 years old. Now, Mujtaba's name over the last few years has come up a number of times as the potential successor to his father. But in recent times, that kind of went away, especially because many of the protesters who came out onto the streets directed their anger towards the son of the supreme leader. He's a mid-ranking cleric. He was taught and learnt in the seminaries in Qom, but he's also believed to be incredibly close to the Revolutionary Guard, who are apparently pushing behind the scenes for him to take this particular position. Now, he himself, for many years, apparently was opposed to just succeeding his father and wanted a proper process to be pushed through. But he will, if he is appointed, be in charge of both the religious sects as well as the political sectors and, of course, be the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Guard and the armed forces. So we may get more information about that in the coming hours. This evening, the official mourning period for the Supreme Leader will begin and his body will be out for 3 days before it is buried. So that process is continuing, which really just gives you a sense of how swiftly they've moved since coming under attack on Saturday.
Yalda, in terms of the sort of scale of what Israel is doing in terms of the offensive, we've been out with John Sparks multiple times this morning in Beirut. Are they kind of really expanding their operations offensively now? And I guess with it, what guidance do we have or hope do we have that anything kind of peaks and starts to calm down anytime soon?
Well, you would have heard the Omani foreign minister calling for a ceasefire. No doubt he's talking closely to the Iranians as well. He was one of the Omani foreign minister was one of the chief negotiators during the nuclear talks that were taking place over the course of the last few weeks before the war kicked off. But the Israelis, the Americans, continue to say that this operation, this campaign will continue for a number of weeks. When I've spoken to the Israeli security establishment, establishment. They've said we roughly need a couple of weeks and we have thousands of targets. They've gone heavily in the last 24 hours after many of the sites of the Revolutionary Guard and their militia group, the Basij, who were instrumental in cracking down on those protesters on January the 8th and 9th. So they have many, many targets. Just in the first 24 hours of the campaign, the Israelis dropped 2,000 munitions across Iran, and we know that the Americans say that they've also dropped several thousand as well, targeting thousands of sites. And they say this is just the very beginning. We've heard that from Donald Trump as well. But at the same time, I've been speaking to experts both on and off the record who say that the idea of the escalation and the way in which it has escalated across the Gulf states, for example, and as you say, to Lebanon as well, it's not something that they necessarily anticipated to this degree. When I've spoken to diplomats across the Gulf, they have conceded that there are gaps in their air defenses as well. I mean, the Iranians are sending very cheap drones, that are worth about $35,000, taking, and these interceptors are worth millions. So that's where the conundrum is as well.
Yada, always so good to talk, and thank you for coming on Mornings today as well. We'll no doubt be speaking soon. Thank you.
Now, Spain's Prime Minister has doubled down on his opposition to the US and Israel strikes on Iran.
So we've been talking a lot about Keir Starmer and the fact that Donald Trump is, let's say, not very happy about the fact he didn't back his action immediately. Well, he's even angrier with the Spaniards. We can bring in Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins, who's here to tell us more. Siobhan, what's happening with Spain?
Well, as you say, Sophie, Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish Prime Minister, firmly in the doghouse in Donald Trump's eyes. But to be frank, according to his televised address that he's made this morning, he doesn't really seem to care. To give people a bit of background to this, after Israel and the US started these strikes on Iran, it felt like for a few days that Spain was a lone voice in the EU questioning the legality of it. And then on Monday, we heard that the Spanish had said that the US couldn't use some of their bases to launch some of their operations. Now, that has clearly really annoyed Donald Trump, who yesterday, ahead of a meeting with the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, essentially threatened Spain with a trade war, saying that he could cut them off. Now, today, as I said, the Spanish Prime Minister's gone on telly, and to sum it up, his message to the US is no to war. He said to the people listening, no to the breakdown of international law, no to assuming that the world can solve its problems through conflicts involving bombs, and finally, no to repeating the mistakes of the past. Now, he said by standing up for the international rule of law, he wasn't backing the Ayatollahs. That isn't the case. But he called, he said, on Iran, Israel and the US to stop. He mentioned that 23 years ago, the US pulled, in his words, the world into a conflict in the Middle East, which had long-lasting ramifications. He's asked that that does not happen again. So very clear, Spain is staying on course. There have been voices of support from the EU Commission, for example, with him today. We've also heard Emmanuel Macron, the French president, yesterday saying that they couldn't really back the legality of these strikes either, but a much softer position. So tensions continuing between Spain and the US.
Siobhan, I'm really interested how that press conference went down in the Oval Office yesterday there in continental Europe, because obviously we were all glued to it, in particular relating to the remarks towards Prime Minister Starmer. The comments towards Pedro Sanchez and Spain, as you've already been reflecting on, were much harsher, and there was Chancellor Merz in the room. I mean, I'm really interested if there's annoyance across Europe that he didn't do more in the moment. I think he even sort of implicitly criticised Spain by saying that, yes, they should be spending the NATO minimum of 2% on defence, and they're not. So it was yet again an extraordinary Oval Office press conference. I just wondered how some of those details went down.
Wasn't it? So at the time, if people didn't see that news conference, when Donald Trump was laying into Spain and saying that he might cut them off, Friedrich Merz didn't really say anything. And then when he was picked up on it, he didn't wade into the criticism about Spain's stance on Iran, but he did say that they were trying to negotiate with Spain to up their contributions to NATO. Now, there has been criticism. We've heard from sources in Spain that they are really annoyed with the stance that Friedrich Merz took. One source told us Merz has an attitude not befitting a European leader who defends the unity of his partners. Now, in his own defence, after he'd met Donald Trump, Friedrich Merz took some questions from reporters on the ground, and they asked him about that, like, why didn't you defend him? And he said that he didn't see the point in escalating or prolonging the debate in a public forum. But he said that behind closed doors, he reminded Donald Trump that Spain is an EU member. And so if there was a trade war against them, they're actually part of bloc. So any decision had to be against the EU as a whole. So his stance is, I did stand up for both the UK and Spain behind closed doors. There was no point in having a huge public fight with Donald Trump, which you can kind of see the reasoning for if you think back to the Zelensky White House moments. However, the Spanish are not impressed.
I can imagine. Siobhan, thank you very much indeed.
We're going to have a quick look at the weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
The south and east look mostly fine into next week, while northern and western parts will see rain at times. There's already a little rain for parts of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland. Most other places, though, look dry. England and Wales will see early low cloud and fog slowly lifting this morning to leave plenty of sunshine by lunchtime. The East Midlands, the Welsh Marches and southwest England will remain grey the longest. Elsewhere, it'll stay rather cloudy with patchy rain becoming confined to Northern Ireland and Western Scotland. It'll be warmer than yesterday, but the wind will pick up.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
Coming up, I'm going to speak to one of my heroes, actually. The guy behind a kids' TV show that I think is one of the best fun and educational things on telly at the minute.
Okay, there's a lot of firing going on. Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir. Let's go. Watch way. Right, we're going to get in. Right, get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera. Turn around and go away. Okay, but listen, I told you 3 times.
They saw 2 guys, 2 bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy. That is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
Now, it's World Book Day tomorrow. If you are a parent of a child aged between 4 and 11, I do not need to tell you.
I don't know whether we know if we're going to go to readiness or not. I don't know if we look out for the crew.
I don't think they actually tell you, but I think my ex-husband was in the Navy and they had to go out to this bit to load up. You see where that train is?
Yeah. I think it's probably loading stuff onto it. There has been like another boat that's been taken out.
But I think
yeah, I mean, there's obviously activity.
It's much appreciated. Thank
Sky
you.
News Today is up after this.
This is Sky News Today. It's 10 o'clock, the headlines. Israel launches fresh strikes on Iranian command centres on day 5 of the Middle East operation. Smoke rises over Beirut with Hezbollah infrastructure targets hit by the Israeli Defence Forces. Iran fights back with attacks on Dubai and Saudi Arabia. Also this morning, Sir Keir Starmer to face fresh scrutiny in the Commons over his handling of the conflict after Donald Trump described him as no Churchill. And the scene live in Portsmouth, where the Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon is preparing to be sent to the region amid intensifying pressure over the UK-US special relationship. America reveals the names and faces of 4 US troops killed in the operation. And we'll be live at Heathrow Airport as stranded Brits prepare to be flown home from Oman on a government-chartered commercial flight later tonight. Good morning. Tehran has come under fresh attacks, with the Israeli military launching what's being described as a broad wave of strikes. The latest impact of the 5th day of the operation is being felt right across the region. Well, let's take you through the main developments so far. Iranian state television says explosions have been heard in the Iranian capital. They came at dawn, and the IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime. The attack comes ahead of Iran beginning 3 days of public mourning for the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed over the weekend. His casket is set to be displayed later today. Well, explosions have also been seen in Beirut, Lebanon's capital city, this morning after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages. Israel says its own air defences have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions heard around Jerusalem. And Iran is also hitting back beyond Israel. These images show a small fire which broke out near the US consulate in Dubai following a drone strike. Well, the US Secretary of State said all the consulate's personnel have been accounted for. And then the US State Department is urging all US citizens to evacuate Saudi Arabia and Oman due to safety risks. Well, yesterday, drone attacks hit Oman's Duqm commercial port and the US Embassy in Riyadh. And then today, the son of Iran's supreme leader is emerging as a frontrunner to replace him. The 56-year-old cleric has never held government office before, and then 2 sources have told Reuters news agency he survived the military strikes. Well, a short time ago, Israel's foreign minister has threatened whoever Iran selects to be the next supreme leader. He wrote this on X: every leader appointed by the Iranian terror regime to continue and lead the plan to destroy Israel, to threaten the United States and the free world and the countries of the region, and to suppress the Iranian people will be unequivocally targeted for elimination. And it does not matter what his name is or the place where he hides. Well, let's go live to Tel Aviv to bring in our correspondent Cordelia Lynch. Day 5, Cordelia, a sense that things are escalating. Morning.
Good morning to you. It is a dizzying litany of events that you've just read out there that give you a sense that this is the broadest conflict this region has ever seen. It is spreading, it is intensifying, and there is no sign of an off-ramp. Israel conducting what it describes as a wave of attacks on Iran. We've also seen an assault on southern Lebanon and in Beirut in the southern suburbs as well. A number of missiles and rockets fired there. And I think what we are beginning to see from Israel, at least, is an attempt to really expand, to reshape this region. They're in this for the long run. We don't have a sense of any timeline that's being established, any attempt to curtail this conflict. But there is pressure from the Gulf states because they are witnessing some real shifts, some real threats. They are firing back, but there is a cost associated, not least, of course, to civilians, but economically and politically to these states. We've seen embassies targeted. We've seen those shipping lanes, the oil industry massively hampered, soaring prices, and we will see that impact beginning to really emerge, I think, and intensify in the days to come. And so we're at this point now where everyone is looking to see what Donald Trump is willing to do. Now, this is not a man that has shown great appetite for prolonged conflicts. He's favoured more surgical strikes. He's always promised his base that he won't engage on boots on the ground and these kind of extended wars. But interestingly, news coming out of the United States from US officials today is there is some suggestion that they are having conversations with Kurdish militants in northern Iraq, finding a way to support them and an insurgency into Iran. So that would be boots on the ground and potentially a very complicated, very protracted civil war ahead, if indeed that does happen, potentially in the next few days. So this is a conflict that it's expanding and it's getting a lot more messy as well.
OK, Cordelia, thank you so much. We're going to talk more about this, including those Greek F-16 fighter jets that intercepted an object close to Cyprus airspace. Michael Clark will talk about that. We'll also talk about HMS Dragon Destroyer that's in Portsmouth at the moment. What more do we know about when that will arrive and the timeline of releasing it?
Oh, the MOD won't say. This morning, MOD were making an official statement. And when asked, how long will it take to get from Portsmouth to Cyprus, say, oh, it's an operational matter, we don't say. But I can tell you it'll take many days. So Portsmouth to Gibraltar is a couple of days. And then Gibraltar to Cyprus, Eastern Mediterranean, is another 3 days, even at really high cruising speeds. So let's say 5 to 6 days. But it may slow down on the way because it may need other things sent on board. There may be helicoptering supplies on board. Dragon is being made ready very quickly for this. It wasn't supposed to do this. It was on sea trials because it had engine refit issues and they got it sorted out, and it was on sea trials for its new engine fitting. So it wasn't supposed to be going anywhere for a while. And my guess is it'll leave Portsmouth and then they'll helicopter in, or Gibraltar, it'll pick up ammunition. For instance, the Navy keeps all of its big ammunition at Gibraltar. So it'll pick up ammunition there. But I imagine it might not be going full speed to Cyprus. So it'll be some days before it's offshore in Cyprus, where it can use its missiles. It has this Sea Viper missile system, which is very good. It's world-class stuff, firing Aster missiles. And the Sea Viper is very good at identifying lots of targets simultaneously and hitting them. So if it sits off Akrotiri, it will provide a really good cover. But it'll be a while before it gets there. And in the meantime, other ships will be doing the same job. There's 2 Greek frigates on the way. And a couple of French warships for the sake of Cyprus. President Kostadoulides of Cyprus specifically asked France for some help, and the French said, look, as an EU country, of course. So 2 French warships have left Toulon. The Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier is on its way. That was in the Atlantic, exercising with British ships recently, a British ship. And so that's on its way. So there'll be French and Greek ships there long before the Royal Navy gets there.
What do you make of allies moving faster than Britain, the British military?
Well, it's time and chance in the sense that the French can get there more quickly because they've got a base in Toulon, which is in the Mediterranean, so they've only got a couple of days sailing to go, a lot nearer than Portsmouth. The Greeks can get there very quickly because they're sailing mainly from Piraeus, and that's a day's sail. And so they can just get there quickly. But what's interesting, and I think humiliating for the Ministry of Defence, is that, that Akrotiri, RAF Akrotiri, is our most important overseas base, and it was left completely undefended, I think, because the MOD thought, look, Akrotiri is OK. We've got air defences there, we've got aircraft there, we've got radar systems there. And yet those aircraft and radar systems did not prevent a single drone getting through to put a small hole in the runway. I mean, the Ukrainians bring down hundreds of drones every night, and we didn't bring down one. So that's very humiliating. And then you've got the issue that here we are with our very important overseas base, and the Navy has had a lot of time to think about this and obviously decided it'll be all right. Don't worry, we didn't have a single ship in the Mediterranean. We only have one other ship in the whole region, which is HMS Middleton down in Bahrain, and that's due to be withdrawn, to be scrapped. It's due to be withdrawn this month. It's sitting alongside at the moment in Al Jafir. The other ship alongside in Al Jafir is the Lancaster, and the Lancaster is decommissioned. So it actually isn't doing anything. It's just empty. We have no presence in the Middle East other than one minesweeper that's about to be withdrawn, or mine countermeasure ship. Sure. And we're scrambling to send ships into the Mediterranean. So I think, although it's a small issue militarily, I suspect this is a pretty big issue in terms of domestic politics, because it shows, A, bad planning, B, lack of foresight. It's not, I don't think it's so much, it is the government's fault, but it's really the MOD's fault and the Admiralty's fault for, drawing its resources, which are so thin, into difficult waters. And I think politically this will run and run in the UK, because it's a symbol of how poor our defences have become. I think we'll hear a lot more on this, won't we, Michael, at PMQs later today. For now, thank you very much. What we should do now is go live to RAF Akrotiri and speak to our correspondent there, Alistair Bunkle. Alistair, bring us up to speed. What are you hearing where you are?
Well, at 9:30 this morning, 2 Greek F-16 fighter jets were scrambled to intercept at least one, although reports of 2 unidentified objects flying towards Cypriot airspace, believed to be drones, we think fired from Lebanon, probably by Hezbollah, the Iranian proxy. At the same time, at least 1 flight from Athens turned around and headed back to the Greek capital. The airspace remained open, but staff at the US Embassy in Nicosia were rushed down to the basement there. The all-clear has been given now, but after a lull of 24, 36 hours, because there were, as Michael was talking about there were drones fired at RAF Akrotiri on Sunday and on Monday. And incidentally, I should say, we don't know the target of the drones that came over this morning. Perhaps it was Akrotiri, perhaps it was somewhere else. But after a lull, it has resumed, and it's showing, to carry on from what Michael was saying, showing the vulnerability of this airbase. And there is definitely a feeling that the war with Iran didn't come entirely out of the blue. The American military had been, as we know, had been building up huge resources at sea and on land in the Middle East for many, many weeks. And this is a hugely important military asset. It has an American contingent based here as well. So, you know, the idea that Akrotiri would not be a target just because of the position taken by the British government not to get involved in the strikes on Iran, I think many people think was fanciful. And given how close it is to the Middle East, given the fact it's got US troops here, and also historically, you've got to remember that even if the British are not involved in the strikes on Iran, historically, because of Britain's involvement in Iran going through the last century, you know, Iranians do see Britain as an enemy. Maybe not quite to the same level as the Israelis and the Americans, but pretty much the next rung down. So I think there's a feeling that they've been left exposed here. And although the military personnel here will get on with their jobs, it is a posting where you have your families, and it puts them at risk, and they have been moved to other accommodation on the island where they are thought to be a bit safer.
OK, Alistair, for now, thank you. Alistair Bunkle there with the latest in Akrotiri outside that RAF base. There is more pressure on Sir Keir Starmer at PMQs this lunchtime. As I said, the PM will be questioned in the Commons over his decision on the Middle East war. Donald Trump has launched, well, a personal attack against him over the refusal to allow initial US strikes on Iran from British bases. Well, let's listen to the president's latest broadside.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Well, let's go live to Westminster. Our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, is standing by. Alex, what's your sense? Is this special relationship we all know between the UK and the US, is it really under strain?
It does seem like that with those latest comments from Donald Trump, really, doesn't it? He still seems very angry over the UK's initial refusal to grant the US access to those military bases. We have Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands and RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. Despite the U-turn that we've made on that, the anger has not subsided. The government's trying to play down, though, any tensions with the US, with James Murray, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. He was on our programme earlier. He was saying it's early days in this conflict and that the relationship remains strong, historic and long-lasting. And Keir Starmer too has been pretty unequivocal about his stance. He was saying just a couple of days ago it's his duty to judge what's in Britain's national interest and that he stands by that judgment. Now, we've got PMQs, Prime Minister's questions later on this afternoon. We can expect his judgment to be questioned on all sides. Those on the left broadly think that he's got this right, and we had the Lib Dems saying this morning that he should stand up to Trump, whereas those on the right think that the UK response is symbolic of a weak government and a weak Prime Minister. So once again, Donald Trump continuing to dominate the agenda here.
Alex, for now, thank you very much. And of course, as Alex said, we'll bring you full coverage of Prime Minister's questions right here on Sky News from midday. We'll be live in the Commons as Sir Keir Starmer gets to his feet, and will bring you full analysis from our team in Westminster and right across the Middle East. Do stay with us. Another topic to talk about, Spain's Prime Minister has doubled down on his opposition to the US and Israel's actions in Iran. He's accusing Donald Trump of playing Russian roulette with the lives of millions. Really interesting this. Let's bring in our correspondent, our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins. At Pedro Sanchez, he's been speaking, hasn't he, Siobhan? What's he said?
Yes, that's right. Ever since the US and Israel launched these strikes on Iran, it felt like, certainly for a few days, that Spain was a lone EU voice in questioning the legality of what was going on. Spain also then refused to let American forces use bases in the country as part of the military operations. And that defiance, as Donald Trump sees it, was rewarded essentially by Donald Trump yesterday, threatening Spain with a trade war. Well, the PM of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, has not sat quietly back. He's gone on television today for around 10 minutes to lay out Spain's case. And in 4 words, he essentially is saying Spain says no to war. So what he told the people was no to the breakdown of international law, no to assuming that the world can only solve its problems through conflicts involving bombs, and finally, no to repeating the mistakes of the past. Now, he made it clear by saying this, he isn't backing the Ayatollahs. He said that wasn't the case. However, he called on Iran, Israel and the US to stop. He looked back to the Iraq war and said 23 years ago, in his words, they were pulled by the US into a war which had the biggest global consequences since the fall of the Berlin Wall. He said this wasn't the way forward. So he was being extremely defiant. Another interesting sentence that he said is, it's unacceptable that leaders who are incapable of fulfilling their duties try to cover up their failure with the smoke of war. That is really pithy, but also really interesting, because who's he talking about? Is that directed at Trump, Netanyahu, Iran? He didn't name names, but really from Spain's point of view, it could be any of those. So he is standing firm, and actually he has had backing today. The EU Vice President, the EU Commission Vice President, has stood firmly in Spain's corner. Also, the Trade Commissioner, we heard last night from President Macron in France, who said that also they were looking at the strikes and agreed that they were outside international law and couldn't approve it. We understand from our sources that Macron is going to call Sanchez today to talk to him and show his allegiance, I guess. Now, what was interesting was in the room when Donald Trump made those threats was the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, and he was conspicuously quiet when that happened. He didn't say anything at all. And then a bit later in the news conference, he didn't lay into Spain on their position with Iran, but he did say that negotiations were ongoing to try and get Spain to contribute more money to NATO. Now, the Spanish are not happy. Some of our sources in the country have said Merz had an attitude not befitting European leaders who defend the unity of his partners. After the news conference with Donald Trump, Friedrich Merz spoke to reporters solo, and in that he said he didn't see the point in basically opening up an argument in a public arena, but he said behind closed doors he did defend the Spanish, reminding Donald Trump that they are an EU member, that they can't be isolated, that they will be treated in terms of trade as part of the EU. He also said, actually, interestingly, that he went into bat for the UK as well. But the Spanish are not happy at what they see as the disloyalty of the Germans on this position, and also standing firm against the US.
OK, Siobhan, thank you. Really good to talk. We're going to move on now, and we're heading for a break. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, of course, continued coverage of day 5 of the war across the Middle East.
is the highest chance of success. And that's what you're seeing play out right now.
Our US correspondent Mark Stone has been giving his analysis on the briefings he's received from the White House.
I just had a briefing from senior White House officials, two of them, speaking on background. They went into the detail of the negotiations which broke off and led to the military action at the weekend. And they said some interesting things. First, they said that Iran, basically could have been days or weeks away from a weapon if they would have put the effort into it, and they had all the capability to accomplish that. Second, Iran's proposal was like Swiss cheese because there were lots of holes that they were able to go through. And third, and I thought this was very interesting indeed, they said that they offered the Iranians free nuclear fuel for life to use for the civil nuclear program that Iran claims the enrichment was for. Essentially, America saying, fine, if it's really for civilian use, let us provide the right amounts of fuel. The Iranian response, we're told, was it is an assault to our dignity not to be allowed to enrich ourselves. Now, immediately following that briefing, the head of the IAEA, that's the nuclear watchdog, said, while there has been no evidence of Iran building a nuclear bomb, its large stockpile of near-weapons-grade enriched uranium and refusal to grant my inspectors full access are cause for serious concern. And he said, without access for inspectors, the agency will not be in a position to provide assurance that Iran's nuclear program is exclusively peaceful. At the heart of all this, America's decision to bomb, Britain's decision not to be part of it, is the imminence of the threat posed by Iran.
Mark Stone reporting there. Now, America's allies in the Middle East are reportedly pleading with Donald Trump to bring a swift end to the conflict. They're rapidly running out of ways to defend themselves and are counting the financial cost. As we know, Iran is launching attacks across the region, and the price of defending against them can be as much as 30 times the cost of Tehran to launch. Tom Clark explains.
All wars are expensive, but are the costs of America's attack on Iran financially and logistically unsustainable? Take a look at this. This is Iranian state-affiliated media showcasing vast stockpiles of low-cost but highly lethal Shahed drones. In response to America and Israel's attack on Iran, the regime launched hundreds of these against its attackers and their allies. But there's a huge mathematical mismatch between the cost of Iran's weapons and those used to defend against them. Take the UAE, for example. It's had amazing success in thwarting Iranian missile and drone attacks, claiming to have downed more than 90% of those fired at it in the first 3 days of the conflict. But a Shahed drone costs between $20,000 and $50,000. The missiles used to intercept them between $500,000 and $1.5 million. One analyst estimating it could have cost the UAE up to $750 million to thwart an attack of around 500 Shahed drones. That's 20 to 30 times more than it cost Iran to launch them.
The math clearly favors Iran in this strategy of attrition because they just have, we don't know exactly how many, Shahed drones they might have in their stockpiles, but it's much larger than the combined total of the stockpiles of interceptor missiles that are available. We're now seeing sort of a race between Israel and the United States trying to locate this drone infrastructure, to try to destroy it, to reduce the pressure on these interceptors versus Iran trying to keep it an active threat.
The UAE says it's got plenty of missile stockpiles to continue to defend itself, but it's been reported that America's allies in the Middle East are desperately trying to replenish their supplies of mainly US-made missile interceptors. The question is, will they be able to do that, given it looks like America may well be running out of ammo too? Take Tomahawk missiles, very effective and very expensive, being launched here from warships off Iran. It's estimated the US military's deployed up to 400 Tomahawk missiles to the Middle East, but that represents 10% of the 4,000-strong US arsenal. Stockpiles of THAAD missiles are thought to be seriously depleted too. America reported launching around 150 of them in its 12-day war with Iran in June last year. That represents about a quarter of its 600-plus stockpiles of that weapon.
We are using these interceptors at a rate that's much faster than you can possibly replace them. The problem is that increases your long-term strategic risk, particularly in other theaters.
America, of course, can always withdraw from the Middle East once it's run out of weapons. But analysts warn its peer adversaries are watching. If America depletes its arsenal through campaigns like this, what power would it have to deter Russia or China if they decided to lash out too? Tom Clark, Sky News.
OK, let's take a look at the weather now. In the Middle East, blasts have been seen across Beirut this morning. Hello again. We do have some breaking news for you. The UK government has updated its travel advice. It's warning people not to travel to Kuwait unless their journey is essential. Of course, this move follows tensions across the Middle East involving Iran. More on that as we get it. We do also have some other breaking news closer to home, and it's Jeremy Corbyn. He's tabling a bill to require parliamentary approval for foreign use of UK military bases. Let's get more on this. We'll cross live to our political correspondent, Alex Rogers. Alex, what do we know?
So this is obviously coming off the back of Keir Starmer's decision to allow the US to use our military bases, Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands and RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. Initially didn't allow the US to use them, but then went back on that decision. And this bill by Jeremy Corbyn is essentially saying that Parliament should get a say on the use of those bases. And interestingly, the bill is co-sponsored by Green MPs Ellie Chowns and Hannah Spencer. Hannah Spencer has just entered Parliament after just winning the by-election in Gorton and Denton that was very bruising for Labour. They came third behind Reform and the Greens. So I think it's showing that on the left, there are real fears that these bases are being used to sort of drag the UK into this escalating conflict. And we know it's not just Jeremy Corbyn who's a critic. There's the Lib Dems as well saying that these bases shouldn't be used without Parliament's approval. So Keir Starmer clearly under pressure from the left not to get involved in this escalating conflict, while receiving the opposite message from Reform and the Conservatives, who want him to be much stronger and who agree with Donald Trump that the special relationship has been put under strain by his actions.
OK, for now, Alex, thank you so much. And, of course, we'll bring you full coverage of Prime Minister's questions right here on Sky News from midday. We'll be live in the Commons as Sir Keir Starmer gets to his feet and bring you full analysis from our team in Westminster and, of course, right across the Middle East. Now, the government is chartering a commercial flight out of Oman this evening to get British nationals home. Let's go live to Heathrow Airport. Our correspondent Emma Birchley is there. Lots of people still talking about this because lots of people are still stranded, Emma.
Yeah, a huge number of people stranded across the region. You've got to think that Dubai is a hugely popular holiday destination. It's also somewhere that people often have a stopover or have a transit stop, you know, before getting their second flight on back to the UK. So there have been people who've been stranded in those circumstances. In particular, and they have been travelling, a lot of those holidaymakers, into Oman, where the airspace remains open. It's a 4.5-hour drive, and it is from Muscat in Oman that this government chartered flight will take off. It's about 7 p.m. UK time that it's due to depart, with the most vulnerable people given seats on that flight first. If you haven't got a ticket, if you haven't been confirmed on that flight, the advice is not to go to the airport. There are also rapid deployment teams sent by, or a team sent by the government to help provide support for British nationals there. And we know that the government is discussing trying to get more flights on with other airlines. There are no scheduled flights coming out of the region from the different airlines, but Emirates, for example, have got repatriation flights on. We've already seen one arrive here at Heathrow today. There is another due later. One has landed in Manchester. There's another due in Birmingham. Etihad has suspended all of its flights until 10 a.m. tomorrow at the earliest. But there is a flight from Abu Dhabi in the UAE due to arrive here later today. And just as the government has chartered a flight from Muscat, British Airways, which is not operating at all from the region, is, however, in Oman, where the airspace is open, putting on a flight tonight. It's due to leave at 10:30. What you have to understand, though, is that with these flights from Etihad, Emirates, BA, they are all for existing customers. So people who had tickets, who were due to fly home already and have not been able to. So there are many, many more people who are still stuck. And if you look at the example of being in Dubai, you might think, oh, well, you can still lounge by the pool. Well, people are being told they've got to stay in their hotel rooms. They can hear jets flying past, big loud booms. It is a very scary time for those people, and they are desperate to get home. And there will be many more flights needed to achieve that.
Emma, thank you. We have some more breaking news for you, because Qatar's defence ministry is saying that its air defence systems have intercepted 10 drones and 2 cruise missiles. They believe they were launched from Iran. Again, this is just the latest sign of the conflict spreading right across the region. And then the United Arab Emirates adding to this, saying that 8 drones fell inside the country coming from their defence ministry. So lots happening. We'll keep across all of that for you. In the meantime, let's hear from our correspondent Sally Lockwood, who is in Dubai, and she has this update.
Well, after a rather calm evening, there were a few hours where there was a lull yesterday evening. Things got very busy again around midnight, with emergency alerts and air raid sirens going off in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and an explosion at the American consulate here in Dubai. Videos circulating shortly after showing what looks like a drone flying in and then striking the US Embassy, and a big explosion. It's in a built-up area of the old city of Dubai, not far from the UK consulate, and it has really shocked and unsettled people here this morning. The American travel advice and the British travel advice has been updated. The US is urging its citizens to leave the UAE if they can do so safely, advising them that the Omani and Saudi borders are open, although congested. And I do know people who have made their way to the Oman border and are on their way there now to try and fly out. The British Embassy has made British citizens aware that some commercial flights have started again this morning, both with Emirates and Etihad out of Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and they are urging people who don't need to be in the UAE. They're saying if your presence here isn't essential, you may wish to consider leaving if you judge you can access these options safely. But both the American advice and the British advice is if you can't leave safely, then to shelter in place. Now, the British have a first evacuation flight leaving from Muscat this evening, and of course there are tens of thousands of British tourists wanting to get out. So it is quite an operation, and the British Embassy here is urging operators to make more commercial flights available. But of course, it's quite hard for them to predict exactly scheduling when we've got such a volatile situation with missile attacks every day at the moment.
Sally Lockwood there. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has admitted most of the people the US had in mind to replace the current Iranian regime are now dead. Our US correspondents Mark Stone and James Matthews say sources tell them the CIA could be working on a plan to arm Kurdish forces so they can lead a popular uprising in Iran.
I put that to a friend of mine who is a close watcher of all things Middle East, not a journalist, not a government type, but someone who for many years has been involved in the Middle East. And he said, not sure that's a smart idea, honestly. And then he said, it is true that the CIA has ties to Iranian Kurdish groups that go back a long way. And I wonder, James, if this report is correct, is it the beginning of boots on the ground? Does boots on the ground mean CIA plus the Kurds?
Well, two things, Mark. You mentioned it was a good idea. It's actually an old idea. Of course, it goes back to the war against Iraq when the Kurds were encouraged by the United States, and it was all one army together until the Americans took a step back and told them, you're on your own. And Saddam Hussein, of course, went in and routed them. So I think the Kurds, the notion of the Kurds being encouraged by the Americans to put boots on the ground, I think that has to be a big no-no.
And you can get more analysis from our team in Washington. Just listen to our Trump 100 podcast. Scan the QR code. It's on the screen right now. We're heading for a break. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we'll continue to cover the crisis across the Middle East. But in particular, in the next hour, we're going to be talking about the economic fallout of what we're seeing in places like Beirut.
OK, there's a lot of firing going on.
Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir.
Let's go. Watch, wait. Right, we're going to get in. Right, get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera, turn around and go away. Thank you very much.
Okay, but
Listen, I told you 3 times.
They saw 2 guys, 2 bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
But that is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
free wherever you get your news. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Some breaking news to bring you. We're hearing from state media in Iran that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and his farewell ceremony, has been cancelled or delayed for today. The schedule's been announced that it was happening later today in Iran. There were 3 days of public mourning and his casket was going to be on display. But that ceremony, we're being told, according to state media in Iran, has been postponed. He died and he was killed in strikes led by the US and Israel on Saturday. Now, the economic consequences of the war, well, they're being felt right around the world and they're being felt in the markets. The economic impact will depend on the length of the conflict, of course, the damage, and whether energy costs increase and whether they're temporary or they last.
We'll start with this. This is showing you the wholesale gas price in the UK, the month-ahead gas price, which is typically the one that your bills are based on, but not immediately. So anything happening here won't affect you potentially until the second half of the year. Look at what has just happened here. In the past 2 days, that is up by 98%. Basically, it has doubled over the past 2 days. And 2 things to note here. First of all, obviously, that looks very scary and very high. Worth saying, if I take the same data and kind of go back, not just the past year, but go all the way back to 2021, what you can see here, that rise, which is basically what I've just shown you there with a different axis, that's the highest since late 2022, but it's nothing like what we saw in the early years of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, the rate at which it's changing is pretty much unprecedented. So I want to do the same thing, same data, but rather than looking at the overall levels, this is just looking at the extent to which it changes over any kind of 48-hour period. So, you know, it's up, down, all the time. But here's what's significant. The latest 48 hours, the rise over that period, basically doubling, is the biggest two-day increase that we have seen ever. So it's actually bigger than any two-day period in the first 2 years of the Ukraine war. So levels are much lower for the time being, thankfully, but the rise is much quicker, much more of a shock on the system. And of course, the big question is now, how long does that last? But what we do know is, if it lasts a while, it's going to have a bearing on everything else. And here's one way of thinking about that. We've just had these latest numbers from the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, about inflation in the UK. They are based on the assumption that gas prices, this is kind of a forward curve for gas prices, as known, the gas prices stay low. So that's what's baked into the latest forecast from the government. But this is what's just happened. So the price curve has changed completely, suggesting prices are, going pretty much through the roof and then potentially coming down in 2028 or so. And based on that, you have to look at numbers like this. These are the latest inflation forecasts. So that the blue bar is last time around, red bar is this time around. And basically, well, look, inflation's really flat based on this. But if that's not the case, if energy prices push it up, it could be very different indeed. This is showing you kind of one estimate of that. It's from Capital Economics, and they've basically taken their inflation forecast and said, well, look, let's think about a few scenarios. Let's imagine that there is an energy price shock, but it's temporary. Doesn't change things all that much. Inflation still stays close to that dotted line, 2%, which is the Bank of England's forecast. If it's a bigger shock, so energy prices kind of going higher, then, yeah, it's a little bit higher. If it's a longer-lasting shock, then you're not talking about 2%. You're talking about maybe getting towards 3%. All of which is why, this has a bearing on everything, on our livelihoods, on interest rates as well, and it means that the energy price shock we might be just about to live through could have serious consequences.
OK, we're going to speak to Jess Wellston now, Head of Energy at the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit. Thanks so much for joining us, Jess. We're hearing there from Ed Conway. The conflict has only been going on for a few days, and we'll see that short-term spike, won't we, in energy prices. Your thoughts on the longer it goes on and what we're likely to see?
Yeah, well, of course, disruption has already happened right across the Middle Eastern region, and that's problematic for the world's supply of oil and gas. So Qatar, for example, produces around a fifth of the world's liquefied natural gas, LNG, which is essentially gas frozen and then put on ships and shipped right across the world. Now, lots of the customers of that LNG are actually in Asia, so the likes of India and China. But if that supply is disrupted, then more supplies from other countries such as the US could be diverted from their usual customers like us and like Europe to go over to Asia, and therefore our supply is disrupted as well. So there's a lot of nervousness and a lot of uncertainty in the market, which is being baked into those prices, and that's causing the really high spike that Ed's just run through. But of course, if this conflict does go on for weeks and months longer, which unfortunately looks quite likely at this point, certainly for weeks, then that means that those high prices could remain for longer, and that'll drip down into what we pay.
And there has been lots of talk, hasn't there, Jess, around renewables. What's your opinion on whether we've moved fast enough in that direction?
Well, there's also been lots of calls for reopening of the North Sea or even fracking in the UK. And that's really a red herring when it comes to this energy crisis, because unfortunately, the North Sea doesn't make any difference to the prices that are paid on those international markets because they're so intertwined with what's happening globally. And at the end of the day, the gas that's gotten out of the North Sea isn't owned by the British public. It's owned by the oil and gas companies, and they just sell it to the highest bidder, whether that's Europe or Asia or somewhere else. So they won't help with prices. But on the other hand, we do have renewables, which are already lowering wholesale prices of electricity. Last year, wind in the UK lowered the wholesale electricity price by around a third. So we know that they're already helping to lower prices, and it's really about stability, because we know that those British renewables are British, and once you put them in, you don't have to pay another country for the wind and the sun, whereas with gas plants, obviously, you have to pay another country for that gas. So renewables are really about energy security at this point and about lowering bills in the longer term.
For households already feeling the strain, Jess, after that last energy crisis when we're talking about Ukraine and Russia war there and what that caused for so many people, what's the realistic risk of what we're seeing now and how much people will be expected to pay in their bills in the coming months? What's your thoughts there?
Of course, people are still feeling the after effects from the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the previous gas crisis. And this is really unwelcome news for a lot of people who've got energy debt. They're still struggling with high bills and the high cost of living caused by that inflation spike, which was largely driven by that gas crisis. So it really feels like one crisis on top of another. And that's problematic because the UK had to shell out 180 billion after the last gas crisis across the economy. That was the cost of the gas crisis. And unfortunately, if we see this conflict in the Middle East continue, we could be facing similar situations. It massively depends on how long it goes on for. But we'll see those impacts in the gas bills that we pay because so many of us have gas boilers. We'll see those impacts in our electricity bills because we still get around 40% of our gas electricity generated from gas. And also we'll see it in the petrol prices too.
OK, we'll leave it there. Jess, a really interesting conversation. Thanks so much. Now, Nigel Farage has been speaking. He's referenced those words from Donald Trump when he said Sir Keir Starmer was no Winston Churchill. Let's have a listen.
Well, to say he's no Churchill is quite an understatement, really, I would have thought. I mean, the man has dithered. He's all over the place. He's not a leader. He's a follower. His performance has been abject over the course of the last few days, added to which we haven't even got a Royal Navy that's serviceable anymore. So I'm not surprised he said what he said. Look, there are times to say no to the Americans, absolutely. You know, we should have said no a couple of times in the last 25 years. And, of course, because Saddam Hussein didn't pose any direct threat to this country, they had to invent a threat. I would argue in the case of Iran, since the 7th of October, this country has fundamentally changed as a result of terrorism funded by Iran. And frankly, if this operation stops Iran getting a nuclear weapon, it would have been worth it. And I believe that very, very strongly.
OK, the latest there from Nigel Farage. Let's take a look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
High pressure drifting eastwards will bring a mild southerly flow to much of England and Wales, but it will also open the door to Atlantic rain for the north and west. For now, any remaining mist and fog over East Anglia and the southeast should lift and clear, although coastal areas will stay rather grey. Elsewhere, there will be some good sunny spells with temperatures in the warmer spots reaching 17 or 18 Celsius, several degrees above average for this time of year. This is Sky News Today. It's 11 o'clock, the headlines. Israel launches fresh strikes on Iranian command centres on day 5 of the Middle East operation. Smoke rises over Beirut with Hezbollah infrastructure targets hit by the Israeli Defence Forces. Iran fights back with attacks on Dubai and Saudi Arabia. Also this morning, Sir Keir Starmer to face fresh scrutiny in the Commons over his handling of the conflict after Donald Trump described him as no Churchill. And of course, we'll bring you all the latest live ahead of Prime Minister's questions at midday. And ministers prepare to deploy the Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon to the region as the UK and US special relationship comes under new pressure. Good morning. Tehran has come under fresh attacks, with the Israeli military launching what it's described as a broad wave of strikes. The attacks throughout the region are continuing. In the last few minutes, Qatar has said it's intercepted 10 drones and 2 cruise missiles that were launched from Iran. But let's take you through the main developments so far. Iranian state television says those explosions in the Iranian capital came at dawn, and the IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime. The attack comes ahead of Iran beginning 3 days of public mourning for Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed over the weekend. His casket is set to be displayed in the capital later today. Well, explosions have also been seen in Beirut, Lebanon's capital city, this morning, after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages. Israel says its own air defences have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions heard around Jerusalem. And Iran is also hitting back beyond Israel. These images show a small fire which broke out near the US consulate in Dubai following a drone strike. The US Secretary of State said all the consulate's personnel have been accounted for. And then the US State Department is urging all US citizens to evacuate Saudi Arabia and Oman due to safety risks. Yesterday, drone attacks hit Oman's Duqm commercial port and the US Embassy in Riyadh. Well, today, the son of Iran's supreme leader is emerging as a frontrunner to replace him. The 56-year-old cleric has never held government office before, and 2 sources told Reuters news agency he survived the military strikes. Well, Israel's foreign minister has threatened whoever Iran selects to be the next supreme leader. He said it on X. Every leader appointed by the Iranian terror regime to continue and lead the plan to destroy Israel, to threaten the United States and the free world and the countries of the region, and to suppress the Iranian people will be unequivocal targets for elimination. It does not matter what his name is or the place where he hides. And let's just bring you a breaking update. We've also learned in the last few minutes or so that a farewell ceremony for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, it's been postponed. That's according to state media. A new schedule is expected to be announced later today. Well, our correspondent Cordelia Lynch has the latest for you from Tel Aviv.
It is a dizzying litany of events that you've just read out there that give you a sense that this is the broadest conflict this region has ever seen. It is spreading, it is intensifying, and there is no sign of an off-ramp. Israel conducting what it describes as a wave of attacks on Iran. We've also seen an assault on southern Lebanon and in Beirut in the southern suburbs as well. A number of missiles and rockets fired there. And I think what we are beginning to see from Israel, at least, is an attempt to really expand, to reshape this region. They're in this for the long run. We don't have a sense of any timeline that's being established, any attempt to curtail this conflict. But there is pressure from the Gulf states because they are witnessing some real shifts, some real threats. They are firing back, but there is a cost associated, not least, of course, to civilians, but economically and politically to these states. We've seen embassies targeted. We've seen those shipping lanes, the oil industry massively hampered, soaring prices, and we will see that impact beginning to really emerge, I think, and intensify in the days to come. And so we're at this point now where everyone is looking to see what Donald Trump is willing to do. Now, this is not a man that has shown great appetite for prolonged conflicts. He's favoured more surgical strikes. He's always promised his base that he won't engage on boots on the ground in these kind of extended wars. But interestingly, news coming out of the United States from US officials today is there is some suggestion that they are having conversations with Kurdish militants in northern Iraq, finding a way to support them and an insurgency into Iran. So that would be boots on the ground and potentially a very complicated, very protracted civil war ahead, if indeed that does happen, potentially in the next few days. So this is a conflict that it's expanding and it's getting a lot more messy as well.
Cordelia Lynch there, joined in the studio now by our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. There is so much going on, Michael, but what I wanted to start with is those overnight strikes that we've been talking about, and also the sense of anger from Iran's allies about them also being dragged into this. We haven't spoken much about that. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, the Iranians are doing what they claim they would do, which is to, set fire to the region. They said they said the region will go on fire if you attack us. They said that last week, and that's what they're trying to create. And apart from Oman, and they did attack Oman. They said mistakenly, Duqm. They've really attacked everybody else. They've concentrated in particular on Saudi Arabia. They've really gone towards Qatar because that's the big American base at Al Udeid, also British forces there at Qatar, a small British, well, up to a few hundred British contingent at Qatar, at the Al Udeid base. But Qatar has been traditionally a friend of Iran. I mean, they've been, a country that's trying to explain Iranian policy to everybody else. They've tried to be a bit of a mediator. And the Iranians are really going for Qatar, not because they object to the Qataris government, but because they host a big American base. So the Iranians, have taken the gloves off. And here we are, they've struck from Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean right through to Oman. So the whole of the region has been struck. And look, as I always keep saying, look at the neighbours to Iran on the other side, Afghanistan and Pakistan. They're involved in a war at the moment, which the Pakistan Minister of Defence said is a war against Afghanistan. So we've got a major war. The American and Israeli attack on Iran is one war. To the east, there is a Pakistan-Afghan war. And to the west, there is a separate but related war between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. So we've got one central war and two peripheral wars on the edge with different agendas. So this is a very inflamed region at the moment. And, there is the British base in Akrotiri, Cyprus, the most important base. It's our most important overseas base that this week has been left pretty well undefended.
And HMS Dragon, it's on its way. When will it arrive?
6 days. I've been working. The MOD won't say, but I worked it out that it's 2,600 miles from Portsmouth via the Strait of Gibraltar to Cyprus. Average, high-ish cruising speed. You wouldn't go absolutely top speed because you use up all your fuel, but average speed of say 18 knots. That's 150 hours sailing. So if it sails day and night for 150 hours, 6 days. So we won't see Dragon there until sort of Tuesday next week. Now, in the meantime, we've got aircraft there, so there are more Typhoons there. There are F-35s there. The MOD they've sent more kit for ground-based air defence and more radars. But they were sitting there before the weekend, and they still didn't stop a single drone getting through. 3 drones were fired over the weekend. 2 of them fell short, so weren't intercepted, and 1 got through and hit the runway, made a small hole in the runway.
So when HMS Dragon does arrive in the waters close to Cyprus, what's on board? What's the defence capabilities there?
Well, what these destroyers do, and they're very good, these Type 45s. I mean, we've only got 6 of them, and 3 of them are laid up at the moment. We've got 3 available at sea in different jobs. But they're very good. And what they have is called a Sea Viper system, which fires Aster missiles. They're made by MBDA. And they can engage lots of targets simultaneously, so they can see what's around, and they don't get easily confused. They can pick out the targets, go for the ones they need to, leave the ones that don't need to be worried about. So it's a very good system. Interestingly, the Greek frigate that's being sent, the Kimon, brand new Greek frigate, one of a group of 4, that has the same system. Ours is called Sea Viper, theirs is called Silver, but it uses the same MBDA Aster missiles. Whether their Silver system is as good in radar terms and battle terms as our Sea Viper, I don't know. But if they fire Aster missiles, then they're pretty good. So the Kimon, the Greek frigate, which will be there, I think, tonight or tomorrow, will be very able. The French are sending 2 warships from Toulon, and they will have their own systems. We don't know quite what they are yet, and we don't know quite what ships they're sending. And the Charles de Gaulle, the aircraft carrier, which was on British-French manoeuvres in the Atlantic, that's going through the Strait of Gibraltar, and that will carry its own ships and a lot of its own air defences as well. So there's quite a lot of air defence will be turning up off the coast of Cyprus, and more aircraft, F-16 aircraft from Greece, back using Akrotiri, using our base. So there'll be a lot of stuff going on at Akrotiri in the next few days, but Dragon won't get there until next week.
And I wonder then, with that delay, whether militarily there'll be any fallout. What's your sense of...
Domestically, I think there will. I mean, this doesn't look good. militarily, this is not so serious.
Sure.
I mean, one drone got through, put a bit of a hole in the runway.
But the optics are not
repaired
great.
that within a couple of hours at most. So it won't do anything to affect Akrotiri's operation. But the embarrassment factor and the idea that this war has been coming for a while, I mean, it was at least a week in anticipation, more than a week, and we left Akrotiri with just air defence, which didn't seem to make any difference in the event. And the fact that we had no Navy ships in the Mediterranean at all during this period, which I think is the first time that I can tell since the Battle of the Nile in 1799.
Oh,
I mean, the Royal Navy came with Nelson's Battle of the Nile. I mean, came back into the Mediterranean in 1799, never left it since, until now. So there it is. We've got one other ship in the region, which is HMS Middleton, which is a mine hunter, counter-mine vessel in Bahrain, at Al Jafir in Bahrain, but that's due to be withdrawn and scrapped. It's sitting there at the moment. And the Lancaster, the frigate Lancaster, is sitting in Al Jafir, which has been decommissioned. So it's like it's an empty ship. So it's just there. And again, I suppose it would be embarrassing if that got hit by a missile. Well, it won't matter because it's only scrap metal now. It's waiting to be taken for scrap metal. But the appearance that the British Navy has got nothing to offer is not great. Now, the Navy would say, look, we do this all through different ways. We're transformative. We've got robots. We've got intelligence. We've got all sorts of other things. We've got our Royal Marines who are excellent, all that sort of stuff. That's true. But nothing, nothing beats a ship for presence and for the ability to actually bring weapons to bear at the time when you really need them. And I think the Navy's trying to, from the statements I've seen in the last 12 hours or so, the Navy's trying to make the best of this, but I think it'll be hard for them. This is going to be a big political issue within Britain, because it seems to symbolise the threadbare nature of our current defence.
Yeah, really interesting. The optics around this, everything's at stake. Michael, thank you for now. Really appreciate that. In just under an hour's time, Sir Keir Starmer will take to the dispatch box at PMQs to defend his decisions over the Middle East operation. Everything me and Michael have been talking about. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, well, he's launched a personal attack against the Prime Minister over the refusal to allow initial US strikes on Iran from British bases. Let's listen to the President's latest broadside.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Well, a short time ago, the Reform UK leader Nigel Farage gave his thoughts about those comments.
Well, to say he's no Churchill is quite an understatement, really, I would have thought. I mean, the man has dithered, he's all over the place, he's not a leader, he's a follower. His performance has been abject over the course of the last few days, added to which we haven't even got a Royal Navy that's serviceable anymore. So I'm not surprised he said what he said. Look, there are times to say no to the Americans, absolutely. You know, we should have said no a couple of times in the last 25 years. And, of course, because Saddam Hussein didn't pose any direct threat to this country, they had to invent a threat. I would argue in the case of Iran, since the 7th of October, this country has fundamentally changed as a result of terrorism funded by Iran. And frankly, if this operation stops Iran getting a nuclear weapon, it would have been worth it.
Well, let's go to Westminster and speak to our political correspondent, Alex Rogers. So huge pressure now on Sir Keir Starmer ahead of PMQs, Alex.
Yes, and I think those latest comments by Donald Trump are providing the perfect ammunition for Keir Starmer's opponents, such as Nigel Farage and the Conservatives, who want the Prime Minister to take a much tougher, much more proactive stance on what's going on in Iran. But equally, the Prime Minister is aware of the feeling on his own backbenches. There's much more unease there about getting dragged into this escalating conflict. So clearly, the special relationship is very much under strain, despite the government trying to play that down and saying it's still historic, it's still secure, and it's still going strong.
And Alex, while you're there, can you tell us a bit more about Jeremy Corbyn? He's tabled a bill, hasn't he? What's this all about?
Yes, so he's just recently tabled a parliamentary bill that would require parliamentary approval for foreign use of UK military bases. Now, that obviously comes off the back of Keir Starmer changing his mind and allowing the US to use our bases, Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands and RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. And interestingly, that bill is co-sponsored by two Green MPs, Ellie Chowns and Hannah Spencer. And Hannah Spencer has just entered Parliament off the back of the Gorton and Denton by-election, which was very bruising for Labour. They came third after the Greens and Reform. So a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer to appease his side, but also his opponents and America, who want him to go much further than he is currently.
OK, we'll leave it there. Alex, really appreciate that. And, of course, we'll bring you full coverage of Prime Minister's questions right here on Sky News from midday. We'll be live in the Commons as Sir Keir Starmer gets to his feet, and we'll bring you full coverage from our team in Westminster and right across the Middle East. Now, we were speaking about this earlier with Michael. Greek F-16 jets have intercepted a suspected object close to the airspace over Cyprus. Let's get more on this with our correspondent Alistair Bunkle, who has this update from RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus.
Well, at 9:30 this morning, two Greek F-16 fighter jets were scrambled to intercept at least one, although reports of two unidentified objects flying towards Cypriot airspace, believed to be drones, we think fired from Lebanon, probably by Hezbollah, the Iranian proxy. At the same time, at least one flight from Athens turned around and headed back to the Greek capital. The airspace remained open, but staff at the US Embassy in Nicosia were rushed down to the basement there. The all-clear has been given now, but after a lull of 24, 36 hours, there were drones fired at RAF Akrotiri on Sunday and on Monday. And incidentally, I should say, we don't know the target of the drones that came over this morning. Perhaps it was Akrotiri, perhaps it was somewhere else. But after a lull, it has resumed, and it's showing the vulnerability of this airbase. And there is definitely a feeling that the war with Iran didn't come entirely out of the blue. The American military had been, as we know, had been building up huge resources at sea and on land in the Middle East for many, many weeks. And this is a hugely important military asset. It has an American contingent based here as well. So, you know, the idea that Akrotiri would not be a target just because of the position taken by the British government not to get involved in the strikes on Iran, I think many people think was fanciful. And given how close it is to the Middle East, given the fact it's got US troops here. And also, historically, you've got to remember that even if the British are not involved in the strikes on Iran, historically, because of Britain's involvement in Iran going through the last century, you know, Iranians do see Britain as an enemy. Maybe not quite to the same level as the Israelis and the Americans, but pretty much the next rung down. So I think there's a feeling that they've been left exposed here. And although the military personnel here will get on with their jobs, it is a posting where you have your families, and it puts them at risk, and they have been moved to other accommodation on the island where they are thought to be a bit safer.
OK, let's bring you some more breaking news now. The Israeli Defence Forces have just given an update on the operation in Iran. Let's take a listen.
I think that in recent days, in the recent period, and especially in the last few days, we see how much Iran is a regional and international problem and threat, just as it is a threat to Israel. It's not just an Israeli problem, but a problem for the entire region. They have intensified their attacks in recent days on Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, on civilians, citizens of Arab countries, and also on citizens of the State of Israel. This shows that Iran is a regime of terror. We are seeing a decrease over the days. We're starting the 5th day of the operation, the campaign. We are seeing the decrease in the number of launches from Iran. Iran still has capabilities to strike Israel, and we will continue to hunt them down and destroy them. The Air Force at this moment is together with the American military, the US Air Force, over Iranian skies, hunting launches and destroying them. As time goes on, we will destroy more capabilities, and the number of attacks on the State of Israel will decrease. I can say that so far we have hit many dozens of launches and will continue to do so.
Spain's Prime Minister has doubled down in his opposition to the US and Israel's actions in Iran. He's accusing Donald Trump of playing Russian roulette with the lives of millions. Our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins has the latest.
Ever since the US and Israel launched these strikes on Iran, it felt like, certainly for a few days, that Spain was a lone EU voice in questioning the legality of what was going on. Spain also then refused to let American forces use bases in the country as part of the military operations. And that defiance, as Donald Trump sees it, was rewarded essentially by Donald Trump yesterday, threatening Spain with a trade war. Well, the PM of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, has not sat quietly back. He's gone on television today for around 10 minutes to lay out Spain's case. And in 4 words, he essentially is saying Spain says no to war. So what he told the people was no to the breakdown of international law, no to assuming that the world can only solve its problems through conflicts involving bombs, and finally, no to repeating the mistakes of the past. Now, he made it clear by saying this, he isn't backing the Ayatollahs. He said that wasn't the case. However, he called on Iran, Israel and the US to stop. He looked back to the Iraq war and said 23 years ago, in his words, they were pulled by the US into a war which had the biggest global consequences since the fall of the Berlin Wall. He said this wasn't the way forward. So he was being extremely defiant. Another interesting sentence that he said is, it's unacceptable that leaders who are incapable of fulfilling their duties try to cover up their failure with the smoke of war. That is really pithy, but also really interesting, because who's he talking about? Is that directed at Trump, Netanyahu, Iran? He didn't name names, but really from Spain's point of view, it could be any of those. So he is standing firm, and actually he has had backing today. The EU Vice President, the EU Commission Vice President, has stood firmly in Spain's corner. Also the Trade Commissioner, we heard last night from President Macron in France, who said that also they were looking at the strikes and agreed that they were outside international law and couldn't approve it. We understand from our sources that Macron is going to call Sanchez today to talk to him and show his allegiance, I guess. Now, what was interesting was in the room when Donald Trump made those threats was the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, and he was conspicuously quiet when that happened. He didn't say anything at all. And then a bit later in the news conference, he didn't lay into Spain on their position with Iran, but he did say that negotiations were ongoing to try and get Spain to contribute more money to NATO. Now, the Spanish are not happy. Some of our sources in the country have said Merz had an attitude not befitting European leaders who defend the unity of his partners. After the news conference with Donald Trump, Friedrich Merz spoke to reporters solo, and in that he said he didn't see the point in basically opening up an argument in a public arena, but he said behind closed doors he did defend the Spanish, reminding Donald Trump that they are an EU member, that they can't be isolated, that they will be treated in terms of trade as part of the EU. He also said, actually, interestingly, that he went into bat for the UK as well, but the Spanish are not happy at what they see as the disloyalty of the Germans on this position, and also standing firm against the US.
This is Sky News Today. Coming up in the next hour, after a short break, we'll be live across the region as tensions all across the Middle East remain high. And then PMQs from midday. How much pressure is the Prime Minister facing? We'll delve into that. Stay with us here on Sky News. OK, we want to bring you some latest pictures from another strike in Lebanon. In the neighbourhood of Harat Arit, of course, we've been reporting all morning about Lebanon experiencing strikes, Israeli attacks on Hezbollah positions across Beirut and the region. OK, that's the latest there in Lebanon, closer to home, and the Prime Minister has just left 10 Downing Street.
Is your special relationship with President Trump dead, Prime Minister? Has the British Navy become a laughingstock? When are you going to get Brits home?
So PMQs will start at 12 o'clock. We'll have full analysis here, and big questions that the Prime Minister will be facing is Britain's role as the crisis in the Middle East deepens. We'll have more on that for you later. But let's take a look at the weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Now, high pressure drifting eastwards will bring a mild southerly flow to much of England and Wales, and it will also open up the door to Atlantic rain for the north and west. And then for now, any remaining mist and fog over East Anglia and the southeast, it should lift and clear, although coastal areas will stay grey. Elsewhere, there will be some good sunny spells with temperatures in the warmer spots reaching around 17 or 18 Celsius, several degrees above average for this time of year. Scotland and Ireland will be cooler and increasingly cloudy with a few outbreaks of showery rain, and winds will freshen there too. And then overnight, rain, heavy at times, will spread across Ireland and the far west of the UK mainland. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll continue to bring you the very latest from the Middle East as tensions in the region rise. And the Prime Minister has just left Downing Street to attend the Prime Minister's questions. Hello again. Let's take you through the main developments so far in the Middle East as we know it. Now, Tehran has come under fresh attacks, with the Israeli military launching what it's described as a broad wave of strikes. Now, the attacks throughout the region, they're continuing. In the last hour or so, Qatar has said it's intercepted 10 drones and 2 cruise missiles that were launched from Iran. Well, Iranian state television says those explosions in the capital, they came at dawn, and the IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime. Explosions have also been seen in Beirut, Lebanon's capital city, this morning after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for around 16 villages, we know. Israel says its own air defences have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions also heard around Jerusalem. And then Iran is also hitting back beyond Israel. The images you're seeing now, a small fire which broke out near the US consulate in Dubai. This was following a drone strike. Meanwhile, the US Secretary of State said all the consulate's personnel, they have been accounted for. And the US State Department is urging all US citizens to evacuate Saudi Arabia and Oman. This is due to safety risks. Yesterday, drone attacks hit Oman's commercial port and the US Embassy in Riyadh too. Well, today, interesting development. The son of Iran's supreme leader is emerging as a frontrunner to replace him. He's 56 years old. The cleric has never held government office before. And then two sources have told Reuters news agency that he survived the military strikes. And then, a short time ago, Israel's foreign minister has threatened whoever Iran selects to be the next supreme leader. Posting this on X, let me read it. Every leader appointed by the Iranian terror regime to continue and lead and plan to destroy Israel, to threaten the United States and the free world and the countries of the region, and to suppress the Iranian people will be an unequivocal target for elimination. It does not matter what his name is or or the place where he hides. And then this morning, we also learned that a farewell ceremony for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been postponed. That's according to state media. A new schedule is expected to be announced later today. And then also, let's bring you those latest pictures we saw a short time ago. Another strike in Lebanon. In a strike there in a densely populated neighbourhood, Herat Arit, we believe. Let's draw in all of this. Lots to get through. With me in the studio, I'm pleased to say, is our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark, and Tara Kongalu, global affairs journalist and author too of the book Heartbeat of Iran. Lots to get through. Michael, let's start with you. The United States reporting over 2,000 targets have been hit. We saw overnight strikes on Lebanon, in Beirut too, in the capital, and then that latest strike there in the neighbourhood. What's your assessment of the operation and the strategy so far?
Well, the American strategy is to hit everything what they can, and they're working through a target set. So they did the thing that you'd expect in initial attacks. The process is known as SEAD, suppression of enemy air defences, so that it lays it open, and then they work through the target set. And the Israelis are doing the same to a slightly different target set, I have to say. And the Americans say they've hit 2,000 targets, roughly. The Iranians have hit about 1,000 targets. So the Iranians are actually, in a sense, responding in kind. And I was looking recently at some figures. I mean, they've been throwing, at Qatar and the UAE, they've been throwing into the hundreds of ballistic missiles. You know, not 50 drones and 6 ballistic missiles, but some hundreds of ballistic missiles, over 100, and, 60 and 80 drones. So the Iranians are hitting back with a lot of what they've got. And, of course, we don't know how long they can continue to do that for. So in one sense, because this is now much more widespread than we expected, or than the Americans expected, and it's clearly not going to be over in 2 or 3 days, and 4 or 5 weeks is now, well, one of the things that the President has said, it, in a sense, becomes a sort of mini battle of attrition as to who can carry on for longest with these sorts of numbers. Now, logically, the Iranians have got a finite number, the Americans have got a much greater number, but we know the Americans are already looking over their shoulder at whether they're going to be dipping into their reserve stocks, the stocks they keep of everything, for the Indo-Pacific and Taiwan and all of the other issues that worry them about their relationship with China.
Yeah, really interesting, isn't it, Tara? 2,000 targets across Iran. Do we know, and I know it's really difficult to get these types of numbers, the death toll inside Iran, is that really difficult to get a grip on?
Indeed, because very few international correspondents are working in Iran. And of course, the state TV and outlets have not been reliable over the years. But Iran's Red Crescent is saying the death toll is surpassing 700, and over 150 cities across the country have been hit. And I know we saw images in Beirut, and the way I describe Tehran, because I know the city very well, is Tehran is as dense as Beirut, but just make it 100 times bigger. It's a city of 9 million, 16 million, including the surrounding areas. So as targeted and strategic that these airstrikes have been, most certainly taking out government officials, I think the IDF said more than 40 individuals have been taken out, but still, Leia, the ordinary people are being affected. Everyday fabric of life is being affected because for every building that's hit, next to it, there's a restaurant, there's a shop, there's a cafe, there are apartment buildings, schools, hospitals. And this is a population that has already been repressed for years and is also living in perhaps one of the worst economic conditions. Their purchasing power is at the lowest. So people right now in Iran are really thinking where their next meal is coming. And Leia, in the words of someone I spoke with earlier, and even before, this is a sentiment that keeps repeating itself, is that we are caught between the lunacy of a repressive regime that never had our best interests at heart, and now the pounding strikes of foreign powers that we really don't know their plan or what they have in store for us. So it's an extremely precarious moment for ordinary people in Iran.
And just on a logistical issue, I mean, as you said, Tara, Tehran, Greater Tehran is about 16 million people.
Indeed.
That's about twice the size of Greater London. So think of, London times 2 is the sort of area you're talking about, and densely populated.
And if I may jump in quickly, because we were showing messages from the IDF telling people to evacuate, go here and there. I want our viewers to understand that there is no internet connection. Phone lines are not working. So people don't have access to these messages. And the idea of folks being warned without even seeing, where would they go? And, 16 million people, where would they escape to? And mind you that this is just Tehran. We have Isfahan, Mashhad, Tabriz, other large cities across the country who are being hit. So most certainly ordinary lives are being affected.
Yeah, for sure. Michael, can I just bring your attention to this bit of breaking news I'm getting? It's being reported that 2 drones target 2 headquarters of Iraq's popular mobilisation forces in northern Mosul. Just another development. I mean, they're coming thick and fast today, but the significance of this.
Tara's the person on... Well, yeah, we know the Kurds have been drawn into this war. The Americans look as if they're trying to draw them in.
To rise up some kind of a mobilisation.
No. You're the expert on this topic. But what I would say is we were getting lines, and we talked about this during our programming, that right now, in lieu of having boots on the ground, and this is a conversation that President Trump has been tossing around, the Americans are very closely looking at the Iraqi Kurds. And Leia, as you know, the Americans have used the Kurdish forces around the region, lastly being Syria, the SDF. And in some ways, there's a tendency of having the Kurdish forces fight the fight on the ground and then sort of be thrown under the bus, as we saw with the SDF in Syria. So that is something that is happening right now. The Kurds in the Iraqi borders are armed and may very well go in as an insurgency.
But and if the government in Tehran is prepared to take on the Kurds in Mosul, if that's what this indicates, drone strikes, then they're prepared to take them on. They're prepared to say, we're not only fighting the Americans, we'll push the Kurds back as well. We won't allow you to fragment our country. So again, everything they've done since they were, the Saturday attack began, indicates that they're doubling down on everything. I mean, this is a regime that is fighting for its life. That's what it thinks, and it will do anything. It will do anything.
And this brings us on to the late Supreme Leader. There was this farewell ceremony, wasn't there, that was scheduled. That's been postponed. What's your reading there of that, Tara? What do you think's going on?
And despite the internet and poor phone receptions, I've been able to get in touch with sources directly reporting in Iran. These are Iranian journalists who I'm in touch with, and almost all of them told me security concerns. Because they were worried that that gathering will most likely be hit. Because we have to imagine this is perhaps the most important ceremony for the IRGC, for the regime. So undoubtedly, some of the big wigs and the big heads and most prominent figures in the government would be there. So it's canceled because of security concerns. And Leah, I know we've been talking about the son of the
tell us about his. So he's 56.
Yeah,
he's 56. He hasn't held. You'll know more about him, Tara, but he hasn't held any government office before. What more do we know about this individual?
First of all, both his parents have been killed, the supreme leader and his wife. His wife was also killed. His daughter and also other members of his family. That is Mojtaba Khamenei. And there has been rumors over the years that he might be the successor. But the Islamic regime of Iran, in the words of the supreme leader, never wanted a hereditary successor. So that's something, that's an ideology that they abided by. But who knows? We might see a day where the 88-member cleric council, the assembly of experts, come out and say, no, we decided that he would take power. So Leah, anything and everything can be possible. But it is known that he holds a whole lot of power within the IRGC apparatus. He has his hands in pretty much every infrastructure that you can imagine in Iran. So a lot of money, power, and influence. And on top of that, it's important that we have not yet heard from state TV that he's alive. And I think this is important, that they're keeping it quiet. Could it be a security assessment because they're afraid that he might be hit? Or is he really unwell? So still a lot of unknown about his well-being. It hasn't been confirmed that he's well and alive, but certainly he's one of the names that have been tossed around to come out as the next successor. And one line that I was getting from one of my sources in Iran is, could he possibly be the next MBS? Could we even think about that? Because last night, President Trump said that most likely it's not a bad idea to bring someone from within, a moderate force. Now, I won't call Mojtaba Khamenei a moderate force, but
it's all relative.
It's all relative.
There's also Hassan Khomeini, who's the grandson of the original Ayatollah Khomeini. And so Hassan Khomeini also, if we're talking about nepotism, he might emerge if we're thinking about people who've got this lineage as well as Mojtaba.
Absolutely.
So you've got two people, son and a grandson of either Ayatollahs, who might look like an attractive prospect.
Indeed. And comparing to Mojtaba, Hassan within the system is seen as more moderate, with much less influence within the IRGC.
Yeah, the Americans would quite like him.
Okay.
I've no idea if he's interested. Well, I know he's interested, but I mean, I've no idea what his chances are.
Let me bring you both some breaking news, and everyone watching at home too. This is coming from state media in Iran. We're hearing that the death toll from US-Israeli attacks on Iran has risen. The number is 1,045.
Yes.
Tara, your thoughts there very quickly.
And again, these numbers we can't confirm. And speaking with folks, just the understanding that we have on Tehran, the numbers are most likely much higher. And the challenge and the fear on everyone's mind right now are three things. Number one, whether or not the country is going to get broken up. That is something of huge concern for the Iranian people. The second one, Leah, I think we need to pay close attention to in light of the discussions we're having about potential insurgency forces operating in Iran, is the MEK, Mujahideen Khalq. This is a group that has been operating for many years. They fought during the Iran-Iraq war against Iranians. They, up until 2012-13, were on the terror list, and now they're also operating as this opposition figure. And if you ask the average Iranian, they hate them as much as they do the regime. And last, I would say, Iranians fear most that the day comes when they are left with the remnants and crumbles of an IRGC that's in power that will further repress and choke them.
So much uncertainty.
So much at
Thank
stake
you,
for the
Tara
Iranians
and Michael.
and the region.
Just one last bit of breaking news before we head to the break. Turkey says NATO defences, they intercepted a ballistic missile launched from Iran before it entered Turkish airspace. That's what we're hearing there. We'll bring you more on that a little bit later. We're heading for a break. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to have all the build-up to PMQs at midday. Keir Starmer will be taking to the dispatch box. Stay with Sky News.
OK, there's a lot of firing going on.
Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir.
Let's go. Watch, wait. We're going to get in. Right. Get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera. Turn around and go away.
Okay, but
Listen, I told you 3 times. They saw 2 guys, 2 bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
But that is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's...
Hello again. The Prime Minister has just left Downing Street ahead of Prime Minister's questions very shortly. Let's just take a listen to that.
Is your special relationship with President Trump dead, Prime Minister? Has the British Navy become a laughingstock? When are you going to get Brits home?
Let's go live to our political editor, Beth Rigby. That special relationship between the UK and the US, that will be on the agenda, but also the deepening crisis, Beth, in the Middle East.
Absolutely. Look, this really will be a Prime Minister's questions to watch today because there'll be plenty of politics in it, but also the substance of the escalating tensions in the Middle East, in Iran, the UK position, what's happening with UK citizens, how is the government planning to get them home. So there's so much to go on, but of course, overnight, this will be the first time that we will see the Prime Minister and hear from him after these excoriating attacks by President Trump on Keir Starmer over the Prime Minister's decision not to allow President Trump to use UK bases for offensive strikes and then to relent when, as I understand it, there was a subsequent request over the weekend to allow the US to use both a site in the UK and the Diego Garcia base for what the UK called limited and specific defensive activity, i.e. To shoot down drones and missiles and to destroy some missile launchers in order to try to prevent Iran striking countries around the Middle East. The Prime Minister clear about what his limits were, and Donald Trump has responded in a highly critical way of the Prime Minister. You will have seen it all over the front pages of the newspapers today when Trump said of Keir Starmer, this is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with. He said the UK actions over the weekend were shocking. He said that the UK had been very uncooperative with that stupid island, which he was referring to, Diego Garcia, and he talked about ruining relationships. So the Conservatives and Reform have been very critical of the Prime Minister, but I have to say, from Keir Starmer's position, there's been lots of talk about Keir Starmer never really saying what he thinks or showing what he believes in. But on this, the Prime Minister has actually been extremely firm about what he is and isn't prepared to do. And in his mind, he did not want the UK to be involved in any sort of illegal strikes as he sees it. He wants to operate within the rule of international law. And he was immovable when it came to President Trump. And as I said, his opponents are criticising it, but I think there's a big mood in the Labour Party amongst Labour voters perhaps and some of the Prime Minister's allies that he really has shown what he stands for, what he believes in, and he has been prepared to stand up against President Trump on this matter, even though it has created quite open divisions and put the Prime Minister up for criticism. I imagine that the Prime Minister is quite comfortable with that criticism in that he believes he has done the right thing. And he said in his statement on Sunday night, when he said he'd given permission for the use of limited strikes in a specific way from UK bases, that he remembered the mistakes of the Iraq war in which the UK got pulled into an illegal war, and he wasn't prepared to make those mistakes again. But it all lines up to be a very, very lively Prime Minister's questions when we get the Prime Minister's reaction for the first time on those remarks that President Trump has made of him overnight.
And Beth, it's Jane here, we've just swapped over now. Of course, we had the spring statement earlier in the week, and the Prime Minister again is finding that his agenda is being dominated by international events, by the actions of President Trump, rather than the events that he perhaps would like us to be focusing on here in the UK.
Absolutely, Jane. And it was a really interesting spring statement in the sense that it was clearly written days before this now 5-day war had kicked off. And even as the Chancellor stood up and gave that spring statement, you'll remember this is about the biannual forecasts that we get from the independent fiscal watchdog, the Office of Budget Responsibility, basically giving the forecasts for the economy. So it's an update on the state of the economy. But even as the Chancellor was standing there defending her record on the economy, defending her decisions in that controversial November budget where she lifted taxes, again, even as she was saying it, it was almost out of date. It felt quite irrelevant because she was talking about bringing stability to the economy, about driving down inflation faster than expected. And even as she was saying that, think tanks and analysts were making the point that if this war continues in any sort of sustained way, then the shock to gas prices, to energy prices, is going to drive up inflation and it's going to cause an external shock to the UK and world economies that they will be ill prepared for because it is simply beyond their control. So it's quite a difficult situation for the government, clearly. And just to give you sort of sense of what it could mean for people out there watching this. The Resolution Foundation think tank made the point yesterday that if gas price spikes are sustained at this level, which of course happens when you have the disruption in the Middle East and from oil-producing countries and gas supplies from the region, if that continues in a sustained way, then we could all be facing a bill hike of 500 quid, the Resolution Foundation was saying, by the summer, by July. So that really is when the Chancellor stands there talking about driving down the cost of living. That is the reality of what the government will be dealing with if this war is prolonged. Now, President Trump has said he thinks it will be over in 4 to 5 weeks, but of course that is not really in his control. And what we have seen since the US made those strikes over the weekend is gradual escalation in the region, and it's very uncertain about how this war might end.
Beth, thanks very much. It is midday. You're watching Sky News. In just a moment, we will take you live to the Commons for Prime Minister's questions. It will be dominated, we assume, by the events of the weekend, American and Israeli strikes on Iran, the UK's involvement or lack of involvement in such strikes, the comments that President Trump has made over the last couple of days about Sir Keir Starmer, and also Beth Rigby, our political editor, is with us now. Also, Beth, about the UK's preparedness for war and our ability to get our military hardware to the region in any kind of speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And the government are deploying a warship at the moment to try and better protect a base in Cyprus. There are questions about British nationals now stranded in the region and how they can be got out safely. So there are many, many questions for the government about our involvement in this. About the politics around the special relationship. But as I was saying before, when it comes to Keir Starmer, he has been very clear-eyed about what his limits are. And if you like, it is his Love Actually moment. You remember that film with Hugh Grant playing the UK Prime Minister, and he finally stood up to a US president trying to bully the UK, and many observers and people around Keir Starmer sort of think that this is the moment where the Prime Minister has stood his ground and is now facing fire from President Trump. But it's not necessarily a bad thing for Keir Starmer to show some distance between him and a US president that is deeply unpopular here in the UK.
And indeed, in coming out to bat for the Prime Minister overnight, we heard from Emily Thornberry talking about occasions in the past where the UK has not gone into battle with the US. For example, she used the example of Vietnam.
Exactly.
As an example of a war that perhaps we may sympathise with, but it's just not our war to fight.
Yeah, and I think the point of all of this is those around the Prime Minister would say that we do have an independent foreign policy from the US. Yes, they are our closest allies. Yes, we are clearly the junior partner. But on this matter of staying within international law, the Prime Minister, who himself is a former Director of Public Prosecutions, a human rights lawyer, he's spent most of his career in law courts, not in the Court of Parliament, not in the House of Commons, that he is very clear-eyed about what his boundaries are. And a number of people have been making that point, that actually in the past, the UK did refuse to join certain wars, and actually history was looked
Beth,
favourably.
We're going to go across to the Prime Minister now.
This government will be resolute in our focus, protecting British lives, bringing our people home and safeguarding our national interest. Mr. Speaker, today my thoughts are with the family and friends of Sarah Everard on this very painful anniversary. 5 years ago, I said her death had to be a turning point, and this government is committed to halving violence against women and girls. We are acting in our schools, our police forces, online and offline, to keep women and girls safe, to prevent boys and men becoming abusers, and supporting victims to get justice and closure. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to echo the Prime Minister's comments on Sarah Everard and the situation in the Middle East. From the sound mixing desks made by Calrec in Hebden Bridge, which brought the world its Winter Olympics coverage, to the valves made by Blackhole Engineering in Brighouse, which bring water to New York City, Calder Valley's specialist manufacturing is recognised the world over. It brings good jobs and sustainable work. But with 1/3 of engineers over 60, the last government left our manufacturing workforce facing an existential crisis. Will the Prime Minister please work with me to make sure that the new Growth and Skills Levy will support good quality manufacturing jobs in Calder Valley and across the country?
Well, my honourable friend is right to champion brilliant manufacturers. Our modern industrial strategy is driving up standards, investment, jobs and growth. And our Growth and Skills Levy ensures we have the skills we need, supporting more short courses in critical sectors, including engineering. We're investing over £700 million to support thousands more young people into apprenticeships, in stark contrast to the 40% fall in apprenticeships starts under the party opposite.
Kevin Baird, not the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, can I pay tribute to our brave servicemen and women in the Middle East during this very difficult period? Yeah. Our bases in Cyprus and Bahrain have now been attacked. The US has taken offensive action to destroy missile launch sites to defend British territory. Yeah. Why will the Prime Minister not allow the RAF to do the same?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, can I make clear this is obviously an extremely serious situation, and I know the whole country is worried about the potential for escalation. They're worried about the impact on their lives, particularly when they see what's happening with energy. The family and friends of those who are caught in the region will be worried sick about them. And, of course, we've got civilians and military personnel at risk in the region. We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat, with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
That wasn't the question I asked him. Nobody wants to see an escalation. The fact is... The fact is, Mr. Speaker, our bases, in case they don't realise, our bases have already been attacked. Iran is trying to kill our servicemen and women. He is catching arrows rather than stopping the archer. That's what we're talking about. Why is he asking our allies to do what we should be doing ourselves? We are, I would say to Labour MPs, we are in this war whether they like it or not. What is the Prime Minister waiting for?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, let me give a little more detail, because for a number of weeks now, we've been pre-deploying our capabilities to the region. In doing so, we've been liaising very closely with the United States, as the House would have expected. Therefore, radar systems were pre-deployed, ground-based air defence was pre-deployed, counter-drone systems were pre-deployed, and F-35 jets were pre-deployed. Mr Speaker, that is why, since Saturday morning, multiple F-35s and Typhoons have been in operation not just in the Middle East, but across Cyprus. Further missions were flown overnight, Typhoons defending in particular Qatar, and F-35s defending other regional parties. We're resupplying our air defence missiles today. Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities will be in Cyprus this week, and HMS Dragon will be deployed to the Mediterranean. And, of course, in agreement with the US, they're using our bases to conduct the operations to strike Iranian missiles and launchers. Mr. Speaker, that is the action that we are taking. That is the agreement that we've reached with the United States to protect our nationals.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has read out a long list. It is not enough. He says that we are pre-deploying. The one ship which we are sending, HMS Dragon, is still in Portsmouth. The fact is the Type 45s cannot take out incoming missiles. This is not enough. He's read out a long list. The people who understand know it is not enough. He should be doing more. Yesterday, the Chancellor could have given more money to defence. Instead, I don't know why they're laughing. I don't know why that's funny. Yes, not funny. Yesterday, the Chancellor could have given more money to defence. Instead, she gave more money for welfare. Their priorities are all wrong, Mr. Speaker. Their priorities are all wrong. They can chanter as much as they like. The fact of the matter is that the war in Iran is happening now.
Order. Mr. Bailey, I don't like that. I don't think it becomes you either. An officer and a gentleman, I expect more. Come to bed, Don.
The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that the war...
I can lip read as well. So please, let's learn something. If not, you'll learn the way out. Come to bed.
Mr. Speaker, the country is not going to be distracted by Labour MPs moaning. The fact of the matter is that the war in Iran is happening now. But the OBR say the government won't hit 3% on defence for 5 years. The war is happening now. There is no urgency from the Prime Minister. Why is he leaving the job of funding our armed forces to the next government?
Prime Minister.
I'm not going to take lectures on defence from the party opposite. They came into office, and what did they do? They cut the defence budget. They missed army...
Order. Mr. Philp, you've moved from there to there. You're even louder here, so I think twice. Prime Minister.
Not only did they cut the defence budget, they missed army recruitment targets every year for 14 years. They left morale in our armed forces at an all-time low, and our forces hollowed out. That's the words of Ben Wallace, the former Defence Secretary. Labour, by contrast, is delivering the biggest boost to defence spending since the Cold War. £270 billion over this Parliament. And we're doing that because we're focused on what matters. And she's right. The war is, of course, happening now. We have to focus on that. Across the country, people are worried about those that are trapped in the region. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why we're taking action. And I can update the House. That yesterday, more than 1,000 British nationals arrived back in the UK on commercial flights from the UAE. A further 8 flights are due to leave the UAE to the UK today. I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that the first charter flight is expected to leave Oman later today, and 2 more will come in the coming days. The country really does want to know this. I'm sorry. Family and friends are worried sick about people who are caught out. I will not be put on. I can announce, Mr. Speaker, we will lay on additional charter flights in coming days. British Airways are now laying on an extra flight from Oman, and the Foreign Secretary will have further discussions today. And can I urge all those in the House who have constituents who are caught in this to make sure that they do register their presence so we can do whatever we can to help them get home safely.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't asking about evacuations. I was asking about defence spending. He needs to focus on the question he's being asked, not the statement that was prepared in the bunker. He stands there telling us that he's spending more money on defence. They're saying it. No, he isn't. In fact, they are cutting defence spending by £2.6 billion from the MOD budget this year. And that's why there are no Royal Navy warships in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. In June last year, In June last year, he should ask his Defence Secretary for the numbers, because that is what's happening. In June last year, Mr. Speaker, the government promised that its plan for funding our armed forces would be ready by autumn. In autumn, they promised it would be ready by the end of 2025. It is March 2026, and still nothing. So can the Prime Minister tell the House when his defence investment plan will finally be published?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm sorry she's not interested in how people caught in the region are going to get home. I think for the vast majority of people watching this PMQs, that'll be the single most important thing on their mind. They cut defence spending, we're increasing defence spending. And we're doing that, Mr. Speaker, because we've stabilised the economy. Yesterday, the Chancellor announced inflation was down, interest rates down, borrowing down, debt down, investment, living standards growth up. Now, I know the Leader of the Opposition doesn't understand that. The Shadow Chancellor clearly doesn't understand that. Although I do have to thank him that in what's been a very difficult week, he provided some excellent unintended stand-up comedy in his response to the Chancellor yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't want to talk about the defence investment plan because he doesn't know. He doesn't know what is going on any policy, so he reads statements that are pre-prepared irrespective of the question, and the whole country can see it. The truth is that because they spent money on welfare, there is no defence investment plan. Because there is no defence investment plan, they are not ordering enough missiles. The fact is that this crisis goes beyond defence spending. They can chant as much as they like. They are pathetic, spending money on welfare instead of defence spending. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. They're not just pathetic, they are also weak. This crisis goes beyond defence spending. It is also about the cost of living. This war is interrupting the supply of oil and gas. That is driving up the cost of petrol and making it more expensive to heat our homes. Yet he is stopping drilling in the North Sea while importing the same oil and gas from Norway. Does he think that at a time of geopolitical crisis, it makes sense to kill our oil and gas industry and give up that ready supply of energy?
Well, the question of the energy supply right now is a serious question, and we are doing all we can with allies to make sure that that is preserved. And it's vital that we keep trade flowing through the Straits of Hormuz, Mr. Speaker. The Energy Secretary met the International Energy Agency yesterday, and the Chancellor is meeting oil and gas companies today. We're keeping in close contact with our allies and key industry players. Again, I think the country wants to know what we're doing now in relation to what's happening in coming days. Mr. Speaker, oil and gas will be part of our energy mix for many years to come. But if Ukraine and the last few days have taught us anything, it is that all the time we're on the international market, we are vulnerable to these changes. That is why renewable energy, where we have our independence and security, would take us off those markets and give us the security that we need.
Speaker, the Prime Minister, again, does not understand the energy transition. You do not need to stop drilling in oil and gas to get renewables. This is basic stuff. He doesn't understand his policy. He's got a sea of orcs and goons who have no idea how anything is working at all. Mr. Speaker. They can complain all they like, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, they are letting down the people out.
Order. You can't do a point of order in the middle of Prime Minister's question.
Mr. Speaker.
Ask my question.
You don't listen to the questions anyway.
Mr. Speaker. The situation in Iran shows this Prime Minister has the wrong priorities. When it comes to defence, it's someone else's job. When it comes to welfare, they find the money. When our bases are attacked, they call the lawyers. when our energy security is under threat, they stop drilling in the North Sea. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, or in fact, Mr. Speaker, after last week's by-election, isn't the truth that he is, isn't the truth, they might not like to hear it, but they are going to hear it, Mr. Speaker, whether they like it or not. Is it not the truth that he is prioritising his job security over our national security?
Mr. Speaker, I spent the week protecting British lives and our national interest. And Mr. Speaker, moments like this define a leader of the opposition. They can either step up, act in the national interest and show that they're fit to be Prime Minister, or they can expose their utter irrelevance. She has chosen the second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his leadership and his cool head on the situation in Iran? Prime Minister, the leasehold system is legalised extortion. Last week, I met with dozens of my constituents, their leaseholders and their tenants' residents associations. They're all telling me the same story. Every single month, they're paying hundreds of pounds while their service charges keep skyrocketing. They're trapped between bad managing agents and a system that is broken. Can the Prime Minister tell me what this Labour government is doing to right this wrong once and for all?
Prime Minister. Well, I know my honourable friend has been fighting for her constituents and holding management companies to account. Our reform bill will end the broken, outdated leasehold system and make the dream of home ownership real. Mr. Speaker, we're capping ground rents, delivering transparency on service charges and scrapping the presumption that leaseholders pay landlords legal costs. Our focus is on saving people money and giving them more control of their home and creating a fairer housing system.
Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks on Sarah Everard and the need to do far more to tackle violence against women and girls? And can I also associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks on Iran, as we rightly debate how to make tax exiles pay their fair share? It is absolutely right that the government does everything it can to get all British citizens to safety. Mr. Speaker, experts are warning that families could see their energy bills rise by £500 a year as a result of Trump's illegal war. But millions of families and pensioners are already struggling to keep their heads above water thanks to years of a cost of living crisis. When Putin invaded Ukraine, he and I campaigned for months to get the Conservatives to act on energy bills. This time, will the Prime Minister save families that anxiety and give a cast iron guarantee today that he will not let energy bills rise by £500 this year?
Prime Minister. Can I thank him for raising this, because I know this will be a concern to the public who are watching what's going on and very concerned about the impact it will have on their lives. It is important that I emphasise the actions we've been taken urgently this week with our allies, with the energy agencies across the world, and the work we're doing to make sure there's safe passage for energy across the world. We will continue to do that. I was glad that we were able to bring energy price bills down by £150 announced just the other day. We will keep a very close eye on this. I do know how important it is for the British public.
Sir Ed Davey.
Well, I thank the Prime Minister for his reply, but I hope he will act if energy bills do go up by £500. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump's war on Iran has not only brought more chaos across the Middle East, it's increased the threat to our national security here at home. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has previously plotted several failed terrorist attacks in the UK, targeting Iranian journalists, British Jews, and members of this House. Now they are more desperate and dangerous than ever. We've called for the IRGC to be prescribed as terrorists for years. The last government failed to do it, and so has his. So will the Prime Minister table emergency legislation to better protect our country from Iranian terrorists? Will he do it this week?
Prime Minister.
can I just, again, thank you for raising this. It is very important, I say to the House, that as he would, and the House would expect, we are working 24/7 on dealing with any threats to this country. And I spoke on Monday about the 20 Iran-backed threats that we had successfully dealt with, and we continue to do so, and we're working on it 24/7, so it's important that I say that. In relation to the IRGC, obviously we've put in place a number of sanctions already. We don't comment on prescription, but we have made the case that there needs to be legislation to deal with state-backed terrorist groups, and we're looking into that.
Sam Richmond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The surge in the global cost of oil and gas has the risk of pushing up food and energy prices, which is a real concern for my constituents in Bishop Auckland, just as we're turning a corner on the cost of living crisis. Doesn't this show the importance of ignoring the parties opposite and investing in secure, renewable energy that we control, and backing our farmers to produce the food for our nation, such as those that I'm hosting here today from County Durham, Mr. Speaker? And will the Prime Minister ensure that both energy and food security are a core mission of this Labour government?
Well, his energy security is critical to food security, and the sprint to clean energy is the only way to get off the volatile international fossil fuel markets, cut bills and deliver energy security. And, Mr. Speaker, since we came into office, over £90 billion of investment into clean energy industry has come in, powering millions of homes. Tories and Reform would throw all that away and cling to the failed policy that put everyone's bills up throughout their reign.
Gavin Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself and my colleagues with the Prime Minister in his remarks around Sarah Everard and Iran? Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I support our armed forces, but we lament how diminished the UK appears over the last week amongst our allies and within the Middle East. The Prime Minister is not responsible for our armed forces being able to squeeze into Wembley Park and to Ibrox, but he is responsible for our posture. He is responsible for ignoring the request to deploy a Type 45 destroyer 2 weeks ago into the region. And we now learn that HMS Dragon will not leave, hasn't left, and won't be in to defend Cyprus for over a week. Will the Prime Minister understand that I welcome the commitment for increased defence spending, but if we're only planning to get to 2.5% by 2027, it's not enough. It needs to be reconsidered. He needs to go faster where others before him did not. And he needs to take these steps not just for protection of our values across the world, but also for the protection of our consumers who are impacted by this conflict today.
Minister. Well, he'd have heard me set out what we did by way of pre-deployment, working in conjunction with and liaising with the US, so that he understands the context in which those pre-deployments were put in place, and I think they speak for themselves as to why they were put in place in the places that they were. In relation to defence spend, obviously we're increasing it to 2.6% of GDP. That's £270 billion over the Parliament. But as I said in the speech I gave in Munich just a couple of weeks ago, we're going to have to spend more and faster after the years of underinvestment and troop cuts. They were the ones that hollowed this out. They were the ones that reduced the size of the army. They were the ones that didn't spend what was necessary on defence. Like everything else they left in such a mess, we're clearing it up. Through our strategic defence review, we'll make Britain safer.
Prime Minister, I had the transformative benefit of a music education as a young person, although he had his some while before I had mine. After more than a decade of declining music in schools, the government's new National Centre for Arts and Music Education and measures coming through the curriculum review will ensure that more young people benefit from the opportunities that my right honourable friend and I both had. So can he tell us, how will the new National Centre make a difference for our young people? And what is the government doing to address funding shortfalls currently facing England's music education hubs, including mine in Derbyshire?
Still
towards the back benches, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my life was changed by the opportunity to study music, yes, very many years ago. I believe that every child deserves that opportunity. The party opposite cut those opportunities. That particularly excluded poorer children. And now they call creative arts courses a dead end. I totally disagree. They're the lifeblood of the creative industries that showcase Britain around the world. And the new National Centre will launch this year, and Labour is investing in music hubs, so every child has the same opportunities to enjoy music, to learn music, and to learn the skills that music brings them for life.
Mahendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, the Lib Dem-run Three Rills District Councils failed for years to submit an adequate local plan. They now have a ministerial direction, and prime Greenbelt land faces a serious threat from this government's harmful planning policies. How does the Prime Minister expect me to explain to my constituents that while I consistently defend our Greenbelt, the Lib Dems' incompetence has made it vulnerable to its destruction by this Labour government?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this Labour government is changing the planning regulations so that we can get on and build the homes that we need across our country. Their failure was the failure to do so, but I must applaud him because at least he's had the decency to accept some of the failures of the last government. On Send, he said, "My government didn't do enough on this. It's awful." And he said his party should hang their heads in shame. He's absolutely right about that.
Dr. Rosanna Arlington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The suitability and financing of temporary accommodation needs addressing urgently. Children arriving on my shifts in A&E with breathing problems due to mouldy rooms in their temporary accommodation has become a grim reality. And since 2019, 74 homeless children have died due to the conditions of their temporary accommodation. And meanwhile, councils are facing a £4 billion black hole funding hole, huge hole, if the government subsidy remains frozen. Every death is a tragedy, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will agree with me that an urgent review needs to happen to investigate the financial shortfall and help guarantee safe homes for every child in this country that is in temporary accommodation.
Well, I thank her for her question. We inherited an appalling situation with a record number of households in temporary accommodation. Every child deserves a safe and secure home. Mr. Speaker, we're investing £950 million in the Local Authority Housing Fund to increase supply of quality accommodation. We're banning Section 21 no-fault evictions, introducing a new, stronger, decent home standard, and investing £39 billion to deliver the homes that families need.
Forster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, I visited my old school, Woking High. I saw classrooms built in the 1960s that were meant to last 20 years, but are still in use and being held together by gaffer tape. I visited my old music classroom. I nearly fell through the floor and I saw a hole in the roof. I can still remember the stench of mould. That classroom was condemned last year. Please will the Prime Minister agree to come to Woking High with me to see how bad it really is and ensure that my old school urgently gets the financial support it needs to ensure that in the 21st century my young constituents can be educated in a school they deserve.
Yeah. Can I thank him for raising this case, which will be a real concern for his constituents, and I'm sure the party opposite will have heard the reality of what they did over 14 years of destroying everything in this country. We are fixing that, and I'll make sure that he gets a meeting with the Minister to discuss further.
Len Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, after decades of failing policies under both Conservative and SNP governments, I welcome this Labour government's major drive to get young people earning and learning. In my constituency of Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock, by working with Ayrshire College and the Pride and Place Board, we have finally a chance to break this cycle and bring real youth-focused regeneration to our high streets through the DWP Youth Initiative. Will he meet with me to discuss this important issue, and will he support making Ayrshire a priority for a DWP youth hub?
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite left 1 in 8 young people not earning or learning. We're not, and we'll tackle it. more apprenticeships, more career sport, a jobs guarantee to provide paid employment, a youth guarantee to provide more young people into earning or learning, and over 360 youth hubs to help young people access opportunities. My honourable friend makes a strong case, which my honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, I know has heard, and I hope will be good news for her later this year.
Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, the United States of America is our most important international strategic ally. Does the Prime Minister believe that his dithering and equivocal response to events in the Middle East this week has made that relationship stronger or weaker?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship in action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, this House legislated to allow the prescription of medicinal cannabis for children with drug-resistant epilepsy, a campaign spearheaded by my good late friend Hannah Deacon for her son Alfie. Yet many families are still paying around £1,300 a month due to conflicting guidance from multiple agencies. Does the Prime Minister recognise that this isn't the will of the House, and will he agree to work with me and the Secretary of State for Health to secure a modest £2 million required for an observational study to relieve these families of this unacceptable burden?
Minister.
Hannah Deacon's campaign for her son Alfie was remarkable, and I know how much she's missed, and I thank my honourable friend for continuing to campaign. We are investing £8 million in clinical trials on cannabis-based medicines for conditions like drug-resistant epilepsy, and I want to see patients accessing safe, effective medicines and new treatments as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's proposed terms of reference for the inquiry into rape and grooming gangs are fatally flawed, as victims and survivors have pointed out. They won't address the role that race and religion played in motivating these crimes. They won't lead to prosecutions for those involved in the cover-up. And they won't even investigate all cases, only a select few. The consultation on these terms ends this Friday. If enough people call for changes, including through groomingangjustice.uk, will the Prime Minister please assure us that the final terms of reference will reflect these concerns?
Baroness Longfield is now beginning the work of the inquiry, with victims and survivors at the heart of the process. Under this government, convictions that are at the highest level ever. We're introducing mandatory reporting on child sexual abuse and putting a legal duty on police to collect ethnicity data. But forgive me if I don't take suggestions from the honourable member who said people legally and settled here should go home to ensure that the UK is culturally coherent. That is a grotesque way to talk about our friends and neighbours, and I rather suspect that her next question will come from her sitting up there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 9 years, 4 months ago, Britain was basking in its success of the Rio Olympics. But each day, month and year since, women have lived with the chronic pain of undiagnosed endometriosis, according to Endometriosis UK's new report. The UK's average wait time for diagnosis has worsened since 2020, with women in Scotland waiting even longer, with an average wait time of 10 years and 2 months. At the start of Endometriosis Action Month, will he commit to reduce diagnosis wait times and end the lost decade for women living with endometriosis?
Well, can I thank her for this and tell her that we hosted the International Women's Day event on Monday, and I spoke to so many women who are concerned about this issue. It is totally unacceptable that women have waited sometimes up to a decade for endometriosis diagnosis.
Well, the Prime Minister defending his response to military action in the Middle East during Prime Minister's questions under questioning from the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch. We're going to be talking to our political editor, Beth Rigby, all about this in a couple of moments' time. But first, let me just bring you a little bit of breaking news that's happened whilst we've been on Prime Minister's questions. And that is that 3 men have been arrested on suspicion of spying for China. The suspects, 39, 43 and 68, arrested by counter-terrorism officers in London and Wales. Let's talk to our Home Affairs editor, Jason Farrell, who can tell us more about this. Jason, what else do we know?
Yeah, we don't know the names of these people, but there are 3 men. They've been arrested under Section 3 of the National Security Act, and that is under suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service, and this is believed to relate to China. There had been warnings from MI5 back in November last year of Chinese trying to infiltrate people of influence within Parliament, and in particular using LinkedIn accounts and things like that to try and gain influence. We are going to get a statement from the House from the Security Minister, Dan Jarvis, shortly talking about this. But my understanding it is in relation to trying to influence our democracy. And those are what the arrests relate to. I don't think we'll get a great deal from Dan Jarvis because this is an ongoing investigation, but we have seen this kind of thing happen previously, and that seems to be what the concern is here. So 3 arrests, 2 of them in Wales and 1 of them an individual in London.
OK, Jason, thanks very much for bringing us up to date. And when the Security Minister, Dan Jarvis, does take to his feet in the House of Commons, we will return to it to listen to him. But let's now reflect on the events of the last half an hour, Prime Minister's questions, and bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby. Beth, we figured it wasn't difficult to work out, was it, that Kemi Badenoch would very much go on the situation in Iran. What did you make of the Prime Minister's response?
Well, I think in terms of how Kemi Badenoch handled that, she went in on the attack. Her first line of questioning was asking the Prime Minister why he wasn't striking missile bases in Iran. She went on about that a couple of times, and he stuck to his position about protecting British nationals and what he thought was in the UK interest. She then pivoted to defence spending, asking him about that, and called the government pathetic and weak. And in response to this, the Prime Minister was highly critical of Kemi Badenoch, saying that in these moments the Leader of the Opposition shows whether they are of prime ministerial material or not, and she in this moment has shown that she is not taking, if you like, the higher ground at a moment in time when the whole country is extremely anxious about the war in Iran, and I think there will be some criticism that Kemi Badenoch got the tone wrong there as she piled in on the Prime Minister and criticised his approach at a time when people are in a state of quite heightened anxiety about the escalation of this war. The Prime Minister there sticking to his position that he wants to try to de-escalate, that he wants to work within what he sees are the boundaries of international law, and making it quite clear that the UK, in agreement with the US, have decided not to fire missiles directly into bases in Iran to destroy capability, but rather is helping to intercept missiles around the region. So quite a terse Prime Minister's questions there. But the Prime Minister, I think, on his part, has made it very clear where he stands on this and used that Prime Minister's questions to reiterate that he won't be budged on what he sees are the parameters of international law.
OK, we're going to return now to listen to Dan Jarvis. Thanks very much, Beth.
I'd like to make a statement regarding 3 arrests that took place this morning as part of counter-terrorism policing investigation into suspected National Security Act offences. I can confirm that this relates to China. I can also confirm that this relates to foreign interference targeting UK democracy. Mr. Speaker, for reasons that you will understand, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on any aspect of what is now a live investigation. It is absolutely critical that we do not hamper the work of the police or prejudice any future legal processes by what we say in this House today. I would, however, point the House to what the counter-terrorism police have just said in their own statement, namely that this morning officers from counter-terrorism policing arrested 3 men as part of an investigation into suspected National Security Act 2023 offences. All 3 men were arrested on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service contrary to Section 3 of the National Security Act. Of course, any decision as to whether to proceed with a prosecution would be a matter for the Crown Prosecution Service. Now, Mr. Speaker, this government stands resolute in our resolve to counter
شكل إلا نحن حالة فترة المجال
اسمه البرنامج تبع ابو جهل
يعني يوصلوا التلفون فاتين فوتر اللي من بعد هيك اخر واحده هذا مجمع سد الشرطه من هون اثنين انت ما شو صار ضربه هون رحت لا انا ضربه هون فليت اوكي لكن اعطى تحذير على هيدي على هيدي شفته وين بهمن؟ شايف بهمن البيضاء؟ ايه بهمن شي ضرب هيدي 3 دقائق طرق ورا بهمن ضربه هون المفروض ضرب وحده هونيك في الحاره نزلوا بنين هيدا مين مكتب فيه؟ مكتب حسن خليل حسين خليل معاون السيد لا نحن
few minutes. He's confirmed that Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities will be flown to Cyprus. He also said a UK warship, the HMS Dragon, is being deployed to the Mediterranean soon. He said further missions were flown overnight, including Typhoons defending Qatar and F-35s defending other regional parties. And Keir Starmer confirmed that yesterday more than 1,000 British nationals arrived back in the UK on commercial flights from the UAE, and that 8 more flights will depart there today, with an additional charter flight expected to leave Oman for the UK today.
This is obviously an extremely serious situation, and I know the whole country is worried about the potential for escalation. Right. They're worried about the impact on their lives, particularly when they see what's happening with energy. The family and friends of those who are caught in the region will be worried sick about them. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Lucy McDade. And Lucy, from Kemi Badenoch, the charge that the Prime Minister was acting with no urgency. She said, "You're catching the arrows, not attacking the archers."
Yeah, and she even accused him of acting to preserve his own job instead of putting the country's security first, which, of course, the Prime Minister today robustly denied. In fact, I think the tone from Keir Starmer was very much, I'm not here for political ping-pong, I am focusing on getting on with the job. And actually, I think what's interesting...
You see, we're just, I'm afraid, cutting away from you because we thought we saw Pete Hegseth arrive. Although those podiums do look suspiciously empty. Let's just try it from another camera angle. There he is, different podium.
Winning, decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy. Under the direct command of President Trump, the War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago, which means we need to remember 2 things. First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early, and as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed. Second, we are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. And we have only just begun to hunt, dismantle, demoralize, destroy, and defeat their capabilities, just 4 days in. Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the 2 most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace. I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base. We have only just begun to hunt, dismantle, demoralize, destroy, and defeat their capabilities, just 4 days in. Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the 2 most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace. I hope all the folks watching understand what uncontested airspace and complete control means. It means we will fly all day, all night, day and night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military, finding and fixing their leaders and their military leaders, flying over Tehran, flying over Iran, flying over their capital, flying over the IRGC, Iranian leaders looking up and seeing only U.S. and Israeli air power every minute of every day until we decide it's over. And Iran will be able to do nothing about it. B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets. Death and destruction from the sky, all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the President and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be. Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, minus Paul Bremer and the nation building. The campaign has 7 times the intensity of Israel's previous operations against Iran during the 12-day war, 7 times. And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. And now, with complete control of the skies, we will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have a nearly unlimited stockpile. We used more exquisite standoff munitions at the start, but no longer need to. Our stockpiles of those, as well as Patriots, remains extremely strong. The enemy can no longer shoot the volume of missiles they once did, not even close. And the chairman will lay out some of those percentages. So our air defenses and that of our allies have plenty of runway. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to. And as I said yesterday, we set the terms. Now, you may not see much of it because the IRGC shut off the internet to the entirety of the country. They blind their people on purpose, just like they kill their own on purpose. Much was made of the volume of missiles Iran was able to shoot in the first few days. And sadly, as we projected, a few got through and killed 6 of our best, who will hopefully arrive home soon. We will avenge them, no doubt. But I liken Iran's predicament to a football team who scripted the first 20 plays of a game. The team knew what plays to run because their first few drives were scripted. But now that the game has started and the blitz is on, they don't know what plays to call, let alone how to get in the huddle and call those plays. Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same room. Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated, pick your adjective. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh. Now, This is not a mission accomplished situation. This is simply a reality check. The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets, and their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets. They are terrorists, after all, and they need to target civilians because they can't fight toe-to-toe. But we will find them, and we will kill them. This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step. As I said Monday, the mission is laser focused. Obliterate Iran's missiles and drones and facilities that produce them, annihilate its navy and critical security infrastructure, and sever their pathway to nuclear weapons. Iran will never possess a nuclear bomb, not on our watch, not ever. And this is why President Trump's moral clarity on Iran today is so vital. Unlike the past, where vague red lines and endless negotiations let Iran fund terror and inch ever so slightly toward a bomb, this president sees the threat plainly and acts decisively. No more half measures, especially when Iran is at its weakest. No more letting Tehran play for time while our people pay the price. His leadership ensures that we finish what we start and that we protect our warfighters by crushing the enemy before they can strike again. Our offensive operations, refined through months of relentless preparation, are unstoppable. And our defensive efforts are unprecedented. We have from the start put the protection of our troops ahead of everything else. Before we very publicly built up offensive combat power, we quietly ensured that our defensive posture and power was in place. And as we built up offensive combat power, we moved the vast majority of American troops, over 90% of Americans that were on our bases, what we say off the X, out of the range of Iranian fire. Our defensive shield is equally formidable, the most sophisticated air and missile defense network ever fielded. Thousands of Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted and vaporized. Tens of thousands of American and allied lives protected. We have pushed every counter-UAS system possible forward, sparing no expense or capability. And like I said, this does not mean we can stop everything, but we ensured that the maximum possible defense and maximum possible force protection was set up before we went on offense. In closing, as President Trump told German Chancellor Merz yesterday, Iran negotiated in bad faith, stalling, scheming, and preparing to strike. And we acted decisively to defend our people, our interests, and our allies. President Trump took bold action, putting America first, the kind of bold action that the American people elected him to execute. To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a capable ally is a true force multiplier and a breath of fresh air. We salute your courage and your contribution. 4 days in, we have only just begun to fight. America fights to win, and in Operation Epic Fury, we are. May God's providence cover and protect our troops always. And with that, I turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm here today to provide the American people and those of you in this room an update on Operation Epic Fury. First, it's with profound sadness and gratitude that I share the names of 4 of our 6 fallen heroes, all from the 103rd Sustainment Command, U.S. Army Reserves out of Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, and Sergeant Declan Cody. To the families of our fallen, we grieve with you today, and we look forward to welcoming your family members home at Dover in the coming days. Out of respect for the other families, we'll withhold the release of their names until next of kin notification is complete. And either myself or Admiral Cooper will release those names as soon as we can ensure that all of those families have been properly notified. To our Gold Star families, to our wounded warriors and their loved ones, we will never forget your sacrifice. Our nation stands with you, and we are eternally grateful for your courage, your resiliency, your devotion to this mission and to our nation. As the Secretary said, we're 4 days in, 103 hours into this campaign. The operation was again launched with clear military objectives designed to dismantle Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders, both today and in the future. First, we are targeting and eliminating Iran's ballistic missile systems to prevent them from threatening the U.S. Forces, partners, and interests in the region. Second, we are destroying the Iranian Navy, degrading its capacity, capability, and ability to conduct operations, not just in the Central Command AOR, but as the Secretary showed in the video, around the world. Third, we're ensuring Iran cannot rapidly rebuild or reconstitute its combat capability or combat power, and those phases will begin as the campaign continues. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command is making steady progress. Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours. And their one-way attack drone shots are down 73% from the opening days. This progress has allowed CENTCOM to establish localized air superiority across the southern flank of the Iranian coast and penetrate their defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. We will now begin to expand inland, striking progressively deeper into Iranian territory and creating additional freedom of maneuver for U.S. forces. Let me explain a little bit about how we're thinking about staying ahead of the enemy. First, over the past several weeks, Admiral Cooper and the CENTCOM team have refined their operational approach to the region. Their planners identified key centers of gravity that would allow Iran to project power outside of its borders. They thought about how to isolate critical vulnerabilities and determined where, with precision, the greatest strategic effect could be achieved. As a result of this, CENTCOM is now shifting in day 4 already from large, deliberate strike packages using standoff munitions at range outside an enemy's ability to shoot at us, now into stand-in precision strikes overhead Iran. As the Secretary said, this is a point of munitions transition from standoff munitions to stand-in munitions like joint direct attack munitions, which are GPS-aided free-fall weapons, and other things like Hellfires, etc. This will allow the joint force to deliver significantly increased precision effects on the target. The throttle is coming up, as the Secretary said, as opposed to ramping down. This will allow us to maintain consistent pressure on the adversary over the coming days, disrupt their launch timelines, and impose cost every day around the clock. I know there have been a lot of questions about munitions. We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense and defense. But I want to tell you, teammates, as a matter of practice, I don't want to be talking about quantities. And I know there's been a great debate about that, and I appreciate the interest, but just know that we consider that an operational security matter. Let me flip to the map here. Hopefully I don't kill anybody with a laser pointer. As I mentioned earlier, and for you with the camera right there, my friend, I hope I don't ricochet off and hurt you. Over the initial days, the U.S. Joint Forces continued to attack and attrit ballistic missile capabilities, as well as integrated air defense capabilities along the southern axis. Along the northern axis, Israel and the Israeli Air Force has predominantly been working integrated air defense targets along the northern flank, as well as medium-range ballistic missile capability as well. From the sea, the USS Ford has continued to project combat power here, as well as the bomber pulses that we talked about in the opening days of this briefing. Along the southern axis, the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group has continued to provide pressure from the sea along the southeastern side of the coast and has been attriting naval capability all along the strait and up into the Arabian Gulf at a size and scale sufficiently to address the targets required. To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets, as Admiral Cooper said in his video last night. We've destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels, including, in addition to the frigate outside of the area, one submarine, and effectively neutralized at this point in time Iran's major naval presence in theater out there. As the Secretary showed the video, for the first time since 1945, a United States Navy fast attack submarine has sunk an enemy combatant ship using a single Mark 48 torpedo to achieve immediate effect, sending the warship to the bottom of the sea. I want to remind everybody that this is an incredible demonstration of America's global reach. To hunt, find, and kill an out-of-area deployer is something that only the United States can do at this type of scale. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, CENTCOM will continue to strike infrastructure and naval capability, and we'll continue to assess our progress against the military objectives. It does take time for us to collect that information and to assess en route. Much of our intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability is currently hunting and killing ballistic missile launchers and one-way attack capability. We're precise in that assessment, and we call balls and strikes in that assessment. We take that matter seriously. Iran, on the other hand, has been indiscriminate and more imprecise in their attacks. They fired more than 500 ballistic missiles and more than 2,000 drones, striking innocent civilian targets throughout the region. Our partners are answering the call to defend themselves right alongside us. Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait are all defending their people with their own combat capability, with precision and restraint. Jordanian air defense crews recently intercepted a cluster of Iranian one-way attack drones headed to Amman. Bahrain's air defense forces shot down an inbound drone approaching Manama's maritime infrastructure, protecting both their population and critical shipping lanes. Saudi Patriot batteries stopped a salvo of ballistic missiles aimed at energy facilities near Tehran. The UAE neutralized multiple drones targeting Abu Dhabi's industrial zone, demonstrating speed and precision. And Qatari fighters for the first time have shot down 2 Iranian bombers that were en route to their location. Together, these nations are helping to defend themselves and project power as required against the enemy. We're 100 hours in. It's still very early, as the Secretary said, but the balance is shifting. We've always got to remember that these operations are complex, dangerous, and far from over. Our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen remain in harm's way, and we must be clear-eyed that the risk is still high. This is combat. Let us never forget this. As we continue, I ask that we hold all of our deployed teammates in our thoughts, those standing the watch, flying the sorties, sustaining the fight, and carrying our nation's burden. And I'll stop where I started, and that's remembering our 6 fallen who will return home as soon as possible. I remain humbled, grateful, inspired by every day the valor and professionalism of our joint force. They are quiet professionals through and through, out there doing America's work through the day and through the darkness. And with that, I'll take your questions along with the Secretary.
Go ahead.
What do you assess the enemy's control and command status is right now? And can you broadly describe our decisive point in this operation?
Well, I won't describe the decisive point in the operation because that would tell the bad guys what it was.
That's a good question, though.
I appreciate the question. There are C2 structures in a bad way. Admiral Cooper's been continuing to pressure C2 at the IRGC C2 and other military elements, and will continue to do so. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Couple questions for you and then one for General Kane. Can you tell us more about how we took out the leader who was the leader of the group that was trying to assassinate President Trump? And then Turkey's defense ministry says NATO air defense systems intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile headed towards Turkish airspace. Could this trigger NATO's Article 5, and was it the U.S. who shot it down?
On the first question, we've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. Officials. And while that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. And so we eventually had the opportunity to do that from the air. And then on the matter with Turkey, I'll have to get back to you on exactly what the intercept looked like at that. We're aware of that particular engagement, although no sense that it would trigger anything like Article 5. No. Tie right there. You got a tie on.
Yeah. Thank you. Tom Bateman with the BBC. Can you give us an update on what the administration knows, what you know now about the reported strike on a girls' school in southern Iran on Saturday?
All I can say is that we're investigating that. We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look and investigating that. Red tie in front.
Just on the basis that with the information you would have, your reconnaissance abilities, ability to gather information, I mean, it's several days on now. So is there any clarity on whose munition this was?
We're investigating it. Thank you.
Secretary, so there are reports that the administration is considering arming Iranian Kurdish groups. So could you please clarify that whether any such plan has been authorized and whether Congress or regional partners has been notified and consulted?
All I would say is none of our objectives are premised on the support or the arming of any particular force. So what other entities may be doing, we're aware of, but our objectives aren't centered on that. Green, right there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mike Lynn, Washington Times. Can you talk a little bit about the deconfliction process that's going on? You have two parallel operations, Epic Fury and Roaring Lion. How are you making sure they're not interfering with each other?
Sure, I'm happy to take that. Thank you for the question. We have liaison officers on both sides. There are U.S. CENTCOM teammates out in Israel, and there are Israeli Defense Force teammates at the relevant command and control nodes within the U.S. CENTCOM enterprise. Routinely, Admiral Cooper is talking to the IDF Chief of Defense, and I will occasionally speak to him through the arc of this. I've spoken to him a few times already. That allows us to coordinate, integrate, and synchronize activities while maintaining separate efforts.
And when I said a breath of fresh air, I really meant it. Usually it's us with some ancillary benefits from allies who are maybe willing but not as capable. When you have both the will and the capability of an ally that can really bring things to bear, we take certain targets, they take certain targets, and we coordinate it. It has incredible effects. Right here.
Secretary Hegseth, with respect to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries' statement that the Iran mission will end in failure, what kind of message does that send to our enemies, and what does it do to the motivation of our troops?
Well, I've been through that movie before with the Democrats rooting against the country. Our generation saw that in our battlefields. I think it's pretty unprecedented and unfortunate that it would occur 4 days in to an operation where, as the chairman laid out, America's best are operating in an incredibly challenging environment where they're having incredible success, but they're meeting a determined adversary. And he's been privy to briefs that we've provided. He knows how effective this has been. He's being disingenuous, which we're used to. Right here.
Thank you for taking my question. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV.
One of the questions I have is just really regarding the intelligence that indicated that this was something the U.S. had to get involved with at the time that you guys did. We had Operation Midnight Hammer back in June. We obliterated their nuclear facilities. What was the intelligence that suggested that somehow they became a threat once again that required us to get involved with Operation Epic Fury?
I appreciate the question. The evidence in front of us since the 12-day war was that Iran had no intention of actually negotiating a nuclear deal that truly meant they did not have a pathway to the nuclear bomb. And they had a moment. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, two of the best negotiators in the world, poured into that negotiation, giving them every single possible opportunity to release that ambition, and they didn't. And the intelligence that we saw they didn't intend to do it in good faith, that they had the intentions eventually to get to a place where they could have a conventional shield to block their nuclear capabilities, as I talked about yesterday. So I would separate the what from the when a little bit. The what is they've been killing Americans for 47 years. They have thousands of missiles pointed at us. They have ongoing nuclear ambitions, and they're at the weakest they've ever been. So the when became, in a particular, hey, what makes the most sense to do this to ensure that the narrow objectives we have of ensuring they never have a nuclear weapon have a maximum effect? Yes, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had two questions. First, what is your message to Iran's allies, namely Russia and China, who have called for an immediate end to hostilities?
I don't have a message for them, and they're not really a factor here. And our issue is not with them. It's with the nuclear ambitions of Iran.
Absolutely. And are any so-called fully autonomous weapons or other AI tools being used in Operation Epic Fury?
We've got a lot of autonomous systems or systems that drones and others incorporated with smart AI aspects to them, but a lot of which I can't talk about here. Yeah. Yellow, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. As you know, China is accusing the United States of invading in Iran, a sovereign nation, and North Korea, which cooperate with Iran on nuclear development, has declared its commitment to protecting Iran. What is the United States' strategic response to this? And I have a second one. How many allies join with the United States to fighting against Iran? Do you have any number?
Well, I think what you're seeing right now is a response in the region to the belligerence of Iran and the willingness of them to target civilian airports, civilian hotels, civilian locations, civilian oil infrastructure of their Gulf neighbors who would have preferred not to be in conflict, didn't want to, but now realize that this is something that has to be dealt with. So whether it's UAE or Qatar or Bahrain or Kuwait or Saudi, on different levels, they're reaching out to us, whether they're going on offense, which they are, whether they're giving us additional access, basing, and overflight. We're working very closely and collaborating with them. Also on air defenses. The air defense capabilities of those countries are significant, and when combined with ours and we coordinate, it brings simplicity to the shot doctrine, so we make sure we're using less munitions but being more effective with what we shoot at. And as it pertains to other countries, I'll sort of give the same question. They don't really bear on the case of Iran. We're going to deal with Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that'll send plenty of signals in the process. Right there. Purple.
Are you going to help get Americans out of the region? The military going to help? Secretary, I have two questions. One question for you and the other question for Mr. Chairman. You ruled out that you are not engaging with the Kurdish forces, Iranian Kurdish forces, to incursion from the Kurdistan region to Iran. But now, and today, Iranian said that under threatening the Kurdistan region, they said clearly if there is any incursion from the Kurdistan region, they will attack all the Kurdistan region and go war with the Kurdistan region. What's your comment on that? And a question for Mr. Chairman, given comments that the U.S. forces might be deployed if necessary, under what specific conditions would you determine that deploying U.S. boots on the ground is necessary, and how would such a decision support and advance your stated strategic goals?
Well, I'm not going to comment on U.S. boots on the ground. I think that's a question for policymakers, and I don't make policy. I execute policy. I will say on the question in the back corner about helping Americans get out, first, it's a great opportunity to encourage everybody in the region to go to the State Department and register. Secretary Rubio's been trying to get that word out, and I'd ask you to help us with that, to have folks register. We've also opened up space available seats as C-17s and other airplanes come in to try to help folks get out. But that's really a State Department matter. But to answer your question, that's what we've been doing.
Absolutely. Last question right here.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You touched on this in your opening remarks, but I'm hoping you could expand on it a bit. It's been reported that Iran might be trying to outlast our ability to intercept their missiles. It sounds like you guys are saying they don't have the ability to do so. Is that the case? Can they outlast us in their ability to do that?
Iran cannot outlast us. We're going to ensure through violence of action and our offensive capabilities and our defensive capabilities, as I said, that we set the tone and the tempo of this fight. That's why stories and speculation about different things that try to make it look like we're limited in what we can do, the only limits we have in this is President Trump's desire to achieve specific effects on behalf of the American people. And that's why we don't talk about, you can say 4 weeks, but it could be 6, it could be 8, it could be 3. Ultimately, we set the pace and the tempo. The enemy is off balance, and we're going to keep them off balance. And we know their ability to shoot versus our ability to defend. That difference gets wider and wider every day. Our defense gets better, their offensive capabilities diminish. As we are going into ammunitions that we, as we said, have tens of thousands of and can drop unlimited supplies on, with even more effects than the standoff emissions we have now, which is why when we say the throttle's going up, the throttle's going up, and it's going to stay on high. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
So that Pete Hegseth, the US Secretary of War, giving a briefing at the Pentagon alongside General Dan Kane, who gave us more specific details about the actual operation. Hegseth talking about Iran, saying they are toast and they know it. We are playing for keeps. Iran's senior leaders are dead, the governing council is dead, senior generals can't talk, let alone mount an offensive. Also talking about how the Iranian Air Force is gone and the Iranian Navy sunk. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step, according to Pete Hegseth. Let's bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins, in Washington for us. David, bold statements from Pete Hegseth 5 days into this war.
Yes, Jane, they covered a lot of ground there, didn't they, in the space of 30 minutes, so forgive me, I'm going to refer to my notes a lot. He talked about the Iranian Air Force being no more, having been created in 1986, destroyed in 2026. He said the Navy was now at the bottom of the Persian Gulf and that all of the leaders from the regime were dead. We did hear interesting news about a US submarine having torpedoed an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. We think that happened off Sri Lanka. And I also pointed out that the leader of the unit who had attempted to assassinate President Trump in the past had also been killed, adding that President Trump has had the last laugh. So a lot of focus on how much progress they are making, but they also were keen to stress that this is far from mission accomplished. He said they had 7 times the intensity in this war of the 12-day war between Israel and Iran last year, that there were more and larger waves coming. He detailed 500-pound, 1,000-pound and 2,000-pound bombs, laser-guided precision bombs. And then it was interesting, I thought, to hear from General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, when he talked about until now they were using stand-off munitions, but were moving towards stand-in munitions, giving them greater precision and the ability to push further into Iran. But on the reports that the US is preparing to arm Kurdish fighters to effectively put boots on the ground, Pete Hegseth largely dismissed that, and General Kane said it was not something really that he was prepared to talk about because boots on the ground is a policy matter and he doesn't make policy, he simply executes it.
David, questions too about this strike on a girls' school in Iran.
Yes, I think that is notable because we are hearing time and time again from the Defence Secretary or the self-styled Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, that the United States is setting the terms for this war. They say our rules of engagement are bold. We're punching them while they're down, and that's okay. This is not a fair fight. I'm quoting him directly there. So they are continuing to celebrate effectively the abandonment of the traditional rules of engagement. Those rules of engagement, we know, are partially designed to try and prevent the loss of innocent civilian life in a war situation. Now, the Americans have really said very little about reports of dozens of schoolgirls having been killed by a strike on their school. When he was pressed on that this morning, he said they never target civilians and they are investigating. He was pressed for a second time and he simply said, we are investigating. So it appears to be something the Americans are not very keen to talk about at this stage. As far as they're concerned, they're viewing this in a very binary sense, that they're going to war against an enemy with a vicious record, and they are considering it necessary to deploy on their terms, not on any terms that have been set globally in the past, Jane.
David, thanks very much for now. And David was talking about that ship that we heard was sunk by a US sub, and we're getting more details from the Sri Lankan authorities about that. They are saying that at least 80 people died on that Iranian warship that was sunk by a US submarine. That's coming from the Sri Lankan Deputy Foreign Minister talking to local television, saying that that ship was apparently heading back to Iran from an eastern Indian port. That coming from the Sri Lankan authorities there. Let's bring in our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael, maybe talk a little bit about this ship and the fact that a torpedo was used from a submarine, first time since the Second World War, American says, in this kind of operation, and then maybe a little bit more about the wider strategy. What do you make of this, what we're hearing about this ship attack?
Yeah, it's they wanted to say it, first time that an American attack submarine has sunk a ship with a torpedo. And Pete Hegseth said, in international waters, he said, as if that was a mark of pleasure. Not in territorial waters of Iran. This ship almost certainly was on its way back, assuming it was in international waters. But there you are. The United States is clearly in a state of war with Iran. The Iranians, as far as I know, haven't said they're in a state of war with America, but they're certainly hitting back. If a state of war exists, then you're entitled to torpedo ships on the high seas. But that rather, interestingly, as it were, poses the question, to what extent is the United States in an overt state of war with Iran? I think it'll be controversial in the international world. It won't be controversial in the United States. And it goes along with Pete Hegseth saying we have robust rules of engagement. We're not going to be constrained in the way that we have been in the past with previous operations, because I remember 20 years of operations which British and American forces conducted over Iraq and over Syria, in Afghanistan. I mean, the number of times that aircraft brought their bombs back because they couldn't identify the target clearly enough, or there seemed to be civilians there. And so they'd turn away, they'd bring their bombs back, they wouldn't bomb if they thought there was a danger of creating these situations. And of course, inevitably there were mistakes, and we suffered the PR problem of that. But interestingly, they're saying, we're not going to worry about that now. This is war, we do what we need to do. And Pete Hegseth's statement was very, very assertive. When we, the United States, go to war, we go to war, and you will know about it. And we're not going to worry about the niceties. I think, the United States may come back to regret some of those statements, but, it's clear that's what they intend to do. This operation is going ahead at a furious pace. And they kept making the point, this is only 5 days, 100 hours, just wait, you haven't seen anything yet. And in a way, that came from Dan Kane as well. He indicated the next part of the strategy, which I thought was interesting.
What do you think the next part of the strategy is? Because once you've taken out the Air Force, once you've taken out the Navy, and you've taken out those in charge and positions of authority, what else is there to do? Well,
what they've done is they've suppressed all the air defence, they say, along the southern coast. So that flank is now safe for American aircraft to operate in. And what are you saying? We're going further inland. So we'll take out more targets, toward, as they say, go downtown. We're going to go downtown towards Tehran, and we'll make it more and more safe for our aircraft to range over Iranian airspace. So instead of doing all this with ballistic missiles and with cruise missiles, we take our aircraft. And that was the difference that, as David pointed out, He talked about we're going away from standoff weapons now to stand-in weapons, where an aircraft can get to quite close to its target and just release its weapon. It's not exactly bombing from above, but releasing from 30 miles away, 40 miles away. And so what he's indicating is that the strategy moves on to another phase. And he said that, what we are designed to do, and this is the clearest expression we've heard from the American military yet, while politicians are all struggling to define what this is supposed to be about. Dan Kane, I think for the second or third time, used the phrases that I remembered. He said, we are going to destroy their capability to project power outside their own borders. And so what he means is he's going to destroy the ability of the Iranians to do anything militarily other than policing its own borders. That's the objective. And at least that's a clear objective. It would take a long time to do it, actually. The other thing he said I thought was interesting. He said, the Iranians have launched 500 ballistic missiles. Yeah, that's a big number. But Israeli intelligence reckon they had 2,500 before this operation began. So maybe the Iranians have used a fifth of their weapons. Maybe they've got 4/5 still there if the Americans don't find them quite quickly, which I think is an interesting calculation.
Well, does it beg the question, are they going to run out?
Yeah, the Iranians, I think, must have a sense that, although he said, their use of ballistic missiles and drones has dropped off a lot in the last 48 hours, but I suspect that may be because the Iranians are reorganising themselves. They're decentralised now. Their central command has been destroyed, but they were anticipating that. I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't an uptick in Iranian firings of weapons, and even though 90% of them are being intercepted, which is a high interception rate. But if they've still got 1,000 or so, up to 2,000 weapons, the Iranians will want to eke them out so they can keep this going for long enough to make the Americans feel the pain. But equally, they won't want to leave it so long that they all get hit on the ground before they can fire them off. So I thought that there's an interesting calculation there. But the US obviously feels it's moving into phase 2 now, which is to dismantle the Iranian military. It still doesn't tell you what's going to happen politically. And Pete Hegseth wouldn't even address that issue. The issue, are you arming the Kurds? Nothing to do with me, but that's a political problem. And so the idea is that they can completely take the military out of Iran. It still doesn't address the issue of what happens next to the government of Iran or to the demonstrators who came out and were massacred in January.
So no plan for future governance and no apparent military exit plan either?
Not at the moment. I mean, there's a military plan to achieve the objective, which is to make Iran incapable of projecting military power outside its own borders. You can see that. That's achievable, in theory. Where does that leave Iran militarily? And all military victories have to be translated into something political. Otherwise, there's no point in doing it. And they're not commenting on that. And whether because they don't want to talk about it or because they don't know what the plan is, because it all depends on Donald Trump and he changes his mind apparently every day. But the Iranian strategy must now be to eke out what they've got without losing it in terms of missiles and drones in order to make this last long enough. Because what they want is for Donald Trump at some point will declare victory and leave, and they'll still be there. And so they will say to the world, we're still here, and we're martyrs to the cause, etc., etc. That's what they want. At some point, give Trump his victory and he will leave. But when he's taken enough pain and when the markets are reacting against him and when the public in the United States is getting very wary about this, he'll declare victory and leave. So they've got to keep it going long enough for that to happen. That's their strategy, I think.
OK, Michael, really interesting. Thanks very much. Well, let's just give you a bit of a reminder through what has been happening in the last few hours in the region. Iran state media says the number of Iranians killed since Saturday's attack has risen to 1,045 as Tehran came under fresh attacks. As we've been hearing, the strikes throughout the region are continuing today. Iranian state television says explosions in the Iranian capital came at dawn, and the IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime. Explosions are also continuing across Lebanon, where the IDF says it's retaliating against Iranian proxy group Hezbollah. This is the moment the Israeli Air Force struck what it says are 2 Hezbollah buildings in Beirut's suburbs. It comes after a string of explosions across Lebanon's capital city this morning, after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages. Israel says its own air defences have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions heard around Jerusalem. Turkey has said that NATO defences intercepted a ballistic missile launched from Iran before it could enter Turkish airspace. The Turkish Defence Ministry says there have been no reports of casualties or injuries from falling debris. And these images show a fire which has broken out near the US consulate in Dubai following a drone strike. The US Secretary of State said all the consulate's personnel have been accounted for. Let's bring in our correspondent Sally Lockwood, who's in Fujairah on the Gulf of Oman, travelled there from Dubai. What is the latest from where you are, Sally? This, Oman, is where a lot of people are travelling to try to get repatriated.
Yeah, that's right, Jane. I mean, options in terms of travel is still proving quite confusing for a lot of people who are contacting me on social media because they don't know what to do. Emirates today has announced that it's pushing back its scheduled flights until Saturday. There's an evacuation flight leaving from Oman today through the UK Foreign Office, and a few commercial options with Etihad and Emirates have left today, but it's very confusing for people trying to find out how to leave, of which tens of thousands of British tourists are still stranded here in the UAE. And there's a lot of residents that I'm now hearing from who are looking to leave too. And that's since the British Embassy updated their travel advice to UK citizens, saying, look, if you don't need to be here at the moment, you might want to think about leaving now that some commercial routes are opening up. And they are putting pressure on airlines to try and open up more flights. So I think that has made people a bit nervous, and certainly more residents today are also thinking about leaving. And the UAE government has announced in the last hour or so that they brought forward spring break. So schools and nurseries and universities will not be returning this term. It was due to start spring break on the 16th of March. It's now started indefinitely with remote learning. So that's also making a big impact on families' decisions. But we've moved up here to the eastern emirate of Fujairah, which is on the Gulf of Oman, and it's at the exit point of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a really narrow waterway between Oman and the UAE to the south and Iran to the north. At its most narrow point, it's just 21 miles wide, and it's a bottleneck for much of the world's oil supply. Around a fifth of the world's oil supply flows through here. But at the moment, it's effectively closed. Not officially, but because the Revolutionary Guard have said any tanker trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz will be attacked and set on fire. And despite the Iranian Navy taking an absolute hammering by the Americans in the last few days, they're still managing to target some of these container ships and tankers. There was one this morning that was hit, passing they were passing eastwards in this direction to the Gulf of Oman, and that was a Maltese-flagged container ship. That was hit by an unknown projectile, probably a drone. It caused a fire. All the crew have been accounted for, and there's no environmental damage. And then last night, there was a similar incident here. A tanker was hit in Fujairah by a drone, causing a fire. So it's really risky. There have been a number of incidents like that in the last few days, and it's brought around 200 commercial international tankers to a standstill, and we can actually see them here. I mean, it's very hazy, so we're not going to pan and try and show you because you won't be able to see it, but we did send you in some pictures which hopefully you can run to show just the number of tankers that are now at standstill just behind me at the exit of the Strait of Hormuz, and I can also make out a couple of naval ships as well. It's an extraordinary sight when you're looking just down here to see people lying on sun loungers next to this extraordinary scene, which is, causing such an impact to the world's oil supply, but also, which is essentially a war zone at the moment. So a lot going on here, a lot going on inland as well in the UAE, of course, with that strike on the US consulate last night by a drone, which caused an explosion. No one was hurt, but it happened in a populated area of Dubai, and certainly scenes like that are absolutely extraordinary here. It's caused a lot of worry. There are still some people who are saying, oh, you know, things will return to normal in a few days. We feel in safe hands, but it's also creating an incredible amount of stress as well.
Sally, thanks so much for that. Sally Lockwood reporting for us there in Fujairah. Now, let's just bring you a couple of bits of developing news about the conflict. Iran has announced that it will target Israeli embassies worldwide if the Iranian armed forces, if Israeli forces attack the Iranian embassy in Beirut. We've seen there have been a number of explosions in Beirut. Israel is using this opportunity to attack Iran's proxy in Lebanon, Hezbollah. There have been a number of attacks in southern Beirut suburbs. Israel says that they have hit Hezbollah targets. Well, Iran is now saying if that extends to an attack on the Iranian embassy in Beirut, then Israeli embassies across the world will be targeted. Also hearing in the last few minutes that sirens have sounded in Bahrain. This is according to the Interior Ministry. And also Qatar has announced that it will fully shut its gas liquefaction plant on Wednesday. This is coming from two sources via Reuters. We'll be getting reaction to that in the next hour.
to it, with Royal Navy teams working to try and get it ready as soon as possible to sail for the Mediterranean. There are 2 Wildcat helicopters, as you say, that will get to the region before HMS Dragon reaches it. It is not expected to even leave Portsmouth until next week. It will then take several days to reach the region. What we have also learned is more detail as well about the involvement that the UK is having in terms of those missions being flown into Iran by the US to destroy ballistic missile depots and launchers. You'll remember that Keir Starmer, after initially refusing permission for the US to fly and launch missions from UK bases in Gloucestershire, RAF Fairford, and then, of course, in the Indian Ocean at Diego Garcia, then said that, yes, they can use those bases, but only in a defensive capability. The US hasn't actually used them yet. Western officials say that no missions have been flown from those 2 UK bases into Iran by the US yet, but they are expecting US warplanes to arrive at both of those bases in the coming days. And then after that, presumably they expect those missions to be flown into Iran. We also got more detail about that drone that made it through into the RAF base, Akrotiri at Cyprus. Of course, 2 other drones were shot down. One made it through and caused some damage. That drone had now been recovered by the UK and by the military and has been analysed. And while they say it is a Shahed drone, the type of Iranian-designed drone quite frequently used by the regime in Tehran, intriguingly, what they say is that they can confirm it did not come from Iran. So it wasn't launched from Iran. And now that had been something that had been hinted at behind the scenes for a few days. Whitehall sources being quite cagey about specifically saying that this was a drone launched from Iran. Now, Western officials wouldn't go into detail about where exactly it came from, but confirming that actually this was not the type of drone that this was. The details that they have recovered from it lead them to conclude that this wasn't actually launched directly from Iran. We also got an idea of the best estimation of how long some of these missile and drone launches from Iran might carry on for. They say that the pace at which these missiles and drones have been launched has gone down and decreased in the last day or so, something they put down to some of the US and Israeli strikes to try and take out missile launchers and depots. But there is a note of caution in there as well, with officials saying that part of this, yes, may be down to the defensive measures being taken by the US and Israel, but it may be down to also Iran essentially holding back some military capability so they are able to sustain these attacks across the Middle East for longer. The estimate at the moment is that at the current firing pace from Iran, they believe that there are several more days of capability left. So countries around the Middle East may be having to intercept and defend against drones and ballistic missiles for a few days yet. That in turn is triggering some concern amongst Western officials about the stocks of defensive missiles that countries such as the UAE have. They've been burning through them at quite a pace, and they said if this does keep carrying on for the next few days, some concern may start to develop about whether they actually have the ammunition left to defend themselves completely and comprehensively.
Rob, thank you so much for bringing us up to date with all of those details. Now, in the last few minutes, we received an alert, which we often do on our phones, just letting us know that there are ballistic missiles being fired from Iran towards Jerusalem and probably towards other areas of Israel as well. So we've got our protective gear on. We've been dealing with this barrage of ballistic missiles over the course of the last few days. And of course, the interceptors do what they need to do. But this is something that in this ongoing conflict we've had to deal with. So we may hear some loud sounds in the next few minutes, but I'll continue our coverage. Now, the US Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has been holding a news conference on the Iran war. He told reporters that America was winning the war with more US forces arriving in the region. He also confirmed that the US sunk an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. Let's just have a listen.
Yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh.
That was the US Secretary of War, and you can probably hear the sirens blaring behind us. I'm just going to go straight to our correspondent in Washington, David Blevins, who has the latest for us. And David, we've been getting these daily updates from the War Secretary, Pete Hegseth. Just give us a flavor of what he said today.
Yalda, a characteristically bombastic update from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. He says the Iranian Air Force is no more, that Israel and the US has control of the skies. He says the Iranian Navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, and there are no Iranian leaders in the regime left, according to Pete Hegseth. He did specifically detail that attack on a warship by a US submarine, describing it, as you heard, as the first sinking of an enemy warship by torpedoes since the Second World War. Significant in that it happened in the Indian Ocean, just off Sri Lanka. We understand there are reports of 80 sailors having been killed, but that's international waters, so it'll be interesting to see how the international community responds to that. And of course, he also highlighted that the leader of the unit that had tried to assassinate President Trump had also been killed. In terms of the future, he was quite clear that this is far from mission accomplished. He talked about more and larger waves coming, £500 to £2,000 GPS laser-guided precision bombs, and said that this war had 7 times the intensity of the 12-day war between Israel and Iran last year. And then he returned to this business of rules of engagement. We heard him talk about this yesterday. He said the United States is setting the terms. Our rules of engagement are bold. He also said this isn't a fair fight, but that's okay. They are punching against Iran while they're down. So they are effectively celebrating the fact that they are abandoning the long-standing rules of engagement because America believes it has the right to do this, regardless of the debate that's continuing at home and abroad about what exactly the justification for the war is.
We're just going to leave our coverage from Israel for the time being, but we'll return to Yalda when we can. Now, the Prime Minister has told the Commons that the UK must act with clarity, purpose and a cool head as he updated MPs on the country's response to the operation in the Middle East. Let's just take you through what he announced in the last few hours. He confirmed that Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities will be flown to Cyprus. He said further missions were flown overnight, including Typhoons defending Qatar and F-35s defending other regional parties. Sir Keir Starmer also confirmed that yesterday more than 1,000 British nationals arrived back in the UK on commercial flights from the UAE. He also confirmed that 8 more flights would depart from there and 1 from Oman later today.
This is obviously an extremely serious situation, and I know the whole country is worried about the potential for escalation. They're worried about the impact on their lives, particularly when they see what's happening with energy. The family and friends of those who are caught in the region will be worried sick about them. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. John, what did you make of the exchanges we saw during Prime Minister's questions?
Well, there are a lot of people who thought that Kemi Badenoch rather missed an opportunity to tackle the Prime Minister on the remarks of President Trump last night in the Oval Office. The Prime Minister was being terribly serious, setting out a lot of announcements and setting out his position. The the Leader of the Opposition did come out with some rather odd phrases. She talked about the Prime Minister and the government catching arrows rather than stopping the archer. And then at one point, she, in a bizarre moment, she compared the... She said that, talking about Labour backbenchers, she said he's got a sea of orcs and goons who have no idea how anything is working at all. Orcs, I'm sure you know, Jane, characters in Lord of the Rings, strange little characters, as I recall. Goons, not quite sure why she's talking about goons there. But the real, one of the more significant things he said, like Monday, when the most significant thing he said was you can't bring about regime change in the air, that was in response to the senior backbencher and father of the House, Sir Edward Lee. This time, it was a Tory backbencher, Gareth Bacon, who actually asked about the special relationship and the remarks of President Trump. And Gareth Bacon said, the US is our most important international ally. Does the Prime Minister believe his dithering and equivocal response to events in the Middle East this week has made that relationship stronger or weaker? And in response, the Prime Minister gave a pretty powerful defence of the special relationship. He said, the American planes are operating out of British bases. That's the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That's the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That's the special relationship. And then he said, hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship in action. Well, that question about the special relationship might have been better asked by the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch, but she didn't. She moved around all over the place with her 6 questions. Now, earlier, before Prime Minister's questions, Nigel Farage staged his latest news conference, and he had this to say about the jibe made by the President in the Oval Office about the Prime Minister.
Well, to say he's no Churchill is quite an understatement, really, I would have thought. I mean, the man has dithered, he's all over the place, he's not a leader, he's a follower. His performance has been abject over the course of the last few days, added to which we haven't even got a Royal Navy that's serviceable anymore. So I'm not surprised he said what he said. Look, there are times to say no to the Americans, absolutely. You know, we should have said no a couple of times in the last 25 years. And, of course, because Saddam Hussein didn't pose any direct threat to this country, they had to invent a threat. I would argue in the case of Iran, since the 7th of October, this country has fundamentally changed as a result of terrorism funded by Iran. And frankly, if this operation stops Iran getting a nuclear weapon, it would have been worth it.
Well, a little bit of a history lesson there from Mr Farage talking about the Iraq War. It is fair to say that the Labour Party, the spectre of the Iraq War is haunting the Labour Party. We saw that when the Prime Minister made that very long statement and questions on Monday. Of course, Mr Farage went on to say, of course, that if the military action against Iran stops the terrorism, the violence and so on, it will have been worth it. So the Prime Minister remains defiant. His other response to President Bush's Churchill remark was to go back to what he said on Monday in the House about defending Britain's interests. He talked a lot about that today at Prime Minister's questions. He'd come armed with a lot of facts and figures and a lot of the action that the British government is taking. And in terms of political knockabout, well, there was none really from him, although he did right at the end talk of his clash with Kemi Badenoch, talk about the test of an opposition leader is whether you can show the statesmanship that shows that you're perhaps fit to become Prime Minister. My mind goes back to, I always remember when Tony Blair said to John Major, I lead my party, he follows his. Kemi Badenoch might have been better off to say something like that to the PM, but the PM probably had a better Prime Minister's questions because, of course, he came armed with a lot of serious points about why the action that the UK is taking, and I thought his riposte to Gareth Bacon was pretty good as well.
OK, John, thank you very much. A container vessel has caught fire after being struck by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz, forcing the crew to abandon the ship. The Maltese-flagged Safine Prestige was damaged by a projectile as it sailed eastbound in the strait earlier this morning. It comes after the IRGC claimed that they had complete control of the strait. Well, I'm joined now by Sky correspondent Sally Lockwood, who's in Fujairah on the east coast along the Gulf of Oman. And Sally, what is the situation with shipping now? What can you see?
Hello to you, Jane. Yes, we're in the Eastern Emirates of Fujairah on the Gulf of Oman, which is the exit point of the Strait of Hormuz into the Gulf of Oman, where around 20% of the world's oil flows through. It's a choke point for the world's oil. At its most narrow point, it's just 21 miles wide, with Oman and the UAE to the south and Iran to the north. And here at the moment, we've actually sent you in pictures because if we zoom in from here, it's too hazy to show you. But where we are now, I can see a large number of tankers at standstill, as well as a number of naval ships as well. And that's because the Strait of Hormuz isn't officially closed, but the Revolutionary Guard have said if you try to pass through, we will attack you and will set fire to your vessel. And there have been a number of incidents, as you mentioned, with vessels being attacked in the last 5 days. That one you described just now was a Maltese-flagged container ship coming in this direction, which was hit by a projectile, probably a drone, earlier today. And then last night, here where we are, there was a tanker hit and a fire was... there was an explosion and another fire on that vessel as well. The crew were recovered safely and there was no environmental damage. But still, it's caused all of this international shipping, which would normally be moving in and out of the Gulf, to come to an absolute standstill. Some have considered reportedly turning off their transponders and attempting to cross at night, but the big concern there is that they wouldn't have insurance, and it's really, really risky. And despite the fact that the Americans have absolutely hammered the Iranian Navy in recent days, as Pete Hegseth said in his briefing, we are still seeing a very kinetic energy here in the Strait of Hormuz with a number of attacks. And it's really interesting, you know, I'm looking down here and there's a beach with sun loungers on it, and then we're looking at naval vessels and international tankers at standstill just a few miles away. It's really extraordinary scenes, but we're now caught up in the middle of what is a war zone, and it's caused a lot of worry. You know, there are people here who need to get back to their homes. They're here on holiday and they can't. There's still a lot of confusion when it comes to travel as well. There's the first evacuation flight leaving from Oman not far from here tonight with the Foreign Office. But a lot of people say, you know, we don't know how to get the information for how we get a ticket, how do we get on these flights. A few commercial options have opened up as well, but Emirates have now announced that they're pushing back their schedule for scheduled flights until Saturday. And the UAE government has said that spring break starts now. It's essentially been brought forward by 10 days. Remote schooling stays in place and children won't return to schools until the following term because the situation is just so volatile. So it's very hard for airlines to plan their schedule at the moment. And in the meantime, a lot of people here are left in limbo. And I'd say there's an increasing number who are getting quite worried about the situation and are looking to leave.
OK. Thanks very much, Sally. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, more on the war in Iran with the author of the book The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangalu. Bombardment in the Middle East has intensified as the war in Iran now goes into its 5th day. The US Secretary of War and top US generals have said that the operation is far from over, continuing strikes on Iran, adding that the Iranian regime is toast. Also this hour, the UK warship HMS Dragon is being prepared for its involvement in the mission. I'm joined now by Tara Kangalu, a global affairs journalist and author of the book The Heartbeat of Iran. And Tara, what are you hearing from your friends in Tehran today? What is the very latest on the ground?
Thank you, Jane. Indeed, the recent death tolls are tallying the number of civilian deaths to 1,000. This, according to the Iranians' Red Crescent, but also international human rights organizations. Despite the internet and phone connection being extremely weak, I managed to get through to some folks. And just in the past hour, I spoke to someone who said, most of the people in Tehran are staying home. They're staying put. Some have left the city. But she said she tried to go out to just get some items from a supermarket. And she said halfway she turned back and went home. And Jane, as you know, Tehran is an extremely dense city. And as targeted and surgical as these strikes are and have been, it is inevitable that the civilian infrastructure would be affected. So if you have a police station, if you have a mosque, if you have a government or military office or station, they are built such that you have shops, hospitals, clinics, schools, and civilian homes and structures around. So it is an extremely precarious time for a city of nearly 9 million and, of course, 16 million surrounding. And that is just Tehran. Other cities are being hit. We are hearing more than 130 cities have been hit since the start of the war. And once again, as I'm told by multiple people, the word on the ground is that we, the Iranian people, are caught in between the lunacy of a repressive regime that has choked us for years and the foreign aggression that we really don't know where it's going and where it's leading and how it's going to affect us.
We're just going to get to pause for a second, Tara, because we've been talking this morning about something that was announced at that press conference with Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane, and this was the sinking of an Iranian warship. This is the footage that we have. It shows the ship being targeted, and there you can see the explosion. Pete Hegseth announced that that was taken out by a submarine torpedo, the first time that that has happened since the Second World War. We know that that ship was travelling in the Indian Ocean. It was travelling from Sri Lanka, believed to be going back to Iran, and it's believed that 80 people on board that ship have perished. That's come from the Sri Lankan authorities in the last half hour. So that is the first images that we're getting of that Iranian ship that went down. And Tara, as you deftly pointed out, for so many Iranians, they're trapped between what wasn't an ideal government situation by any means and what is actually happening now. Thoughts are turning to succession in the future. What does that even look like?
Exactly, because we heard from the IDF saying we are going after anyone that can potentially be the next leader. So where are we left at this moment? There are some lines circulating that potentially the son of the supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, might take the lead. We don't know yet, because talking to sources in Iran, we don't even know if he's alive. We haven't seen him publicly since. But if so, there has been an ideology in Iran that has essentially prevented this hereditary line of succession. And so that might be an issue. But this is a man who has lost both his parents, Ali Khamenei, and his wife. His wife has been killed, as other members of his family. But we have to yet wait and see. There are also other individuals whose names are circulating. That includes Hassan Khomeini. He is the grandson of the founding father, if you so will, of the revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini. And Jane, there's another person that I think is worth mentioning. We haven't heard much from, but he's an important figure, Asghar Hijazi. He's an extremely influential cleric. He was the deputy chief of staff to the supreme leader's office. He was a deputy overseeing all foreign affairs relations with the Supreme Leader's office, and he has his hand between the intelligence, the IRGC, and the executive branch. So he's a key figure that we should also watch. But that said, there's a lot on the table that we don't know. And the burial and memorial ceremony of the Supreme Leader, as you know, has been postponed because of security concerns.
OK, Tara, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. But let's just remind you of these images that we showed you a short time ago. These are the first images that we have of a torpedo from a US submarine taking out an Iranian vessel. This happened in the last day or so, and this has been confirmed by the Sri Lankan authorities. Believed 80 people perished on board that. We'll have more on that after this break.
Welcome back to our live and continuous coverage of the ongoing conflict here between the United States and Israel and Iran. And we have returned after a few minutes being away. We had some sirens going off here because, of course, we're dealing with ongoing missile attacks coming in, ballistic missiles being launched from Iran to Israel, and people are required to get into the bunkers. But just in the last few moments, we've had some breaking news and some images coming in of a U.S. submarine or a U.S. Submarine sinking an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. You can see those images that have come in now. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that the U.S. submarine was, they sunk it, an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean with a torpedo, and at least 80 people were killed in that U.S. strike on that Iranian warship. So at least 80 were killed in that U.S. submarine sinking the Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. And Pete Hegseth confirmed that in his press conference in the last few minutes. But those are the images that have come into us in the last 10 minutes or so. Now let's bring in our next guest who joins us live from Beirut, journalist Jad Ghosn. Thank you very much, Jad, for joining us here on the programme. We've been talking about how this conflict has widened across the Gulf, but of course in the last couple of days we've also seen Hezbollah launching rockets on northern Israel and then Israel responding with those airstrikes in the strongholds of Hezbollah. Just give us a sense of what's been going on in the last 24 hours or so.
Well, after the initial response from Hezbollah about 48 hours ago, the Israelis started with a big area of airstrikes from southern Lebanon to eastern Lebanon to Beirut suburbs and even outside of Beirut suburbs in the eastern suburbs of Beirut last night. In addition to that, we have a progress on the ground where the Israelis are occupying more lands in the south. Since the ceasefire a year and a half ago, they used to occupy 5 points on the southern border. Now they went in further more to the south, and the occupation is getting over a larger area. And Hezbollah is also escalating their responses with maybe, I believe, more than 12 different rocket launches in the last 24 hours. So it's escalating here in Lebanon, and there are no really clear political path for resolution.
Just talk us through the number of people who have now been displaced and killed as a result of these activities in the last few days.
According to the UNICEF, today they said that around 60,000 people fled southern Lebanon during the last 24 hours, among which there are 18,000 children. And as for the casualties, the Ministry of Health in Lebanon today in the morning, so the numbers are a little bit higher than the official number, but the official number was at 50 casualty and more than 200 injured.
Yeah, and the Lebanese government has been trying to contain the situation and trying to reach out to the Israeli government. Just talk us through how they're managing to do that.
Since Hezbollah made its initial response 48 hours ago, the government had an urgent meeting 2 days ago, hours after the attack, after some pressure from foreign ambassadors and foreign countries during the night, because the initial attack of Hezbollah came about 2 in the morning, 2 a.m. So during that meeting of the cabinet, they took the decision to consider Hezbollah as an illegal entity for its military wing, calling it to restrict its dealings through the political wing of the party. That decision was met with some applause from lots of Lebanese, and also lots of other Lebanese consider it to be an appalling decision, calling for the Lebanese government to call for resistance, which falls right through the political divide in Lebanon. But from foreign powers, especially the United States, they saw that this decision can at least differentiate the position of the Lebanese government from the position of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is considered now the only party that is calling for the military action, while the Lebanese government is calling for containment. And the Lebanese government also repeated its calls to Israel to initiate the failed negotiations.
Jad, we know that in 2024, in late 2024, the Israeli military decapitated Hezbollah and, of course, killed Hassan Nasrallah as well. Has Hezbollah managed over the course of the last year and a half to regroup and rearm in the way that, Israel would see it as a threat?
Hezbollah claims to have restored some of its capacities, but in reality, one can see that the missiles that they are launching are less in terms of volume, and their capacity to rearm themselves is really hard after the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, because that was the route through which they could rearm themselves. So they still have some capacity. No one knows the amount of and the volume of their capacity, but at least that what we know of is Hezbollah is steadily responding to the airstrikes of the Israelis, not to the amount that we saw during the 66 days war a year and a half ago, but they are still having some capacities, especially relating to small-sized drones and small-sized rockets. It cannot be compared to what it usually had during the past years, but it's still nevertheless existing. And everyone is waiting to see how much can it resume this fight, how long can Hezbollah endure, especially when all of the region that Hezbollah usually have some political presence and military presence is being bombarded relentlessly from the Israelis.
Jad, thank you very much for joining us. That was journalist Jad Ghosn joining us from Beirut. Well, let's bring in our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark, who joins me live from London. And Professor Clark, I mean, there's so many developments, so many different angles that we need to discuss. But for starters, I just want to show our viewers those images that we got in the last few minutes of that US submarine torpedo, which torpedoed the Iranian warship. We can have a look at that. And if you could just talk us through that. I don't think Professor Clark can hear me. Yeah. Professor Michael Clark, can you hear me?
That's the periscope view from the American submarine, whichever one it was. Pete Hegseth didn't say what it was. And that's a evidently heavy torpedo, one hit by the look of it, although often two are used against a warship. The warship's clearly hasn't tried to take any evasive action. It'd be going faster if it were when it was hit. But that's in a sense, a conventional view from the Second World War, which is rather what Pete Hegseth said. He says the first time since the Second World War that an American attack submarine has sunk a ship with a torpedo. It's fairly dramatic footage, I have to say, and interesting that usually in these situations, a state would declare some sort of maritime exclusion zone and say anything inside that zone is combat. But attacking outside any self-declared zone on the high seas is clearly only acceptable in war, and that means the Americans clearly think they're at war. We don't know yet exactly, we can't locate from our information so far exactly where this ship was, the Denner, but the Sri Lankans have said it was outside their territorial waters, but it was within their rescue zone, because every state has a certain zone in which they're responsible for answering distress calls. And it was in the Sri Lankan rescue zone, so it couldn't have been that far away from Sri Lanka. We'll get more details on that in due course, I think. But it was a modern frigate. It was it was the part of the pride of the Southern Fleet of the Iranian Navy, and it was a bit of an exhibition ship, so it does make, from an American point of view, a very significant target. It was a modern frigate with all the things that frigates would normally have on them.
Professor Clark, an act like this, are we likely to see more of it? Are these just warnings that both sides end up sending each other, whether it's Iranian drones or ballistic missiles, hitting refineries in the Gulf, or what we're seeing now on our screens? In war, is this the sort of thing that, both sides send messages to each other about their capabilities?
They do. Partly it's about their capability, and certainly Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane at the same press conference was making a great deal of America's completely irresistible ability, and that nothing could actually stop the Americans doing everything they want. And Hegseth kept saying that every part of Iran is now effectively open to us. We can do what we want in terms of destroying the ability of the Iranians, as Dan Kane said, to project power outside the country. So that's all about that. But some of these attacks, such as the attack on the ship, the Denner, are partly also to send a message to the leadership that this will go on. It's both a loss and it's also a very symbolic loss to convince the leadership that America is irresistible, and so it would be better to give in now than give in later on. So all of these things send a message. Of course they do.
And we understand that NATO has shot down a ballistic missile approaching Turkey. More and more countries getting dragged into this.
Yes, and that, again, is quite significant. I mean, the whole crisis is escalating horizontally. It's moving sideways around, making the region even bigger, the conflict zone even bigger. And it looks as if the shoot down from Turkey or from NATO defence forces, I'm guessing, was probably over Syria. What we knew was that the incoming was from Iraq and Syria, so you'd assume it was probably approaching the Syria border with Turkey, and this would have been part of NATO's relatively integrated air defence system. It's a bit less integrated in Turkey's case because of the way in which Turkey has deployed some, or threatens to deploy Russian systems, but nevertheless, whether this was an accidental attack toward Turkey or some attempt by the Iranian regime to bring Turkey into the crisis is hard to say. I would guess it would be more accidental than anything else, but nevertheless, it indicates the volatility of the whole regional situation.
And Professor Clark, finally, Pete Hegseth said in about a week we will control all of the skies over Iran. My assumption was that they already had complete control and superiority over Iran's skies.
Well, what they're talking about is air dominance and air superiority. So in other words, that it is safe for aircraft, American aircraft, to fly through Iranian skies. Before today, they only felt that they could fly around the southern borders and the western borders of Iran. But what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs was saying is that when we have complete air power over Iran, then we can safely let our aircraft fly over Iran. We know that the Iranian Air Force can't put up any fighters against us, in effect, but there could be ground-based systems. There could be ground-launched missiles which could threaten our aircraft. But what they're saying is that they will now, from the coast, make more and more inroads into Iran. And, obviously Iran is physically a very big country, so that may take some time. But what the Americans are doing is making it completely safe, in their view, for their own aircraft to range far and wide, and perhaps low, if they're taking out or attacking very specific targets. They may want their aircraft to get low, and that they want to be able to do that safely. And as Dan Kane was saying, that takes a bit of time. It takes several days. It'll take a few more days yet, he said. But we'll be in a position very soon where we will be able to fly anywhere we like over Iran in pretty well complete safety. I guess we'll find out if he's right.
Professor Clark, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to leave you with these images that came into us a short while ago. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says a U.S. submarine sank an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean with a torpedo, and we understand at least 80 people have been killed. We'll be back in the next few minutes.
Okay, there's a lot of firing going on. Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir. Let's go. Watch way. Right, we're going to get in. Right, get in. Get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them might often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera. Turn around and go away.
Okay, but
listen, I told you 3 times.
They saw 2 guys, 2 bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
That is what it's like. Sometimes we have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
Free wherever you get your news. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
We're just going to try and re-establish our communications with Yalda in Jerusalem. But meanwhile, a bombardment in the Middle East is intensifying as the war in Iran is now into its 5th day. Let's just remind you of the latest images that we have. And this is of an Iranian warship which has been struck by the Americans. The Americans used a torpedo from a submarine to literally blow this ship out of the water. We believe 80 people have died on board this ship. It was in the Indian Ocean. These facts have been confirmed to us by the Sri Lankan authorities. Pete Hegseth announced this in a briefing at the Pentagon a little earlier alongside Dan Kane, who filled in how Operation Epic Fury has gone. Pete Hegseth says that the Iranians are toast and they know it. He said that this will be relentless. We are punching them while they are down, he said, which is how it should be. He used this example of this vessel that we've seen blown out of the water and also talked about the fact that the US now had dominance of the Iranian skies and of the Iranian Navy as well. Hegseth says we are playing for keeps. The Iranian senior leaders are dead, the governing council is dead, and the senior generals cannot take over. Let's return now to Yalda in Jerusalem.
Jane, thank you so much and welcome back to Jerusalem and our live and continuous coverage of this war. Let's speak now to the project coordinator of Islamic Relief Lebanon, Majid Yamak. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here on the programme. We know that war has returned to Lebanon over the course of the last few days. Just bring us up to date on the number of people displaced, the number of people killed since Israel and Hezbollah started to fire rockets on Israel, and then, of course, we saw Israel retaliate.
Oh, thank you for having me. Yeah, so the situation in Lebanon now is very tragic. The hostilities are very severe. We have more than 70 casualties. We have more than 70,000 displaced people. People are, you can find them in the road anywhere. People left their houses 2 days ago in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. and they were looking for their shelters. They were fleeing. They stayed more than 10 hours on the road. Families were trapped. Thousands remained without food, water, even access to bathroom. Even one woman had birth on the road. It was very bad, and people are still moving now. More IDPs, more displaced people every day, and we have more than 350 official shelters now open, receiving displaced families.
We remember the chaos in 2024 when thousands of people were displaced and almost 1,000 people were killed in that 66-day war. Is Lebanon now preparing for that level of bombardment, and then that is going to lead to the displacement and killing of more people?
Unfortunately, Lebanon was still trying to recover. We cannot say even we recovered. We are trying to recover. And then we received this hit again. So now unfortunately, it is even more severe than the first time because people were still trying to find their homes or to rebuild. And now they found themselves displaced again. The government even also is not ready to support. The humanitarian aids in the past period were coming less. So now the pressure is bigger on the government and on the humanitarian aid to help and support these people.
Yes, and Mr. Yamak, at the time, as you say, the government, the health ministry was really struggling with the number of people making their way from the south to the north. Are evacuation centres becoming available, especially in this time when the weather is quite cool?
Yes, unfortunately, the government had to take the decision again to use the schools as shelters. This is very unfortunate because now the education in Lebanon is paralyzed. This is a very big problem because we don't have centers, equipped centers to receive people other than the schools. Even the schools are not equipped, but at least there is a shelter, a space to receive people. But these are not well equipped, especially as you mentioned, we are in the winter and there are shelters in the mountains and in high areas where it's a struggle for the people. We are looking as humanitarian workers. We are looking at these needs, and we are trying to help support as much as we can. But the need is very huge, and we really need more supports to be able to help.
We're unfortunately going to have to leave it there, Mr. Majid Yamak. Thank you very much for joining us here on the programme.
Thank you.
I'm just going to take you back to those images that we brought you in the last half an hour or so. The US Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, saying an American submarine has sunk an Iranian warship, that they thought it was safe in international waters. We understand 80 people have been killed. Lots more coming up in the next few minutes. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 3 o'clock. These are the headlines. America confirms its submarine has torpedoed an Iranian warship, the first such attack in 8 decades.
The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win.
Israel launches fresh attacks on Lebanon. Hitting back, the IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime. As the death toll in Iran passes 1,000, fresh threats are being made against Israeli embassies around the world. Tehran fights back with attacks on Dubai, and NATO forced to intercept a ballistic missile launched towards Turkey.
Is your special relationship with President Trump dead, Prime Minister? Has the British Navy become a laughing
In the Commons,
stock?
the Prime Minister gives details about the UK's response as he defends his stance.
What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
Hello, good afternoon. On what's been another fast-moving day in the conflict in the Middle East. The US Defense Secretary and top US generals said the operation is far from over, adding that the Iranian regime is toast. Here are pictures of the most recent attack released by the US Ministry of Defense. Pete Hegseth did not name the Iranian ship that was attacked, adding that the ship thought it was safe in international waters. At least 80 people have been killed in the attack. Let's take a look at today's other developments. Well, strikes on the Iranian capital have been continuing, including this picture here, which is just coming into us, of a police station being destroyed. Apartment blocks in southern Tehran have also been hit. The IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime. While it's being reported that Iran is threatening to target Israeli embassies worldwide if Israel attacks the Iranian embassy in Beirut. While explosions are going on in Beirut and across Lebanon, where the IDF says it's retaliating against the Iranian proxy group Hezbollah. This is the moment that an Israeli air force struck what it says are 2 Hezbollah buildings in Beirut's suburbs. It came after a string of explosions across Lebanon's capital city this morning, after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages. Israel says its own air defences have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions heard around Jerusalem. We've also seen images of a fire which broke out near the US consulate in Dubai following a drone strike. The US Secretary of State said all of the consulate's personnel have been accounted for. Well, today, the son of Iran's supreme leader is emerging as a front runner to replace him. The 56-year-old cleric's never held government office before. 2 sources have told the Reuters news agency that he survived the military strikes. And we've learnt that what is being called a farewell ceremony for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been postponed. That is according to state media. A new schedule is expected to be announced later. Well, let's get more on this submarine attack announced by Pete Hegseth and talk to our US correspondent, David Blevins. And David, this came amongst a press conference where Hegseth was keen to state what he believes is already US dominance of the Iranian military and skies.
Yes, a characteristically bold update from Pete Hegseth, the self-styled Secretary of War here in the United States. And soon afterwards, his department released these very dramatic pictures. They give us the periscope view, really, from the US submarine from which the torpedo was launched towards that Iranian ship. Now, let me tell you what we know about this so far. We believe the ship was the Dena. We believe this incident happened in the Indian Ocean, somewhere off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. Probably it was Sri Lanka that launched the search and rescue operation. There are reports that 80 Iranian sailors have been killed in this incident. But of course, it's significant, Jane, for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the historic nature of it. You heard Pete Hegseth himself say this was the first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II, but also the fact that it has happened in international waters. Now, that may reduce the territorial complications, but it still leaves unanswered questions, because the Americans would not be legally authorised to do this unless they considered themselves to be under imminent threat. There's no evidence of that, at least none that's been presented so far, or if they considered themselves to be at war. So I suppose this is a visual illustration of the fact that the Pentagon considers itself at war, and then also the fact that this has happened in a very busy global shipping route. So it could increase the threat to other commercial vehicles, and for that reason I will be very surprised if we are not hearing something from the United Nations about this incident.
And certainly no sense from Hegseth or from General Dan Kane that this operation is anywhere near coming to a close.
Yeah, quite the contrary. They say it's not mission accomplished. More and larger waves are still to come. They detailed £500 to £200 GPS laser-guided precision bombs, and they talked about the war having 7 times the intensity of the 12-day war between Israel and Iran last year. But they believe they're making significant progress from their perspective. They say the Iranian Air Force is no more, that its navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, quote unquote, and that all of their leaders are dead. They particularly noted this attack on the Iranian ship from a US submarine, and also noted the fact that the leader of the unit that had attempted to assassinate President Trump has also been killed. Pete Hegseth said President Trump has had the last laugh. But again, they returned to this business of rules of engagement. Pete Hegseth talked about this yesterday, and again he is stating, we set the terms. Our rules of engagement are bold. He says this is not a fair fight, but that's okay. They're hitting the Iranians while they're down, but they believe they are justified in doing that, despite the ongoing debate here in the United States and elsewhere about the justification for this war.
David, thanks very much. Now, the Israeli Defence Forces have also given an update on their operations, saying that Iran's military is being decimated.
I think that in recent days, in the recent period, and especially in the last few days, we see how much Iran is a regional and international problem and threat, just as it is a threat to Israel. It's not just an Israeli problem, but a problem for the entire region. They have intensified their attacks in recent days on Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, on civilians, citizens of Arab countries, and also on citizens of the State of Israel. This shows that Iran is a regime of terror. We are seeing a decrease over the days. We're starting the 5th day of the operation, the campaign. We are seeing the decrease in the number of launches from Iran. Iran still has capabilities to strike Israel, and we will continue to hunt them down and destroy them. The Air Force at this moment is together with the American military, the US Air Force, over Iranian skies, hunting launches and destroying them. As time goes on, we will destroy more capabilities and the number of attacks on the State of Israel will decrease. I can say that so far we have hit many dozens of launches and will continue to do so.
Well, our correspondent Sally Lockwood has the latest from the United Arab Emirates.
We've moved up here to the eastern emirate of Fujairah, which is on the Gulf of Oman, and it's at the exit point of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a really narrow waterway between Oman and the UAE to the south and Iran to the north. At its most narrow point, it's just 21 miles wide, and it's a bottleneck for much of the world's oil supply. Around a fifth of the world's oil supply flows through here, but at the moment it's effectively closed. Not officially, but because the Revolutionary Guard have said any tanker trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz will be attacked and set on fire. And despite the Iranian Navy taking an absolute hammering by the Americans in the last few days, they're still managing to target some of these container ships and tankers. There was one this morning that was hit, passing they were passing eastwards in this direction to the Gulf of Oman, and that was a Maltese-flagged container ship. That was hit by an unknown projectile, probably a drone. It caused a fire. All the crew have been accounted for, and there's no environmental damage. And then last night, there was a similar incident here. A tanker was hit in Fujairah by a drone, causing a fire. So it's really risky. There have been a number of incidents like that in the last few days, and it's brought around 200 commercial international tankers to a standstill, and we can actually see them here. I mean, it's very hazy, so we're not going to pan and try and show you because you won't be able to see it, but we did send you in some pictures which hopefully you can run to show just the number of tankers that are now at standstill just behind me at the exit of the Strait of Hormuz, and I can also make out a couple of naval ships as well. It's an extraordinary sight when you're looking just down here to see people lying on sun loungers next to this extraordinary scene, which is, causing such an impact to the world's oil supply, but also, which is essentially a war zone at the moment. So a lot going on here, a lot going on inland as well in the UAE, of course, with that strike on the US consulate last night by a drone, which caused an explosion. No one was hurt, but it happened in a populated area of Dubai, and certainly scenes like that are absolutely extraordinary here. It's caused a lot of worry. There are still some people who are saying, oh, you know, things will return to normal in a few days. We feel in safe hands, but it's also creating an incredible amount of stress as well.
Sally Lockwood there. Well, the Prime Minister has told the Commons that the UK must act with clarity, purpose and a cool head as he updated MPs on the country's response to the operation in the Middle East. Let's just take you through what he announced in the last few hours. He confirmed that Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities will be flown to Cyprus. He said further missions were flown overnight, including Typhoons defending Qatar and F-35s defending other regional parties. Sir Keir Starmer also confirmed that yesterday more than 1,000 British nationals arrived back in the UK on commercial flights from the UAE. He also confirmed that 8 more flights will depart from there and 1 from Oman later today.
This is obviously an extremely serious situation, and I know the whole country is worried about the potential for escalation. Right. They're worried about the impact on their lives, particularly when they see what's happening with energy. The family and friends of those who are caught in the region will be worried sick about them. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
Well, let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, interesting during Prime Minister's questions, hearing what Kemi Badenoch chose to attack the Prime Minister with. And fundamentally, she just says that she doesn't see any urgency from him about this.
That's the claim, yes. She has argued that he should have given the go-ahead on Saturday in the initial stages of the American attacks. She says he should have straight away said, yes, you can use British bases. The two that obviously are Fairfoot in Gloucestershire and the hotly disputed and controversial Diego Garcia. Of course, the fact that the Prime Minister said no initially to Diego Garcia is what irked the American president and led to that Churchill, you'll know Churchill jibe in the Oval Office last night. Now, Kemi Badenoch chose really to attack the Prime Minister. She accused him of dithering and so on. She had some strange phrases during her exchanges with the PM. As we've heard, he came armed with lots of information to tell MPs about evacuation and so on, and what warships and other defence equipment was on its way to the Gulf in particular, and also to Cyprus. She accused the Prime Minister of catching arrows rather than stopping the archer at one point, and in an insult, if you like, hurled at Labour backbenchers. She said he's got a sea of orcs and goons who've no idea how anything is working at all. Orcs, of course, characters in Lord of the Rings, funny little chaps, as I recall, and goons, well, I'm not quite sure what she was referring to there. But she really missed the opportunity to attack the Prime Minister over the President's words last night. And the President, of course, has given three occasions he's attacked the Prime Minister this week. First of all, a Telegraph interview, a Sun interview, and then that tirade in the Oval Office when he also attacked he said the Prime Minister hadn't been helpful. He attacked the British government's policy on energy and in immigration. Now, it was later on in Prime Minister's questions that a Conservative backbencher, Gareth Bacon, challenged the Prime Minister on the special relationship and on the President's words. And he actually also accused the Prime Minister of dithering and an equivocal response, and said, has this made the relationship stronger or weaker? This was the Prime Minister responding to Gareth Bacon, Conservative MP for Orpington, towards the end of Prime Minister's questions.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
Well, second time this week that the Prime Minister has perhaps saved his most significant remarks for answers to a backbencher rather than to Kemi Badenoch. On Monday, his remark about you can't bring about regime change in the skies. Well, that was responding to the father of the House, Sir Edward Lee, a senior Tory who reminded MPs he voted against the Iraq war back in 2003. This time it was Gareth Bacon, and that was really the most forthright expression or riposte, if you like, to the American president, his answer to Mr. Bacon. Good examples of the special relationship working rather than hanging on to the President Trump's latest words. So a bit of a slap down for the president, if you like, in a fairly polite sort of way. But the Prime Minister, by that, clearly showed that he was pretty annoyed with what the president said and was keen to stress that when it comes to actual action rather than words, that the special relationship is working well.
John, thanks very much. Well, staying in Westminster, and the Prime Minister also announced that the destroyer HMS Dragon won't sail for the Mediterranean until next week. In a statement, a Ministry of Defence spokesperson said, "We're reinforcing our defensive presence in the eastern Mediterranean. Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters armed with Martlet drone-busting missiles are deploying within days. They'll reinforce our RAF Typhoons, F-35B jets, ground-based counter-drone teams, radar systems and Voyager refuelling aircraft already deployed. Our jets are now flying continuous sorties to defend against indiscriminate Iranian strikes threatening UK people, interests and bases. The Royal Navy is working as fast as possible to prepare HMS Dragon for deployment, including resupplying her air defence missiles at our ammunition facility at HMNB in Portsmouth." So let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell. So resupplying, that's the delay, is it, Rob?
Yeah, so Western officials say basically HMS Dragon was being prepared for a different mission, another mission. It was going through routine maintenance. Because of when maintenance is happening on board, they tend to take all the ammunition and the weapons off. So it is being essentially restocked, filled full of ammunition again, and then will set off next week. Of course, it's going to take a number of days before it actually gets to the Mediterranean. So that has raised some eyebrows. What we've also established is that the US hasn't yet used the UK military bases in Gloucestershire, RAF Fairford, and then the Diego Garcia military base as well. They haven't flown any missions yet from those two bases into Iran to try and take out missile launchers there. Of course, Keir Starmer eventually gave permission for the US to use those bases. Western officials basically expect US warplanes to arrive at both of those locations in the coming days, so more missions may be flown before too long. As John was just talking about there, this has all prompted a bit of a political row, essentially about whether the government has been caught on the hop, especially and in particular over those drone attacks, the drones which were heading towards the RAF base on Cyprus, RAF Akrotiri. A little bit earlier, I spoke to the Shadow Defence Secretary, James Cartledge, and asked him for his reaction about the latest deployments from the UK.
Well, it's way too late. I mean, this is an incredibly important capability. So we do want the ship out there in the Middle East protecting our base on Cyprus. That's an incredibly important job. But I don't understand why she wasn't sent many days ago. Dragon is a Type 45. That is an air defence destroyer, incredibly important. It can intercept missiles that will be incoming to Cyprus. Hopefully that won't happen, but as part of her defence, she's a critical element. She should have been there days ago.
Is the reason she wasn't there days ago basically the state of defence and the state of the military in this country, that they didn't have the capacity?
So we know at this moment the MOD is cutting £2.6 billion. In this current financial year, cutting £2.6 billion. And having been a Defence Procurement Minister, I know what the pressures are like. The reason they need extra money is because they're having to penny pinch relatively small savings, for example, from reducing their operational footprint. So I had a written answer some months ago saying that they were pulling out of training outside of NATO areas, i.e., so for example, they wouldn't be in the Middle East. Now that's pretty significant, and I think they've paid a price for that already. So I do think the cost has come into this. It shows why defence spending has to be increased. I think everyone knows that, but for some reason the Prime Minister is very reluctant to give it the increase it actually needs, which would mean we'd have, of our current ships, they could be more available. We could buy the missiles to put on them so that they are better defended and they can do more to defend us. Above all, showing that leadership, which I do feel is completely lacking from the Prime Minister in this situation.
Point out to James Cartledge that defence spending was hardly skyrocketing under the Conservative administration that he served in. He said that it did start to tick up and go up under Boris Johnson, but that under successive governments since the Cold War, defence spending had been on the decline. I think his point is essentially that the UK shouldn't be completely sounding as cold on UK involvement in a defensive capacity to take out, be it drone depots, missile launchers, given that there is now a direct threat being posed not just to British citizens across the Gulf, but also very specifically and acutely to RAF Akrotiri as well. He wouldn't go as far as to say that he thought that the UK, if it was under a Conservative government, would be joining in wholesale with the American strikes, but he said in principle he does support them. What we also found out today was that that drone, which did cause some damage at RAF Akrotiri over the weekend, or I think it was late on Sunday night, officials confirming that that did not come from Iran. It wasn't launched from Iran, so it was launched from somewhere else. And the point that James Cartledge was making there is that if this does expand and it's found to have, say, come from Lebanon and potentially Hezbollah, although there's no confirmation of that, will and can the position of the UK government still hold that they will not engage in any kind of direct defensive action, even if there is intelligence to suggest a specific location that is posing a threat to a UK military base?
Rob, thank you very much. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, more developments after the arrest of 3 men accused of spying for China. We'll find more about that next. Let's bring you some more breaking news this afternoon. London police have arrested 3 men suspected of spying for China in violation of the UK's National Security Act. It's now been revealed that one of the men is David Taylor, the husband of a sitting Labour MP. I'll talk with Home Editor Jason Farrell in a moment, but first here is the Security Minister Dan Jarvis making the announcement in the House of Commons this afternoon.
Mr Speaker, this government stands resolute in our resolve to counter foreign interference activity targeting the UK from any state actor. The government has been consistent and unambiguous in our assessment that China presents a series of threats to the United Kingdom. We remain deeply concerned by an increasing pattern of covert activity from Chinese state-linked actors targeting UK democracy. This involves attempts to obtain information on UK policy making and interfere with our sovereign affairs.
Well, our Home Editor Jason Farrell joins me now. And Jason, what more do we know about those who've been arrested?
Well, there's 3 of them. They've been arrested under Section 3 of the National Security Act, which is on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service. We know from the police and both from the government as well that it relates to China and that it relates to interference with British sovereignty, and that one of the men is David Taylor, who's the husband of MP Joanne Reid. And she has given a statement. First of all, she says that she knows nothing about any misdemeanour from her husband. She says she's not part of her husband's business activities. She's not seen anything to suspect her husband, and nor is she or her children any part of the investigation. And then in a statement, she goes on to say, I have never been to China. I've never spoken on China or China-related matters in the Commons. I've never asked a question on...
Has to be, because that's the only torpedo the Americans use. They know all their Virginia-class and their Ohio-class submarines. It had to be a Virginia or an Ohio-class, and I double-checked. It's the Mark 48 in either case. It's been around for many years, and you can tell as soon as you look at the image now, I had a good look at it, that the whole of the stern of the ship lifts in the air. The Mark 48 is a very heavy torpedo. It was originally designed against Russian submarines and very fast surface ships. And it goes underneath the hull and explodes underneath the ship, so it lifts it, and that breaks the ship's back, whatever else it does in terms of damage. And it's pretty clear that that's obviously what it was. So we know that that's what they've used. Which submarine it was, we don't know. A couple of Virginia-class submarines were certainly with the carrier group, the Abraham Lincoln, but they've also had some Ohio-class submarines in the area.
Those images now, Mike.
Yeah, what's curious about this, there it is, see the way that the stern lifts. If you have maybe get a second look at it. The other thing that's curious about this, there's a fire already on the ship, midships. It's not clear what caused that, because of a previous Mark 48 had hit.
Oh, is that the plume of smoke we can see, the black smoke?
Looks like it, yeah, there's black smoke, but there's a lot of, this is a strange image in a way, but there looks as if there's either a fire or a lot of heat being generated from midships. But when the torpedo hits it, which is near the stern, apart from the explosion and the great fountain of water, you can see the stern lift right out of the water. So the torpedo has gone underneath the ship and exploded, which is what it's designed to do.
Why is that? Why is it designed to basically not penetrate the hull, as I suppose most people would imagine torpedoes do?
Yes, exactly. Well, old-fashioned torpedoes in the Second World War put a big hole in the hull, and most ships would sink, but some didn't. I mean, a lot of ships had big holes in the side. I mean, the tanker Ohio, on the famous Malta convoy, the pedestal convoy, had a huge hole in the side, and it still made it to Malta. It was towed in and pushed and pulled and held out of the water. Great heroic story, and they got it into Malta with it. You're almost hole in the side. So the one thing a ship can't take is breaking its structural integrity. So if you break the back of the ship, it's basically a dead ship. And that's what it's designed to do. But mainly, remember that the torpedo was designed originally against Soviet submarines, deep-diving submarines. And it's much easier to explode a torpedo near to a submarine, to break the hull open, to literally break the back of the hull, and then the submarine is completely dead. So that's what it was. The ship itself is the Denna, which was a new frigate, one of the pride of the Iranian Navy. And it had obviously not long left Sri Lanka, or Sri Lankan waters. We don't exactly know where it was, but the Sri Lankans were saying, well, it wasn't in our territorial waters, but it was within our rescue zone, which means that it was within the zone in which they are expected to reply to any distress signal. So it couldn't have been that many miles away from Sri Lanka. So it was in the, as it were, the more eastern part of the Indian Ocean, between Sri Lanka and the Gulf. And was there any warning of the strike? I don't know, hard to tell. The Americans certainly didn't declare any maritime exclusion zone or anything like that. They just took this as a wartime situation, and there's a warship from an adversary, an enemy warship, so we'll sink it.
How relevant is it where it actually is in the water in terms of it being in international waters or Sri Lankan waters or Iranian waters?
Yeah, I mean, in a war, if you declare that anything is hostile, then that could be the case. But even in situations, I mean, for instance, in the Falklands in 1982, if you remember, HMS Conqueror, a British submarine, sank to Belgrano. And Britain declared an exclusion zone around the Falklands and said anything inside this zone is hostile. Outside the zone, you're OK. And there was an enormous controversy that went on for years afterwards as to whether the Belgrano, it was inside the zone when it was hit, but it seemed to be heading out. Actually, it was zigzagging in and out, but it was on a particular zig as opposed to a zag, and it was heading out of the zone when it was struck by the Conqueror, who had said, well, if we'd let it do the next zag into the zone, we might have lost it. But that was hugely controversial because Britain declared an exclusion zone and then hit the Belgrano on the edge of it. And we worried about that for a long time. The Americans haven't done anything like that in this case. And Pete Hegseth said in his press conference just a couple of hours ago, he said, look, we're not having any stupid rules of engagement. These are robust rules of engagement. This is what we do. And we're not going to be put off by any of this. So this is the Americans, as it were, doing what they said they were going to do. I think the world will find this maybe a bit hard to accept. But it was a warship, 180 crew, which is what you'd expect on a frigate, only about 30 survivors. Again, it's surprising when you look at ship losses in war, how few people survive a sinking.
Indeed. Michael, thank you very much. Now, the Prime Minister continues to be criticised from many corners over his handling of the US and any involvement in the war in Iran. Let's discuss this with Katie Balls, the Times Washington editor, and Madeleine Moon, former Labour MP and President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Really good of you both to join us. Katie, to you first of all, what do you make of this criticism that we've heard from Keir Starmer, from America, from both Trump and Hegseth, talking about him not being Churchill, Hegseth talking about nations clutching their pearls? How terminal do you think it is for the UK-US special relationship?
I think it's definitely become more fractious in terms of the so-called special relationship. And I think that you have Americans who say they feel let down when it came to the initial decision by the UK. And the UK side feel they were asked a hypothetical question, but they were asked if they could use RAF air bases, and the UK said no. Of course, the situation changed to a degree once the US took action, and they can now be used for defensive airstrikes. But certainly, I think the US sentiment is they feel let down by their old ally. But on the flip side, I think lots of people in the UK think back to comments Donald Trump made on the troops in NATO not doing as much as the Americans that he later walked back on in relation to the UK figures, and feel like the special relationship is under strain on both sides. But I do think we've seen that the things that underpin it, both from why the president is so interested in the UK and the security sharing, really go beyond personalities in the medium to long term, at least.
Madeleine, how worried do you think the Prime Minister will be by the fact that as Katie says, Trump and Hegseth feel a bit let down by the UK?
Well, I would imagine the Prime Minister's first priority has got to be, where's the law in this situation? Now, your images have said the war. Now, President Trump has not had permission from Congress for war. He's not had a UN resolution that war is acceptable. What the UK has to bear in mind is if there is a change in the November session elections in the US, and there is a move to the Democrats taking over Congress, where would the US stand in terms of its actions if there was a legal action and an inquiry by Congress into the legality of the actions of the president? Now, everybody thinks that war is a military action without parameters, but there are very clear rules of war, and you cannot just say we're not having stupid rules of engagement.
Katie, is that let's just bring in Katie on that. Katie, is that a live discussion in America? Is there real concern, public concern about the legality of what President Trump is doing?
It's one aspect. I think the legality question has become, what is the justification for this war? And that's a very live conversation, which obviously leads to the questions of legality. And I think that while it's been a big focus in the UK on Keir Starmer and the relationship, the things leading the headlines here are, what is the official justification? Because we're getting mixed messages from various members of Trump's team. Marco Rubio appeared to suggest that Israel was going to take action, so the US followed. The president then said this was wrong. Rubio said he never said it. JD Vance talks about nuclear power. So there's been a lot coming out. And we've also had the president picking up his phone to about 20 journalists and saying different things. So I think there's quite a confused picture here. And that does come down to, you know, what is the main reason for doing this? Then regime change comes up. And it is quite a mixed picture. But it's more on that, I think, than right now saying, is this legal, illegal? Obviously, the Democrats are really pushing that line.
Madeleine, you're obviously exercised about the legalities of this, as is clearly Keir Starmer. But there are those critics of his who says that what this does is make him look weak.
Going to war is not about weakness. Going to war is about consequences. What are the wider consequences? I was in the House of Commons when we voted to take action in Libya. If we'd known the consequences in terms of the refugee crisis that resulted, the ongoing civil war, the instability in sub-Saharan Africa, we would never have voted to do that. I am sure there is no way, and that was a war fought from the sea and from the air. There were no recognised UK troops on the ground. Whether they were SOF, I don't know, but certainly there were no boots on the ground. So you have to look at the wider, longer-term consequences of taking action. It's not just a case of going in gung-ho and sending in your military hardware. It's a case of what is going to be the outcome, what are going to be the results.
Katie, I wonder how much do people think that what Trump is saying about the UK is a real change in our special relationship, and how much of it is just somebody who's used to being in a boardroom, used to doing deals, you know, with a lawyer either side of him, playing hardball about a particular deal that they maybe want to get at a particular time and saying horrible things, but actually don't mean any of them. And once the deal is signed, it'll be all smiles and let's open a bottle together.
I mean, I think there's definitely a feeling that he is right now fixated on his anger towards the UK because he said it multiple times. But to your point, I was speaking to figures last night out in DC, close to the administration, saying, oh, you don't seem very happy with the UK at the moment. And they said, oh, you know, these things come and go. It will change. I think people are so used to Donald Trump saying one thing one day and then something the next, or even later that day changing tack, that they, you know, Trump is the type of person who can one day say he really dislikes someone and the next day say that he really likes them. So I think there's space there. But I do think the backdrop is not just Iran. We have seen in recent months a few signs that the relationship is getting a bit more fractious. So the pause of the technology partnership. You've had criticism of the Chagos Islands before this. That was linked to Greenland. The administration did not take kindly to the UK not taking Trump's side in his plans to take over Greenland. And therefore, I think things are adding up. And also the thing that Donald Trump liked about Keir Starmer was always that he said he was a winner. And there is a sense in the White House that, you know, they do pay attention to the opinion polls in the UK. They obviously look at the rise of the Reform Party, a party they probably have a lot more in common with than the Labour government. And you have Keir Starmer, I think, taking on a bit more of a leftward slant as he tries to please the Labour Parliamentary Party. And I do think we're probably heading to a more bumpy chapter. I'd just add briefly, you do have the King's expected visit in April, and obviously Donald Trump loves the royal family. That's a huge part of the special relationship for him. And that's the type of thing that could cause him to be warmer towards even the UK government, I suspect.
Madeleine, do you think that this royal visit should still go ahead?
Oh, gosh, I'm not the person to ask about that. What I'm concerned about is how are we going to protect those British citizens, those business people, and our military personnel who are going to be in the midst of this fight. You know, you say Trump wants a deal. Well, he was working out a deal with the Iranians. They'd agreed to de-risk a lot of fissile material. They'd agreed to reduce the amount of fissile material. That deal was underway one day, and the next day they're being bombed.
Well, that deal got shelved, according to President Trump, because he said he didn't believe what the Iranians were telling him.
I'm sorry, but if you're in a discussion over a deal, tell me what Donald Trump's deal is. What is the equivalent of the OCPA that he wants this time round? What is it he's looking for? Because that hasn't been very clear. What is the deal that he wants? And is the IRGC, is that capable of delivering? Who is going to deliver? Who is going to be the new government of Iran? All of this is extremely unclear, as is what the outcome and the aims and aspirations of this war are.
Well, yes, it's clear that there is still many, many questions about what is to happen in the coming weeks and days, let alone an exit strategy, which still hasn't really been announced, has it? Afraid we're out of time, but Katie Balls and Madeleine Moon, really good to talk to you both from both sides on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, we're going to get more on the arrest of 3 men accused of spying on China. I'm going to talk to the former chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee.
OK, there's a lot of firing going on.
Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir.
Let's go. Watch, wait, right, we're going to get in. Right, get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera. Turn around and go away.
Okay, but
listen, I told you 3 times.
They saw 2 guys, 2 bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
That is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
Free wherever you get your news. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
A few bits of breaking news to bring you regarding the situation in the Middle East. The Iranian ambassador has been summoned by the UK government. This has just been announced to the Commons by the Foreign Office Minister Chris Elmore. Also, we're hearing word out of Qatar that their Prime Minister has called for immediate halt to Iran's attacks into Qatar. They have stressed to the Iranian Foreign Minister that Qatar will confront Iran's aggression with its right to self-defence. defence. Qatar's stressing that Qatar's always been inclined towards dialogue and diplomacy in good faith, and indeed has been involved in many negotiations in that part of the world over the last few years. So Qatar's patience with Iran does seem to be running rather thin. Also, CENTCOM, the American Central Command, which is based in Qatar, the Al Udeid military base is based there. They're saying from there that US forces have sunk or struck more than 20 ships from the Iranian regime. We know that one ship in particular, the Denna, was sunk with a torpedo, but they are saying that another 19 ships from the Iranian regime have been sunk by US forces. Well, let's cross to our correspondent, Sally Lockwood, who is in Fujairah in the region. Sally, really good to talk to you. Just tell us what the latest you've been seeing where you are.
Yeah, hello to you, Jane. So we are in the eastern emirate of Fujairah, which is on the Gulf of Oman, and it's at the exit point of the Strait of Hormuz, which is that narrow waterway between Oman and the UAE to the south and Iran to the north. At the most narrow point, it's 21 miles wide, and it's become an absolute choke point at the moment for the global economy because barely any maritime traffic is passing through there because it's just become so dangerous. And you might be able to make out an orange glow behind me in the sky, and that's because in the last half an hour, there's been a big explosion just behind us. Now, we did film shots for you because we can't see it very well from this vantage point, so we can hopefully show you those now. But essentially, an enormous fire has broken out just behind us, a few miles away. And we aren't yet sure what's been hit, whether it's an oil facility or a tanker. But there have been a number of these incidents in the last 5 days since this war broke out. There was a Maltese-flagged container ship that was hit this morning by a projectile, probably a drone, and another fire. All the crew were rescued safely. There was no environmental damage, but that was just 2 miles off the coastline here. And then there was another explosion on a tanker here in Fujairah last night. It's become extremely volatile. And while it's not officially closed, the Revolutionary Guard has said any ship trying to pass through the strait at the moment will be targeted and attacked. I should say that also, while I'm here, it's probably worth mentioning that just below me is a beach with sun loungers laid out for tourists, and in the distance is a number of tankers and naval ships that are at a complete standstill because a number of shipping companies now just won't risk their ships travelling through the strait. Some reportedly are considering turning off their transponders and attempting to cross at night, but that's fraught with issues because they wouldn't have insurance. But this contrast and juxtaposition perhaps sums up life here in the UAE at the moment. You've got life going on as normal with tourists lying on sun loungers and what is a war unfolding around us. It's extremely unsettling, and I would say certainly today it feels like more residents are looking to leave the country as well after travel advice has changed. The British Embassy is urging British citizens who don't need to be here to consider leaving at the moment, and they're pushing commercial airlines to open up more routes. The first evacuation flight is leaving Oman tonight for the UK. And certainly there is a growing sense here of nervousness. Some people are still relaxed. They feel that this will all calm down in a few days. But I think that travel advice changing has certainly impacted people's decisions. It's very stressful at the moment for a lot of people, and scenes like this are why.
Sally, thank you very much for bringing us the update there. Right, let's get a look at the weather here.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
High pressure drifting eastwards will pull in warm air from the south, with temperatures likely to be several degrees above average for the time of year. However, it will also bring dust from the Sahara, which could create hazy skies and spectacular sunrises and sunsets. Afternoon, we're going to enjoy fine conditions with good sunny spells.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to bring you more on what is happening in Iran. These latest images released by the US. You're watching Sky News Today. It's 4 o'clock. These are our headlines. America confirms its submarine has torpedoed an Iranian warship, the first such attack in 8 decades.
The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win.
Israel launches fresh attacks on Lebanon, hitting back. The IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime. As the number of those killed in Iran passes 1,000, fresh threats are being made against Israeli embassies around the world. Tehran fights back with attacks on Dubai, and NATO forced to intercept a ballistic missile launched towards Turkey.
Is your special relationship with President Trump dead, Prime Minister? Has the British Navy become a laughingstock? When are you going to get Brits home?
What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
Warship HMS Dragon is being readied for operations but won't be deployed to Cyprus until next week. Hello, good afternoon. We begin with some breaking news. Sky News has witnessed some explosions in the Straits of Hormuz, a major maritime route for global shipping companies. Let's bring in our correspondent, Sally Lockwood, who's in Fujairah, on the Gulf of Oman. She's just travelled there from Dubai. And Sally, just talk us through what you've seen in the last few minutes.
Yeah, hello to you, Jane. So in the last half an hour, there was a big explosion just behind us. It's not clear what's been hit, whether it was an oil facility or a tanker, but certainly a big fire has broken out and it's lit up the evening sky here in bright orange, big flames, a huge cloud of smoke, but no official word yet as to exactly what's happened. But if we're to go by recent days, then it's probably some sort of projectile that has hit either a tanker or an oil facility, because there have been a number of incidents like that. Even just this morning, there was a container ship trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz here, coming in this direction, which was hit by a projectile, probably a drone. A fire broke out. The crew were rescued safely. There was no environmental damage. And there was a similar incident here in Fujairah last night. And to give you an idea why this is so significant, this strait here is a very narrow waterway. It's 21 miles wide at the most narrow point, with Oman and the UAE to the south and Iran to the north. And around a fifth of the world's oil flows through this strait out into the Gulf of Oman and reaches the world's oil supply, the energy supply. And at the moment, it's effectively closed, not officially, but the Revolutionary Guard has said that any ship trying to pass through will be targeted and attacked. And as we're seeing, that is happening. And it's brought commercial shipping to an absolute standstill here. Just off the coast where we are, it's dark now, but earlier we could see dozens of tankers at standstill, along with naval vessels. And it's such a sharp contrast to normal life that is also going on here. Just below me is a beach with sun loungers laid out for tourists, people dining, having dinner. And that sort of sums up what is happening here in the UAE at the moment, normal life going on amid a war. And I should say that, you know, I've been kind of reading the room today with a number of people contacting me on social media, so many people messaging me, asking me for information about travel, because there's just so much confusion, not just tens of thousands of tourists trying to get out, but also now a number of residents who are getting quite nervous. I mean, don't get me wrong, some people are still calm and say, you know, this is all going to die down in a few days and life continues as normal. But other people are getting more and more nervous. And I think perhaps one of the reasons for that is that the British Embassy did issue new travel advice overnight and said to British citizens, you know, if you don't need to be here, you may want to consider leaving. A first evacuation flight goes out of Oman tonight, organised by the Foreign Office, back to the UK. And some commercial flights have left Abu Dhabi and Dubai today, but not many. And Emirates has pushed back their scheduled departures to Saturday. That keeps happening. That deadline keeps moving. And on top of that, the UAE government have announced today that spring break starts effectively immediately. It was due to start on the 16th of March. So schools are not returning for this term, and that will also probably impact families' decisions as to whether they leave or not. But certainly images like the US consulate being targeted by a drone overnight, and now explosions that we're witnessing here on the Strait of Hormuz in the northern Emirates really are making people quite nervous. And it's definitely impacting how people are feeling here and their decisions as to whether they stay or leave. And certainly here in the Strait of Hormuz, it's fast becoming one of the most dangerous waterways on the planet.
Sally, thank you very much for that. And Sally's talking to us about those who are trying to leave the region. We've had an update in the House of Commons from the Speaker, who's told MPs that as of 7 a.m. this morning, 136,582 people had registered their presence in the Middle East with the UK government. And those are people from Bahrain, Israel, Kuwait, Palestine, Qatar and the UAE. It's the largest ever response of this service that we've ever had to use across multiple countries. Diplomats, the Speaker says, are undertaking this work across the Middle East, have received now 4,000 inquiries since the start of this crisis. Almost 1,000 calls were handled in just one day on the 3rd of March. So an update on the number of people who have contacted the UK authorities to say that they are in the region and would appreciate assistance leaving. Also had an update from the Israeli military. It says in Tehran it has struck the compound housing the headquarters of all of Iran's security bodies. They are saying that the targets include the Revolutionary Guards, the Basij militia, intelligence, and the cyber warfare headquarters in eastern Tehran. So that is the latest from the Israeli authorities on what it has struck inside Tehran. Well, it is day 5 of this war in Iran. The US Defense Secretary and the top US general have said that the operation is far from over, adding that the Iranian regime is toast. Here are the pictures of an attack that they announced today on an Iranian ship called the Dena. It was attacked in Sri Lankan waters. It was attacked by a submarine with a torpedo. It's believed that the ship may have thought it was in international waters. At least 80 people have been killed in that attack. Let's look at the day's other developments. Strikes on the Iranian capital have been continuing, including these images that we have from Tehran of a police station that was apparently destroyed. Apartment blocks in southeastern Tehran have also been hit. The IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of the Iranian terror regime, whilst it's been reported that Iran is threatening to target Israeli embassies worldwide if Israel attacks the Iranian embassy in Beirut. Explosions are also happening in Lebanon, where the IDF says it's retaliating against the Iranian proxy group Hezbollah. This is the moment the Israeli Air Force struck what it says are 2 buildings containing Hezbollah officers in Beirut suburbs. It came after a string of explosions across Lebanon's capital city this morning, after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages. Israel says its own air defences have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions heard around Jerusalem. We also have these images from Dubai. These show a small fire. Well, they say small, it looks relatively substantial, near the US consulate in Dubai following a drone strike there. The US Secretary of State says all the consulate's personnel have been accounted for. Today, the son of Iran's supreme leader is emerging as a front-runner to replace him. The 56-year-old cleric has never held government office before. 2 sources have told the Reuters news agency that he survived the military strikes. And we've learned that what's been described as a farewell ceremony for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been postponed. That is according to state media. A new schedule is to be announced later. Well, let's get more on this submarine attack and talk to our US correspondent, David Blevins. David, tell us more about what Hegseth and General Dan Kane announced a little while ago.
Well, the Pentagon's rules of engagement are bold, according to Pete Hegseth, and I think we can now see that visually illustrated in the pictures released by the US Department of War of this attack on an Iranian ship. What we see in those images is the periscope view from the submarine, and it's fascinating, really, very dramatic. We don't know for certain the identity of this ship, but we believe it was the Dena. We don't know exactly where it was, but given that Sri Lanka launched the search and rescue mission, we believe it was off the southern coast of Sri Lanka, certainly somewhere in the Indian Ocean. And there are reports that up to 80 Iranian crew members have been killed in this attack. And I suppose it raises all sorts of questions. The fact that it happened in international waters to some extent reduces the territorial complications, but it doesn't mean that there aren't still questions to be asked, not least because that's still only legal in international waters on the high seas if America deems itself to be at war. Now, the Iranians have certainly not said they're at war with America yet, but this illustrates that America deems itself to be in that situation. But also, this is a very busy shipping route, so perhaps it increases further, as Sally has been reporting, the threat to commercial vessels in that region. So I will be surprised if we don't hear something about this incident from the United Nations in the coming hours. Certainly, it is very audacious, historic to some extent. You heard Pete Hegseth himself saying the first time an enemy ship had been sunk by a US torpedo since World War II.
Extraordinary, isn't it, David? Thank you very much for bringing us that update. Well, the Israeli Defence Forces have also given an update on their operations, saying that Iran's military is being decimated.
We are seeing a decrease over the days. We're starting the 5th day of the operation, the campaign. We are seeing the decrease in the number of launches from Iran. Iran still has capabilities to strike Israel, and we will continue to hunt them down and destroy them. The Air Force at this moment is together with the American military, the US Air Force, over Iranian skies, hunting launches and destroying them. As time goes on, we will destroy more capabilities and the number of attacks on the state of Israel will decrease. I can say that so far we have hit many dozens of launches and will continue to do so.
Donald Trump's offer of US-backed insurance and naval escorts for ships travelling through the Straits of Hormuz has failed to get ships moving through it. Whilst the security risks to vessels remains real, its failure to ships get crossing is most part due to their insurance being cancelled. Our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso has been to Lloyd's of London, the world's oldest insurance market, where experts have told us that the President's proposal was unclear and that naval escorts could even increase the risk to shipping.
This is Lloyd's of London, the heart of global maritime insurance, as it has been since 1689, when the first brokerage was established in a coffee shop close to this site. This is the original rostrum, where a caller would shout information to brokers, and that is the Lutein Bell. It comes from a ship called the Lutein that sank, carrying a cargo of gold bullion. Lloyd's paid out for the loss and established its reputation. What's worrying brokers here today isn't gold, it's oil and gas, specifically the oil and gas on tankers in the Persian Gulf, currently sat waiting to know what to do either side of the Straits of Hormuz. They've been sitting there since the Iranian military made threats, but there's another factor, not just their security, their insurance status. The Lloyd's market has something called a Joint War Committee, which assesses what it calls war-related perils for shipping, and they have expanded the area of what they consider to be high risk in the last few days to include Kuwait, Qatar, a wider area of the Gulf. And that simply means the insurance those ships set out with may no longer apply. So they insist they are insured, but they're having to reassess the risk. Reinsurance will come in due course, and then owners can decide whether to move their ships. For now, they are static, and traffic through the Straits of Hormuz has collapsed. What's going up is the cost, not just of shipping, but almost certainly the cost of insuring these vessels. Premiums will rise. There is an offer from Donald Trump made via social media that an American financial institution will offer insurance, but here they don't know what that means.
We haven't got the detail. Obviously, he's put out the idea of escorts as well, which goes back to the 80s, and for us, the Armada Patrol. So that's certainly doable. It won't happen overnight, I don't think. The detail of such a scheme hasn't been given to anyone so far as we know, and it will take time to work it out. And the appetite is unknown. Essentially, our market is still writing risks, and there isn't a perception here that there's a need for intervention at this time.
Trump has also promised naval vessels to provide an escort for tankers, even if that could mean oil bound for China being taken there by US military vessels. Some think that might reduce the risk. Others point out it could push up the premium because a naval vessel with a US flag could be a target.
There will be those who think it might increase the target because the Iranians are targeting US military. It's not known how capable they would be against the new drone and missile threats that we're seeing. This is not the same as the 80s. So yes, obviously people would like to see the detail, they'd like to see it happen. If you're a tanker owner, you'd be on the one hand delighted that it's been offered, on the other hand trying to understand whether it does increase the risk or not, and do you want to accept it? And after all, they would have in mind the welfare of their crews, as well as the value of the ship and the cargo.
This place once paid out £1 million to the owners of the Titanic within 30 days. Now, mercifully, no vessels have been lost since this war began. We can be pretty certain that prices of oil, of gas, of premiums paid by those shipping them, and ultimately to consumers, they're going up.
Paul Kelso there. And let's just bring you a little bit more information we're getting about the situation in the Gulf. And this is from the Iranian president. He's posted on X, and this is all about the retaliation from Iran to neighbouring Gulf countries. Iran's president on X has told the heads of neighbouring states that we respect your sovereignty, and has also said that Israeli-US aggression has left Tehran no choice but to defend itself. Now, this comes after countries, including Qatar, have said that they really, really need the attacks on their countries from Iran to stop. Iran's president saying that it is the result of Iranian-US aggression, and that Tehran has been left with no choice but to defend itself. But despite that, despite drone attacks on many of these countries, he says, we respect your sovereignty. Here, the Prime Minister has told the Commons that the UK must act with clarity, purpose and a cool head, as he updated MPs on the country's response to the operation in the Middle East. Let's just take you through what he announced in the last few hours. He confirmed that Wildcat helicopters and anti-drone capabilities are going to be flown to Cyprus. He said further missions were flown overnight, including Typhoons defending Qatar and F-35s defending other regional parties. Sir Keir Starmer also confirmed that yesterday more than 1,000 British nationals arrived back in the UK on commercial flights from the UAE. He also confirmed 8 more flights will depart from there and 1 from Oman later today.
This is obviously an extremely serious situation, and I know the whole country is worried about the potential for escalation. They're worried about the impact on their lives, particularly when they see what's happening with energy. The family and friends of those who are caught in the region will be worried sick about them. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
Well, let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. John, it's very clear that the Prime Minister feels he's taken the thoughtful and correct action here, but criticism from the opposition during Prime Minister's questions from Kemi Badenoch, calling him pathetic and also saying there's just no urgency from the Prime Minister.
That's right, and the Prime Minister, you heard him say there, a thoughtful, thought-through plan. But Kemi Badenoch and the views of many MPs and others rather missed a trick. She didn't mention, for example, the no Churchill jibe from President Trump in the Oval Office last night. Instead, she talks about defence spending. She talked about energy supply at one point. She talked about welfare spending and even managed to mention the Gorton and Denton by-election. And she said rather odd things. For example, she accused the Prime Minister of catching arrows rather than stopping the archer. And her argument was that the Prime Minister had been too slow in both backing the President on UK bases and also getting the Navy out to the Gulf. She had a rather odd phrase talking about Labour backbenchers. She talked about a sea of orcs and goons behind him. Orcs were characters from Lord of the Rings. At the end of that particular clash, the Prime Minister talked about how leaders of the opposition really ought to show a bit of statesmanship and show that they're ready to be Prime Minister, and she'd failed that test. But later on, whether or not he was anticipating a question about the President's remarks about Churchill, the Prime Minister gave a very robust defence of the special relationship. That was when he was asked by Tory backbencher Gareth Bacon, who said to him, talking about how the US is the most important international ally, and he accused the Prime Minister of dithering an equivocal response to events. And he asked, had that made the relationship stronger or weaker? And this was the Prime Minister's fairly statesmanlike reply.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
The President Trump's latest words, a suggestion that, of course, the President changes his mind on things quite often. He's flip-flopped on the Chagos Island deal quite a few times. So the Prime Minister defending the special relationship, he will hope that it endures, but he gave some good examples there of the two countries working together, and he will no doubt be hoping that once this spat is over, things will be back to normal again, because well, despite criticism, he's been criticised by the likes of Sir Ed Davey for sucking up to, is a word that's been used about his relationship with the President. Kowtowing is another claim that's been made. Walking a tightrope, of course, as well, with the difficult relationship with the President, who is mercurial and erratic. But he obviously was defending his position for the second time in the Commons this week. No doubt he'll have to do again.
John, thanks very much. And in the last hour, the Foreign Office Minister, Chris Elmore, has confirmed that the UK government has summoned the Iranian ambassador.
I can confirm to the House that the Middle East Minister has just finished summoning the Iranian ambassador, and I know that will be something of interest to her, but also to the whole House, and that has taken place in the last 30 minutes to give her that reassurance.
Well, staying in Westminster, and the Prime Minister also announced in the Commons that the destroyer HMS Dragon won't sail for the Mediterranean until next week. In a statement, a Ministry of Defence spokesperson said, "We're reinforcing our defensive presence in the eastern Mediterranean. Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters armed with Martlet drone-busting missiles are deploying within days. They'll reinforce our RAF Typhoons, F-35B jets, ground-based counter-drone teams, radar systems and Voyager refuelling aircraft already deployed. Our jets are now flying continuous sorties to defend against indiscriminate Iranian strikes threatening the UK people, interests and bases. The Royal Navy are working as fast as possible to prepare HMS Dragon for deployment, including resupplying her air defence missiles at our ammunition facility in HMNB in Portsmouth." Let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell. One senses, Rob, that this won't be quite fast enough for members of the opposition.
Yeah, quite, given that HMS Dragon will not leave Portsmouth until next week. And then I think I saw estimates from Professor Michael Clark a little earlier that it would take then about 6 days or so to get to Cyprus. So you're talking the middle of the month before that Type 45 arrives there. Clearly other ships have already been sent in shorter order from France and from Greece as well. And I think the question being asked, yes, by the Conservatives, but likely by a sort of broader swathe of politicians and experts than just the opposition, is given that we saw the build-up of US military hardware in the region, we've seen that for weeks, why wasn't this decision made sooner? Well, on a briefing call earlier, Western officials essentially said that that didn't reflect funding constraints or cost-cutting measures, if you like, but was more about the quite extreme pressure, I guess, that is being placed on the military at the moment. Global priorities and other global commitments. A carrier strike group going to the High North, for instance, was flagged. And the preparation work that's being done in Portsmouth right now is because HMS Dragon was about to be deployed on a different mission. It was going through routine maintenance, so all the weapons have been taken off the ship. Now they need to be put back on. That takes time, but they say the Royal Navy is working at pace. Have a listen to what James Cartledge said, though, the Conservative Shadow Defence Secretary, when I asked him a little bit earlier about this. He said that he thought that it just wasn't fast enough, and he blamed essentially the state of defence spending. This is what he told us.
Well, it's way too late. I mean, this is an incredibly important capability, so we do want the ship out there in the Middle East protecting our base on Cyprus. That's an incredibly important job, but I don't understand why she wasn't sent many days ago. Dragon is a Type 45, that is an air defence destroyer, incredibly important. It can intercept missiles that will be incoming to Cyprus. Hopefully that won't happen, but as part of her defence, she's a critical element. She should have been there days ago.
Is the reason she wasn't there days ago basically the state of defence and the state of the military in this country, that they didn't have the capacity?
So we know at this moment the MOD is cutting £2.6 billion. In this current financial year, cutting £2.6 billion. And having been a Defence Procurement Minister, I know what the pressures are like. The reason they need extra money is because they're having to penny pinch relatively small savings, for example, from reducing their operational footprint. So I had a written answer some months ago saying that they were pulling out of training outside of NATO areas, i.e., so for example, they wouldn't be in the Middle East. Now that's pretty significant, and I think they've paid a price for that already. So I do think the cost has come into this. It shows why defence spending has to be increased. I think everyone knows that, but for some reason the Prime Minister is very reluctant to give it the increase it actually needs, which would mean we'd have, of our current ships, they could be more available. We could buy the missiles to put on them so that they are better defended and they can do more to defend us. Above all, showing that leadership, which I do feel is completely lacking from the Prime Minister in this situation.
Now, the Conservatives have also been attacking the government for initially refusing to give permission to the Americans to use UK air bases in the Indian Ocean, in Diego Garcia, and also in Gloucestershire at RAF Fairford to fly missions into Iran. That permission, of course, did come over the weekend. Now the Americans do have permission to basically fly defensive missions, to blow up missile launchers and missile depots in Iran. The logic there on the government side is that this would essentially benefit British citizens by protecting them from missile strikes. The Conservatives have been putting pressure on the government and saying that that should have happened earlier. What we found out today is that the US has not actually used either of those bases yet to fly missions into Iran, but Western officials expect US warplanes to arrive at both sites in the coming days, so it may well be in the days ahead that we start to see the first American missions going from those UK air bases into Iran, albeit in a defensive context, in order to blow up missile batteries and depots as well.
Rob, thanks very much. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, 3 men are arrested on suspicion of spying for China. We'll have the latest from our home editor, Jason Farrell.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics. I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Rich and Frost.
Let's crack on. Let's get started.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond. You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report.
And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
3 men have been arrested on suspicion of spying for China. It's been revealed one of the men is David Taylor, the husband of a sitting Labour MP. Here's Security Minister Dan Jarvis speaking in the House of Commons about it this afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, this government stands resolute in our resolve to counter foreign interference activity targeting the UK from any state actor. The government has been consistent and unambiguous in our assessment that China presents a series of threats to the United Kingdom. We remain deeply concerned by an increasing pattern of covert activity from Chinese state-linked actors targeting UK democracy. This involves attempts to obtain information on UK policy making and interfere with our sovereign affairs.
Time now to get a look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
High pressure drifting eastwards will pull in warm air from the south, with temperatures likely to be several degrees above the average for the time of year. However, it will also bring dust from the Sahara, creating hazy skies and spectacular sunrises and sunsets. This afternoon, England, Wales and southern Scotland will enjoy fine conditions with good sunny spells. Some coastal areas will remain a little grey, where low cloud is reluctant to clear. In the sunnier spots, temperatures are likely to reach 17 or 18 Celsius.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, on the 5th day of the war in Iran, a US submarine has sunk an Iranian warship.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Well, let's get more now on our top story and the news that the US Ministry of Defence has released pictures showing its forces striking and sinking an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. Our security and defence analyst Michael Clark has been taking a look at the footage and says it appears that the US used Mark 48 torpedoes.
It had to be a Virginia or an Ohio class, and I double-checked that it's the Mark 48 in either case. It's been around for many years, and you can tell as soon as you look at the image now, I had a good look at it, that the whole of the stern of the ship lifts in the air. The Mark 48 is a very heavy torpedo. It was originally designed against Russian submarines and very fast surface ships, and it goes underneath the hull and explodes underneath the ship, so it lifts it. And that breaks the ship's back, whatever else it does in terms of damage. And it's pretty clear that that's obviously what it was. So we know that that's what they've used. Which submarine it was, we don't know. A couple of Virginia-class submarines were certainly with the carrier group, the Abraham Lincoln. But they've also had some Ohio-class submarines in the area.
Those images now, Mike.
Yeah, what's curious about this, there it is. See the way that the stern lifts. If you have maybe get a second look at it. The other thing that's curious about this, there's a fire already on the ship, midships. It's not clear what caused that, because if a previous Mark 48 had hit...
Oh, is that the plume of smoke we can see, the black smoke?
Looks like it, yeah, there's black smoke, but there's a lot of... This is a strange image in a way, but there looks as if there's either a fire or a lot of heat being generated from midships. But when the torpedo hits it, which is near the stern, apart from the explosion and the great fountain of water, you can see the stern lift right out of the water. So the torpedo has gone underneath the ship and exploded, which is what it's designed to do.
Why is that? Why is it designed to basically not penetrate the hull, as I suppose most people would imagine torpedoes do?
Exactly. Well, old-fashioned torpedoes in the Second World War put a big hole in the hull, and most ships would sink, but some didn't. I mean, a lot of ships had big holes in the side. I mean, the tanker Ohio, on the famous Malta convoy, the pedestal convoy, had a huge hole in the side. It still made it to Malta. It was towed in and pushed and pulled and held out of the water. Great heroic story, and they got it into Malta with an enormous hole in the side. So the one thing a ship can't take is breaking its structural integrity. So if you break the back of the ship, it's basically a dead ship. And that's what it's designed to do. But mainly, remember that the torpedo was designed originally against Soviet submarines, deep-diving submarines. And it's much easier to explode a torpedo near to a submarine, to break the hull open, to literally break the back of the hull, and then the submarine is completely dead. So that's what it was. The ship itself is the Denna, which was a new frigate, one of the pride of the Iranian Navy. And it had obviously not long left Sri Lanka, or Sri Lankan waters. We don't exactly know where it was, but the Sri Lankans were saying, well, it wasn't in our territorial waters, but it was within our rescue zone, which means that it was within the zone in which they are expected to reply to any distress signal. So it couldn't have been that many miles away from Sri Lanka. So it was in the, as it were, the more eastern part of the Indian Ocean, between Sri Lanka and the Gulf. And was there any warning of the strike? I don't know, hard to tell. The Americans certainly didn't declare any maritime exclusion zone or anything like that. They just took this as a wartime situation, and there's a warship from an adversary, an enemy warship, so we'll sink it.
How relevant is it where it actually is in the water in terms of it being in international waters or Sri Lankan waters or Iranian waters?
Yeah, I mean, in a war, if you declare that anything is hostile, then that could be the case. But even in situations, I mean, for instance, in the Falklands in 1982, if you remember, HMS Conqueror, British submarine, sank to Belgrano. And Britain declared an exclusion zone around the Falklands and said anything inside this zone is hostile. Outside the zone, you're OK. And there was an enormous controversy that went on for years afterwards as to whether the Belgrano, it was inside the zone when it was hit, but it seemed to be heading out. Actually, it was zigzagging in and out, but it was on a particular zig as opposed to a zag, and it was heading out of the zone when it was struck by the Conqueror, who had said, well, if we'd let it do the next zag into the zone, we might have lost it. But that was hugely controversial because Britain declared an exclusion zone and then hit the Belgrano on the edge of it. And we worried about that for a long time. The Americans haven't done anything like that in this case. And Pete Hegseth said in his press conference just a couple of hours ago, he said, look, we're not having any stupid rules of engagement. These are robust rules of engagement. This is what we do. And we're not going to be put off by any of this. So this is the Americans, as it were, doing what they said they were going to do. I think the world will find this maybe a bit hard to accept. But it was a warship, 180 crew, which is what you'd expect on a frigate, only about 30 survivors. Again, it's surprising when you look at ship losses in war, how few people survive a sinking.
This is Sky News Today. Coming up, Donald Trump is scrambling for political support as the US Senate votes on the war in Iraq.
Okay, there's a lot of firing going on.
Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir.
Let's go. Watch, wait, we're going to get in. Right. Get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera, turn around and go away. Okay, but listen, I told you 3 times.
They saw 2 guys, 2 bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
But that is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
Free wherever you get your news. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Richard Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
The US Senate is to vote on President Donald Trump's decision to embark on a war in Iraq. After launching the surprise attack, the Trump administration has scrambled to win support for a conflict that has divided many on Capitol Hill. Well, joining me now is Jennifer Ewing from Republicans Overseas UK. Jennifer, good to get your thoughts today. It's clear that this war isn't going to be ending anytime soon. What appetite do you think there is in America for a protracted conflict involving American forces?
Very little appetite. I mean, you will be aware that in November of 2024, President Trump won an election partially on his being a president of peace and somebody who would not only get America out of forever wars, but certainly not start any more. You know, he won on an America First agenda, and there are a lot of people that feel that, you know, we have enough problems at home, whether it's the border, it's the economy, you know, it's a massive, massive $40 trillion deficit. There are a lot of issues that Americans would like the President of the United States to concentrate on. So I think people felt a little lucky, shall we say, that in the past, some of the things that the president had done, whether it be in 2021 with Soleimani, you know, there was no real blowback around that. And then likewise around the 12-day war in this past June, also very measured blowback. So, but this is different, as you've just shown, you know, on your TV screen. So it's probably the most risky thing and most risky situation that president has been in up until this point.
What do you think is going to happen in the Senate?
Yeah, well, do you mean in the midterms? Well, I mean, if you look at history, other than a few exceptions, the opposite party almost always wins the midterms. So it would probably be too oversimplification to say this would change the midterms, when actually statistics showed that probably the Democrats would take one, if not both, of the chambers in November. Anyway, but, you know, there is a very strong possibility that a lot of independents, or indeed Republicans, America First Republicans, will have a problem if God forbid this war is still going on then, or goes beyond the you know, whether 4 weeks, 8 weeks, what the Secretary of War just said, we don't know. And you know, a lot of people have you know, memories of Afghanistan in 20 years, and I think they're very fearful that the same thing that could happen. Now, granted, Afghanistan is a very different country, it's a very different situation. But it is a slippery slope, and there are discussions going on, not only within the Republican Party, but then anybody that is not a fan of the president, which, as you will know, there are many, is going to use any negative thing that happens during this time against him.
Yes, I mean, I'm guessing, you know, as you say, those who are critics of Donald Trump will keep criticising him. But the concern, I guess, for Republicans will be, what about his MAGA base? Do you think that this could be enough to turn any of his MAGA base against him?
You know, I guess it depends on who the opponent is in 2028. But I think what does need to happen almost immediately is that the president needs to come out with a very, very clear message about why the actions that are being taken right now are in, you know, are in America's interests, in our national security interest, you know, how this is an America First interest. Because if you asked people probably a month ago, 2 months ago, what are your top 5 issues that you wish the president and your government would concentrate on, I don't think Iran would be one of them.
Do you think that this message is being delivered clearly enough, that Trump's motivation for this war is being conveyed clearly enough?
I don't think so, because if it was, then you wouldn't have as many people with a lot of questions that they want answered. And I don't think it's unreasonable to have these conversations. And the other thing you'll notice is that, you know, there's a lot of talk about whether or not this should be debated in Congress. And Democrats will also not want to discuss this, because they're not going to want to vote one way or another for this war, depending on what happens. Now, if these hostilities end, you know, in the next week or so, and the Iranian regime has been taken out, and the Ayatollah obviously killed, and, you know, peace breaks out in the Middle East forever, everyone will want to be attached to this. But there's too many unknowns at the moment. So right now, people are sort of hedging themselves.
What about the special relationship between the UK and the US? Much has been made of some of the things that Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have said over the last couple of days. Do you think it is really fractured, or do you think this is just a bit of posturing, a bit of saber rattling?
Yeah, that's a great question. And my personal belief is that the special relationship has sort of had a few major issues which have started to fracture it way before this. One being just different views on energy security. You'll know that in America, we're very drill, baby, drill. We are, energy efficient right now, energy sufficient. Number two, we've closed the border. That was one of the top two issues that people voted for President Trump on. And number three, the UK and the US seem to have differing views on censorship, free speech. You'll see the, that big tech deal, I think it was 30 billion or so, was canceled because the United States has concerns about the UK Online Safety Act. So bringing it forward to today, I think this is just another way in which the United States feels the United Kingdom does not align with its values.
Why do you think the US cares so much about its relationship with the UK?
Well, I think you've been I'm a dual citizen. You've been the closest ally we've had. Not most, but many Americans come from England. I think people have just loved the fact that it's a special relationship. We share intelligence, we share a culture, we share a language, lots of different reasons. So it is important, it is valuable. But if, like I said, we're going in different directions, that is something to be paid attention to and hopefully rectified.
If we do go in different directions, and if the UK pivots closer to Europe, would that be something that would concern a lot of Americans, do you think? Would you mourn it?
Yeah, I mean, I personally would, because I've lived here for quite some time and, maybe I'd be kicked out and have to go home. But, or get to go home, whichever way. No, the US is great. I'm from California. It's a great place. I mean, I will end up there one day. But no, in all seriousness, I do think it's interesting, even the division between Central and Eastern Europe and Western Europe. And you'll see a lot of, say, Western Europe, France, the UK, Germany, seem to line up a little bit more with American Democrats and the Americans on the left versus, say, Central and Eastern Europe, which lines up a little bit more with the America First, maybe center-right side of the party, for reasons like we just mentioned, whether it's immigration, sovereignty, I think that's something to watch as well.
Yeah, really interesting. It's been interesting watching America's relationship with Spain as well over the last 24 hours. Yeah. Jennifer Ewing from Republicans Overseas UK, good to talk to you today and good to get your thoughts. Let's just update you with some of the latest information that we're getting from the Ministry of Defence, and this is about UK military use around the Gulf. We're hearing overnight RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets continued defensive air operations across the Middle East, with support from Voyager air-to-air refuelling in defence of British interests and allies. Important, I think, that the word defensive operations and defence is included in that from the Ministry of Defence, as Keir Starmer has made it very clear that is what UK troops are doing, defensive operations only. They can also confirm that a Shaheed-like drone which targeted RAF Akrotiri on the 2nd of March, that was the drone that came in at midnight. They are saying that that was not launched from Iran. So that is interesting and significant. They are not giving us any information as yet as to where they think that was launched from. But a drone that hit RAF Akrotiri, that was the one I think that caused damage to the airstrip, did not come from Iran, was not launched from Iran, obviously may well have come via Iran. And in the last 24 hours, the UK has resupplied air defence systems to British and allied bases across the region, including UK-built air defence missiles, and that Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters armed with Martlet missiles capable of taking out aerial threats are arriving in Cyprus in the coming days. That is all we have in terms of an actual time frame. The coming days could be as long as a week, some would possibly argue. Lots more coming up at 5. Don't go anywhere.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
They call him the king of the jungle.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Yusra Al-Baghir has this report.
And this is what's left of it.
As a woman of colour, how did the Harris campaign speak to you?
People risk their lives to speak to us for this report.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. Our top story, America sends a message to Iran.
They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it.
Trump's war chief confirms they sank Iran's warship as he boasts about America's military prowess. Also at 5.
Is your special relationship with President Trump dead, Prime Minister? Has the British Navy become a laughingstock?
More pressure on the Prime Minister as it's revealed the UK warship he's sending to Cyprus won't leave until next week.
I'm Yalda Hakim in Jerusalem on the 5th day of an escalating war. Israel keeps up the pressure on Lebanon with fresh attacks on residential buildings. And threats against Israeli embassies around the world as the number of dead in Iran tops 1,000.
Good evening. America's self-proclaimed Secretary of War gave a bullish account of the attack on Iran today. Iran is toast, he said, and they know it. Pete Hegseth also confirmed that a US submarine sank an Iranian naval ship off the coast of Sri Lanka, some 2,000 miles across the Arabian Sea from Iran. And he said they have hunted down and killed the leader of a unit that tried to assassinate Donald Trump. The president got the last laugh, he said. Have a listen to this.
Yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it, or at least soon enough.
Let's discuss this now. I'm joined by, from Washington by David Blevins in the studio here, Professor Michael Clark. Also joining us, the former UK ambassador to the US, Lord Kim Darroch. And David, to you first. And this was a very bullish Pete Hegseth, particularly relating to the sinking of this Iranian ship.
Yes, characteristically bombastic from Pete Hegseth. More subdued answers, I think it would be fair to say, from the Joint Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. The details were scant, I have to say, in relation to this audacious strike from a US submarine on this Iranian warship. We seem to have ascertained at this stage that it was the Dena, the ship. We think it was somewhere south of Sri Lanka. At least Sri Lanka launched the search and rescue mission. But the fact that it happened in the Indian Ocean is significant, to say the least. Now, being in international waters may reduce the territorial complexities, but there are still lots of questions to be answered by the Americans, because they're only authorised to do this legally if that submarine deemed itself to be under threat of imminent attack, or if they consider themselves to be at war. So is this a visual illustration of the fact that the Pentagon does deem itself to be formally at war? And of course, it's worth pointing out that this is a very busy shipping route as well. So does it increase the threat to other vessels in that area? Those are the sorts of questions I think they're going to be asking at the UN. But certainly Pete Hegseth was bullish. He says the Iranian Air Force is no more. Its navy's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf and its leaders are all gone. And he was insistent that America has not even begun its mission in many ways. He talked about them moving in with more and larger waves, 500 to 2,000 pound GPS precision guided bombs. And he said this war had 7 times the intensity of the 12-day war between Israel and Iran last year. So America, alongside Israel, is clearly on a mission, regardless of the debate that continues to rage both at home and abroad about the justification for it and the ultimate objectives for it too, Mark.
Yeah, OK, David, thank you very much. Let's bring in our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Let's focus in then on this attack on this Iranian ship. Talk us through what we know.
Well, we know the ship was within the rescue zone of Sri Lanka, not in Sri Lankan waters, so it was in international waters. But every country has a rescue zone where they're expected to respond, and the Sri Lankans responded to this. So it couldn't have been that far off the coast of Sri Lanka, somewhere in the Indian Ocean. It was an attack submarine. This is a periscope view from that attack submarine. It had to be a Virginia-class submarine, I would imagine, possibly an Ohio-class, which has been repurposed. There's 4 of those. Almost certainly, I think it was a Virginia-class submarine. It has to be a Mark 48 torpedo, very heavy torpedo, which was developed in the Cold War against Russian submarines, Soviet submarines, and it works by going underneath the hull and exploding. And when you see the torpedo hit near the stern, it lifts the whole ship out of the water. That's the idea. There it is. It doesn't put a hole in the side. It breaks the back of the ship. So every ship is dead if it has its back broken. There it is. It's in international waters, in a state of war. That can be permissible, but usually states would declare an exclusion zone of some sort and make it clear that they were involved in unrestricted maritime operations. The United States hasn't done either of those things, but they take the view that they're at war with Iran. And it was a warship, 180 people on board. That's about right for a frigate. Only about 30 survivors, it seems, which, again, you'd be surprised how few people survive sunken ships. And when ships are hit, not many survive.
But it would be considered a legitimate target in war?
In war, for sure.
Yeah. And what do you think it was doing down there? Was it just getting out of harm's way, or there was some suggestion it was on its way to some sort of exercises in India?
It's a modern frigate, and it's one of their exhibition ships, so they use it quite a lot. It's a new class of ship for the Iranians, and they regard it as a prestige ship. What its role was before it was hit, I'm not sure. I don't know. But it was obviously on its way back towards the war zone, and it's a warship.
Michael, just stay with us. Let's bring in Lord Kim Darroch, former UK ambassador to the US. Good evening. Thanks very much for being with us. And the Americans clearly very keen to portray that things are going their way. Has the Trump administration come up, do you think, yet for a persuasive reason for starting the war?
No, I mean, there are 3 or 4 different arguments out there that it was about ending the nuclear program, supposedly obliterated. Remember back in June that it's been about ending the missile program, but that's a few factories at most, and they were a long way away from developing missiles that would reach America. That it was about saving the protesters, but that was about a month ago. And what exactly would you do in terms of airstrikes to save protesters? And now about regime change. And I think really regime change is the main objective here. But it's also the most difficult thing to do, Mark, from 30,000 feet. And the Iranians look to have been quite well prepared for this, and they've had replacements from the military officers killed. And they're about, it seems, to elect another supreme leader. So that's looking the objective that is almost receding into the distance rather than something that is just within grasp. I mean, things can change, and we've got these massive strikes supposedly coming, but I don't know. I'm just not sure that regime change is going to be an outcome here. And I wonder if when Trump said maybe the worst outcome will be just that they get another bunch of leaders who are as bad as the current bunch, whether he was starting to prepare the American audience for that.
And do you think there is a strategic aim here? Do you think there is an end game that they have in mind, or do you think do you get the sense it's kind of developing as things go along?
I think it's developing as things go along. I think that that's Trump's style. He takes the decision to do it, and he's not a great thinker ahead about options and end games and exit strategies and whatever. He waits to see how things develop. And his hope clearly was that the size and effectiveness of the strikes and the threat of more to come would lead to a popular uprising in Iran and maybe to the leadership fleeing the country or whatever. It's not worked out like that, and most Iran experts would have told them it's not going to work out like that. But now I think honestly he's making it up day by day.
Right, and just briefly, I mean, how serious is this rupture between Trump and the UK?
It was pretty wounding, pretty brutal language by Trump, and he singled out the UK actually rather unfairly. He was sitting next to Friedrich Merz, and Germany isn't doing anything, but Merz got praised for the German contribution while Starmer was being hammered. But I think that the UK administration will not respond, don't get into a slangy match across the Atlantic over this. Let time pass. Let's see if we can, in our way with the forces we're getting into the area and the equipment we're getting into the area, we can contribute. And I hope they will find a reason to put the Prime Minister up to call the President on some operational matter in a few weeks' time, just when the dust has settled. So it's bad, but it is, I hope, manageable.
Right. Thank you very much indeed, Lord Darroch. Just back to Michael briefly, and the Americans claiming they've effectively now neutralised the Iranian Navy. In fact, I'm just being told they've released some more pictures of an attack, another attack on an Iranian ship. I'm not quite clear where this ship was, but how significant is it if they have neutralised the Navy?
Yeah, I mean, all ships are vulnerable to air attack, or in the case of the Darrow, to submarine attack. But undoubtedly, the Americans are saying they are going to destroy the Navy, and they'll destroy all of their surface ships, for sure, because they can find them. They may not be able to destroy all of their small craft, the sort of things that they've been zipping out of Bandar Abbas with, and attacking tankers, which they've done quite frequently in the past. So destroying the Navy is one thing. Destroying Iran's naval power may be more difficult. Remember that Ukraine has no navy, it has no ships, but it's actually neutralised a third of the Black Sea fleet of the Russians. So it's not that the Iranians don't have ways of doing things, but for sure the Americans are working through a target list, and the Iranians will lose all of their surface ships, I'm sure.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Let's go then to my colleague Yalda Hakim, who is in Israel. And Yalda, America, as we've been hearing, very keen to paint things as, you know, this war is going their way. I'm sure in Israel they are giving the same message. And I gather that you've picked up some indications, Yalda, that this war may not be being fought exclusively from the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, Mark. Good to see you. As you say, for the last few days, there have been a lot of questions asked about whether there would be boots on the ground. When the Secretary of War was asked, when Donald Trump was asked, even when I've asked Israeli officials here, they've said that they're not going to rule anything out and that they are going to end this war when they believe it should end and when they've hit all their targets. Now, just in the last half an hour or so, Mark, the Israelis' Air Force commander, the country's Air Force commander, put out a statement in Hebrew to personnel. And within that statement was quite an extraordinary line. And I'm just going to read it to you. It says, "The fighters of the Air Force's special units are currently carrying out extraordinary missions that surpass imagination." Now, when I've asked experts to have a look at this line, it basically indicates that these special operations are not just being conducted from the air alone. Now, they don't say that they have troops on the ground, but that is certainly, those in the know say to me, it's what it is alluding to. So quite an extraordinary development if the Air Force commander, as he has alluded in that message, that there could be a special operations unit inside Iran conducting operations at the moment. Now, we've reached out to the IDF for comment, and they have basically said no comment. So they didn't want to get dragged into this. And we'll probably know in the coming days whether there are, in fact, Israeli boots on the ground and whether the United States plans on eventually putting boots on the ground. But as you say, this conflict has very much escalated. And from a president who was elected, you know, based on the fact that he called himself a president of peace and he was against forever wars, it is quite remarkable that in the last few days he too has indicated that he wouldn't rule out boots on the ground. But I just want to bring you the main developments of the day too. So let's go through some of those. There were strikes on the Iranian capital and they've been continuing, including this picture here of a police station being destroyed. Apartment blocks in southeastern Tehran have also been hit. The IDF says its Air Force struck dozens of command centers of the Iranian terror regime, while it's being reported that Iran is threatening to target Israeli embassies worldwide if Israel attacks the Iranian embassy in Beirut. Explosions are also ongoing across Lebanon, where the IDF says it's targeting the Iranian-backed militia group Hezbollah. This is the moment the Israeli Air Force struck what it says are 2 Hezbollah buildings in Beirut suburbs. Have a look. It comes after a string of explosions across Lebanon's capital city this morning after Israel's military issued evacuation orders for 16 villages. Israel says its own air defenses have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions heard around Jerusalem. And these images show a fire which broke out near the US consulate in Dubai following a drone strike yesterday. The US Secretary of State said all the consulate's personnel have been accounted for. Today, the son of Iran's supreme leader is emerging as a front-runner to replace him. The 56-year-old cleric has never held government office before. Two sources told the Reuters news agency he survived the military strikes. And we've learned that a farewell ceremony for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been postponed. That's according to state media. A new schedule is expected to be announced later. Well, let's speak now to Adam Areli, former US ambassador to Bahrain. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for joining us here on the programme. I just want to get your take on the events of the last few days, and especially the fact that it's escalated, spread across the Gulf. And of course, you were based in Bahrain for several years.
Yeah, it's not surprising, frankly. You know, when I was in Bahrain, I dealt with the U.S. military on planning for military action. So this is, you know, this has been around. These plans have been around for a long time. And the U.S. military said, look, if Iran is attacked, their response will be to escalate very quickly, because they know that in a protracted battle they're going to lose, and that the only way that they can save themselves is to escalate, get the world's attention, and then pressure will build to reach some kind of ceasefire or compromise. So I think what we're seeing is Iran's plan, which is escalate to de-escalate.
Yes, and do you think that the Gulf states will eventually, you know, be quite alarmed about U.S. embassies and consulates and bases? We saw what happened in Bahrain over the course of the last few days, being targeted and hit by drones and missiles.
Yeah, I have two comments on that. First of all, I think the Gulf states are more concerned about their own assets being targeted as opposed to the American assets, number one. Number two, my conversations with Gulf personalities is that, you know, they're sort of wondering, you know, how much is Iran holding in reserve? In other words, is what we have seen the worst, or is there more to come? And their thinking is a lot of it depends on what they do. So we're really in many ways, we're in a wait and see posture. And a very apprehensive one, I might add.
It is like a race between interceptors and missiles. Is there a sense of, you know, how many of these interceptors, which, you know, I've described it to someone today as a production line of Lamborghinis, and what you really want are Toyota Corollas, because these are incredibly expensive, you know, hardware, and there isn't a massive sort of supply of them, and they're, you know, very, very expensive. Do we know what the stockpile of these Gulf states are?
You know, that's such a good question. And I noticed that yesterday the Qatari Foreign Ministry put out a very robust statement that said, Bloomberg is reporting that we've run out of interceptors. That's false. Bloomberg is being irresponsible. Before they print stuff like that or report stuff like that, they should talk to sources that know what's going on, the Qatari sources that know what's going on. So to your point, I think this issue touches a very sensitive point. Yes, you are right. The Patriot interceptors are very expensive. They're like $1 million a pop. And you know, they're good for ballistic missiles, okay? And they're working. And my understanding is that the Gulf states still have stockpiles, but you know, look, the longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be for everybody. And that's why, frankly, I think that, you know, the battle damage assessment is going to be critical here. Look, there's a lot of arguments about what's the purpose of this and what's the strategic objectives. One of them is clearly to destroy and degrade Iran's ballistic missile capability, both their inventory as well as their capacity to produce. Well, that's what's all the boom. Those are what all the booms in Iran are about, most of them. Well, you know, it's going to take us a while to see how successful we've been. But that's going to be a key metric.
Ambassador, I just wonder how you think, from your experience, just working in the region, you know, and we've talked about how heightened the concerns are, but how do you think this will end? Wow.
You know, it's you're asking really good questions. You know, a lot of people are saying, oh, this isn't Venezuela, right? You know, it's not like you're going to send in a bunch of troops and then they're going to overthrow their president, or you're going to take him back. You know, you're going to overthrow your president, and then you're going to have a friendly who just does whatever you want. That's not going to happen. Strikes me that this is more like Iraq, right? Where I've spent a lot of time dealing with the fallout from I don't want to say precipitous military action, but from a very overwhelming military action that produced its quote unquote stated goals, which was to oust the regime. But here's the problem. You know, the US military can do basically anything, anywhere, anytime. Great, super, hats off to them. But then what happens when they succeed? Well, then there's the political dimension, right? And then, you know, soldiers can't run the world. They just basically take care of problems so that the diplomats or the politicians or the whoever takes over. And that's where we had such a problem in Iraq. And we disbanded the Iraqi army, and then, you know, it became an asymmetric war against proxy guerrillas, and we got our asses handed to us for a while before we figured out how to deal with that. Well, you know, Iran is that times to a much higher multiple, let's say. And my concern is, yes, the military is going to do the job that they've been assigned, but that solves a certain problem. It solves the kinetic problem, the problem of missiles and nuclear things. But you've got a country to deal with that's in a strategic part of the world that affects all of its neighbors. What's the long-term, you know, what's the long-term plan for that? It's not just, you know, oh, the son of the Shah or something else. That's a lot more complicated. And my concern is, I know we haven't thought through those complications. And A, and B, what capability do we have to shape those outcomes? Extremely limited.
Ambassador, fascinating talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Well, Mark, you heard there the ambassador saying that, you know, we've seen the problems that we've run into in places like Iraq. And he said that a country like Iran is that times 10. So, you know, people who have experience in this region, who have covered and worked during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, understand the complexities of this region and understand the complexities of these societies. And it's not just about aerial campaigns and thinking that is what will result in mission accomplished.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Yalda, Michael Clark is still here. So I just want to put to Michael your point at the beginning about these special Air Force units, Israeli Air Force units on the ground in Iran. I mean, are you surprised? But I'm presumably targeting and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be odd if they didn't have people on the ground, special forces, because most of what special forces do, everybody thinks they're to break in and create mayhem. They do occasionally. But what special forces are really designed to do is to go into enemy or adversarial territory and just sit there and observe and send back coordinates. And most of the targets, remember, that the Americans and the Israelis are most interested in are mobile targets, because most of the Iranian ballistic missiles and their drones are road mobile, so they're moving around in covered vehicles and so on. So ultimately, you need eyes on. You've got to have people on the ground who can give you clues, human intelligence. It's targeting. Forward air controllers are what a lot of special force workers actually do. And the point is they can survive, they can look after themselves, and they can slip in and out without being detected. That's what makes them special.
OK, Michael, thank you very much indeed. Now, here, Sir Keir Starmer said today that the crisis in the Middle East required a cool head as he defended his response to the war. The Prime Minister has come under fire from US President Donald Trump over his initial refusal to allow British bases to be used in the attack on Iran, while the government has been criticised for failing to protect RAF Akrotiri from a drone attack.
This is obviously an extremely serious situation, and I know the whole country is worried about the potential for escalation. They're worried about the impact on their lives, particularly when they see what's happening with energy. The family and friends of those who are caught in the region will be worried sick about them. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, and predictably, presumably, the pressure was from the Tories in PMQs about this whole issue of whether we should be doing more and doing more quickly.
Yes, but the pressure wasn't that strong, actually. Kemi Badenoch, many MPs felt rather missed an opportunity here to punch the bruise of President Trump's no Churchill jibe last night. She was a bit of a scattergun, really, starting off on defence spending, then moving on to welfare spending, and then she talked about energy policy, and then she even ended up with the Gorton and Denton by-election. You heard the Prime Minister there talk about a thought-through plan, and that was repeating what he said in the Commons in his big statements on Monday. So the Prime Minister came armed with lots of information about the plans to evacuate people stuck in the Middle East and so on, and talk about justify why he took the action that he did. No agreement on Saturday, a change of heart on Sunday. Defensive action instead of offensive action. When it came to the actual defence questions about the special relationship, that actually came not from Kemi Badenoch or other MPs, but it came from a Conservative backbencher, Gareth Bacon, who said, does the Prime Minister believe his dithering and equivocal response to events in the Middle East has made that relationship stronger or weaker? And that was when the Prime Minister really spelled out where he felt the special relationship lies after that brutal attack by the President last night. Now, he said that American planes are operating out of British bases. That's the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That's the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That's the special relationship in action. And then he said, hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship in action. Well, of course, the President has changed his position on Chagos quite a few times. Obviously, the President is very angry about the Chagos decision by the Prime Minister at the weekend. But the Prime Minister is sticking to his view. There's got to be a proper legal basis, and it's got to be a properly thought-through plan. At the moment, he seems to have the backing of the majority MPs, if not the Tory front bench. Kemi Badenoch would deny that she's being gung-ho, but she says the government should have acted much earlier. And there is that criticism from both Kemi Badenoch and indeed Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage was ridiculing the Prime Minister today over the attack by President Trump. But the Prime Minister is defiant, sticking to his policy for now, and obviously he feels emboldened because he's been backed by the likes of President Macron in terms of the legality of the actions by the Americans. Should just mention the Iranian ambassador has been summoned to the Foreign Office this afternoon. That was announced by a junior minister, Chris Elmore, in the House of Commons this afternoon.
OK, John, thank you very much indeed. Let's speak now to General Sir Richard Shirreff, former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe for NATO. Good evening. Thank you very much. Special relationship in action, Keir Starmer kept saying this afternoon. Is the UK doing enough, do you think?
You went rather quiet there, Mark, but if you're talking about the special...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Oh,
right, so Keir Starmer kept talking about the special relationship in action, and I was wondering if you thought whether the UK is doing enough.
Well, let's just squash any idea of a special relationship. It does not exist. It is a complete fantasy. America does what America wants to do, and Britain's got to look after its interests. And any relationship with America has got to be based on self-interest.
Right.
So that's the first point. I think the second point I'd make is that Britain shooting down drones, Britain engaged in offensive or defensive operations is invidious, frankly. The fact is that if Britain is involved, our hand is in the mangle. And the so what out of that is that we should not in any way, shape or form be involved with the Americans closely, because they are being led by a couple of gung-ho nutters like Trump and Hegseth, without a proper strategy, without serious thought about what the end state for this war is. And unless we keep cool heads, as the Prime Minister is attempting to do, and think things through very, very carefully, this thing could go the way of Iraq, as your previous speaker, the former ambassador US ambassador in Bahrain, made very clearly in your earlier interview.
That's interesting you say that. What is your major worry about the way that this is being conducted then?
Well, yet again, we have an American president who has gone to war, a war of choice, a war of hubris, frankly, without any clear idea of how the war ends, without any clear strategy. And as the Chinese philosopher, master of war, strategist Sun Tzu said, 2,500 years ago, tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. So the Americans might be getting frightfully excited about sinking submarines and X number of missions, bombing the Iranians to bits. But unless there's a strategy, unless they've thought through the impact of what they are doing on the minds of the Iranian people, this thing is going to go south very, very quickly. And I'll give you a good example. The idea of of assassinating the Ayatollah Khamenei, who was not just Iran's head of state, but he was the religious symbol for Shiites worldwide. Assassinating him during the month of Ramadan, frankly, is about as subtle as murdering the Pope on the steps of St. Peter's in Holy Week. It will inflame the Shiite world. And what you're doing by doing that is probably pushing large numbers of Iranians who might have been reconcilable, who might have thought about rising up, back into the folds of the irreconcilable.
And just finally, and to be clear, is it the way they are waging the war that worries you, or are you more worried about what comes next and, you know, that actually there could be some sort of vacuum that creates chaos? I mean, what is your worry? What's going on now or what comes afterwards?
Well, I think it's both. I think it's the fact that there is no strategy, so there is no clear route to a desired end state. There is a fixation on tactics and the count of missions and the like. And there is no clear thought about how to mobilize moderate secular Iranian opinion. No thought about what's going to be put in place. And as your earlier guest said, this could turn into Iraq to the power of 10.
General, thank you very much indeed. Appreciate you coming on. Right, let's go back to Yalda in Israel. Well, there we are. I don't know whether you heard General Shirif there, but this could go wrong like Iraq, but to the power of 10, he says.
Yeah, which is what our guest was also saying. I mean, you know, it echoes basically all of these people who have worked in this region, who understand the complexities, suddenly coming up and saying, hang on, there is no real strategy here. What is the plan? What is the end goal? And how will this end? You know, General David Petraeus often says, tell me how this ends. If you go into war, you've got to know how you're going to come out. And right now, President Trump has laid out his objectives, but without any real clarity. He says it'll go on for as long as he wants it to go on. So we'll carry on assessing that. But Mark, I'm going to now bring in our next guest, Dr. Kyriakos Kouros, the High Commissioner of Cyprus to the UK. Thank you so much, High Commissioner, for joining us here on the programme. I just want to begin by asking you about HMS Dragon. It will be deployed to Cyprus, but now not for another week. Just your reaction to that.
Yes, good evening, Yalda. I hear you are in Jerusalem. I hope you are somewhere safe. Hello?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, I can. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Now, responding to your question, I would like to intro to the subject that it was a very hectic 3 days. I had the President of Cyprus talking to your Prime Minister on Sunday and again yesterday. I had the Foreign Minister and the Foreign Secretary of the two countries talking continuously. And even I have the National Security advisors talking among themselves on the situation in Cyprus. So Dragon is welcome. It will take more than a week, I think, to arrive to Cyprus. I hear some Wildcat helicopters are en route also, and probably the Defense Secretary will be visiting the island, if not tomorrow. So this shows that there is the necessary engagement because of the seriousness of the situation. At a glance, somebody could say, well, the crisis in the Middle East and in the whole region is something as usual. No, it's not. It's the first time that we see the British bases hit directly. So there is a new development, and this shows that coordination between my government and the British government has to be continuous, because Cyprus does not consider itself part of the conflict.
Are you getting?
We do not intend to become part of the conflict. Yes.
And are you having that continuous? Contact?
Yes, we do. We do. We do. At this stage, we are. There was at the initial stage some lack of proper organization, but I think we are back on where we should have been from the start. As I said before, the British people have to understand that the British bases in Cyprus cannot be seen separate from the whole of the island. There are Cypriots living in the British bases. The British bases is not just military installations. We are talking about less than 100 square miles of the island. And there you have thousands of Cypriots living permanently, all right? The British personnel is coming and going according to the duration of their terms, but the Cypriots are there. And if you want to safeguard British interest, well, believe it or not, 5% of the population of Cyprus are British expats. So how can you differentiate about whom you're protecting where in the island? So that's why we are very adamant. We don't want to be dragged in this conflict. That's why we want coordination with the British government so that they do not take decisions that affect our lives and the lives of our people. We worry a lot. Usually, Cyprus for the last 20 years, it's a humanitarian hub. Whenever there is a need of an evacuation from the neighborhood, we are the first to respond, and we have the necessary mechanisms to do it successfully. We are providing also humanitarian aid in the region when circumstances dictate it. So this is the purpose of Cyprus there. This is the best way Cyprus, and I'm referring also to the British bases now, should respond to crises of this magnitude, because conflicts like this are not solved by force, they are solved by diplomacy.
And just, High Commissioner, on that point of urgency, do you think the UK has acted with sufficient urgency to protect those people who are living in and around the bases, the expats, the local community, as well as the other interests?
At this stage, the most important thing is to strengthen our capacity to defend ourselves from these new technology threats. We have ourselves technologies capable to stop ballistic missile threats, but on the drone, we need more. And already we have the presence of Greek forces on the island. 2 frigates arrived, 4 aircraft arrived, all of them with abilities to combat drones. The French are coming, so the least we expect is the Britons to also be present, since, as I said, we are not only defending Cypriots on the island.
And High Commissioner, I just wonder then, what further do you want to see the UK do to ensure that there is safety and security for everyone, as much as there possibly can be? Because, as you say, there are drones, there are ballistic missiles, and there's a lot of uncertainty.
Well, it was obvious that the drone attack on the night after the midnight of last Sunday was a success because it hit a target, right? So they need to augment their capabilities and capacities, at least. I'm not going to tell them how to do it. It's not my job.
Slow?
Well,
but I just wonder if you could give me a sense of, because. And have you conveyed that to your British counterparts?
I believe that I described before how hectic was these last 3 days, with the Prime Minister of Britain talking to my president twice. We had the Foreign Secretary and the Minister responsible for Cyprus talking to my ministers continuously. We had even National Security Advisor talking to us, and on all levels we are talking among ourselves. So in these 3 days, we did what we maybe should have done a week ago, 2 weeks ago, but it was not our fault.
Are you saying that perhaps the UK didn't take the concerns that there would be a strike on Iran serious enough and then didn't act swiftly enough? And I'm not talking about since Saturday, I'm talking about 2 weeks ago, a week ago.
I'm saying that as the representative of the Republic of Cyprus to the United Kingdom, I made our case crystal clear to my interlocutors in London. So we wait for results. And I think we are on the right track at this moment because we don't know what the future will bring. So it's best to be prepared. It's best to strengthen our capacity to the extent possible so that we can avoid more accidents, even worse.
High Commissioner, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Thank you, you too. Well, Mark, you just heard there some of the frustrations being expressed that perhaps the UK didn't act quickly enough, swiftly enough in terms of bringing in the reinforcements to protect those Cypriots who live in and around those bases, those British bases. And the High Commissioner saying, the conversations we're having in the last 3 days are conversations, frankly, we should have had 2 weeks ago, and that he wasn't going to tell the UK how to ensure the safety of these bases, but they certainly need to act quicker, or should have acted quicker.
Yeah, and of course, we don't know what conversations were being had a couple of weeks ago, but interesting. Yalda, thank you very much. And everything we're reporting in this programme and everything our guests are saying just seems to me that this is a war that is not looking like it's going to end soon. We're going to take a break now. Afterwards, I will be speaking to Tara Kangalu about events inside Iran.
Okay, there's a lot of firing going on.
Can you explain to me why? We're journalists, sir.
Let's go. Watch way. Right, we're going to get in. Right, get in. Get in. Get in.
We just want to ask you a few questions about your involvement with ISIS. Next step for them quite often is getting on a boat and sailing illegally over into Europe.
Es un solo procesamiento, una sola sacada.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. If you weren't affected, you'd be a bit of a strange person.
Turn off the camera. Turn around and go away. Okay, but
Listen, I told you 3 times.
They saw two guys, two bad people.
There's an absolutely packed dinghy.
that is what it's like. Sometimes you have to put in an awful lot of hard work. It's worth doing. I suppose it is what we do.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. Sky News, the full story first.
I'm Martin Brunt and I'm Sky's crime correspondent.
I'm David Blevins and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
Free wherever you get your news. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think?
It's really unusual.
Mornings with Richard Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Now, it's difficult to get a clear idea of what is happening inside Iran, but here with me in the studio is Tara Kangarloo, a global affairs journalist and author of the book The Heartbeat of Iran. Lots to talk about. Firstly, what are we hearing about casualties in Iran?
Thank you, Mark. According to Iran's Red Crescent, as well as US-based Harana human rights organization that previously has been reporting death tolls in the previous events that we've seen, the death toll surpasses 1,000, and this number seems to be growing. More than 170 cities have been hit across Iran, and as you mentioned, it's very difficult to make contact with people inside the country for a host of reasons, but mainly that phone and internet connections are quite weak and at times down. But I managed to speak with some folks, and one woman today, someone who participated in the protests, by the way, earlier in January, told me everyone in some shape or form is staying put. People are staying indoors. Some have left larger cities, including Tehran. But she said, today I went out to just get some food items for the house, just a few meters to the local supermarket. But halfway, she said she returned and went back home because she didn't feel safe. And Mark, as you know, Tehran in particular is an extremely dense city. So even though the Israeli targets have been strictly strategic, and they've been hitting the assets that they're intending. Still, civilian infrastructures have been affected. So when you hit a police station, a military site, a government office, it is inevitable that the shops and schools and hospitals and homes around would be affected. And that's what I'm hearing from Iranians who are living right now under these perpetual bombardments, as we're hearing. And also, Mark, something that stood with me is the past 24 hours, we saw the Golestan Palace, a historic palace in central Tehran, being hit. This is a palace from 16th century. The two previous kings were coronated there, and unfortunately, it's been affected. So what's going on is really having an impact on every aspect of the civil society life, and people are staying put, waiting, and quite frankly, many of them don't know what they're waiting for.
And this evening we were told to expect this memorial service or some sort of service for the supreme leader, Khamenei, who was killed, of course. That's been postponed, presumably for security reasons.
Absolutely. We were getting lines that there are going to be multiple days of mourning for the supreme leader. He is scheduled to be buried in the holy city of Mashhad. However, in Tehran, there was supposed to be a memorial with him in Musalla, the main mosque, in, again, central Tehran. But that has been postponed mainly because of security reasons. And also, the regime most certainly wants masses of people to come out on the streets. And right now, whether or not you're supporting the regime or not, you're not going to come out on the streets because, as we said earlier, people are affected, as you can imagine. But people are staying put, and this memorial seems to be postponed. Right. And we don't know when that's going to happen. Right.
What more do we know then about who will succeed Khamenei?
Indeed. We are getting some reports that Mojtaba Khamenei, his son, is one of the contenders. Now, Mark, I will tell you, again, speaking with sources, we haven't seen him since his father was killed. So there are some speculations as to his whereabouts. But of course, him being a successor was always part of the conversation. It is worth saying that his wife and daughter have been killed. So we have to wait and see where and when he emerges. But also, when you look at the history of the Islamic Revolution and the regime, the supreme leader over the years was adamant as to the fact that he doesn't want to continue a line of succession. He doesn't want to have this family continuation. So that is prompting some people to think that maybe he won't be the next supreme leader. And also, the IDF has said, we will eliminate anyone that we think would be the next leader. So maybe he would be eliminated if he's still alive. But that leads me to some other possibilities, and those include the grandson of the founder of the Islamic Revolution, Hassan Khomeini, who's also a younger cleric in his 50s. He's a contender, as well as Asghar Hijazi, the chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff to the killed supreme leader. So there are other names out there. We have to wait and see. But of course, the council that has been gathered since Saturday is moving the matters of the government forward. And again, at this point, it's a wait-and-see game.
Right, and we've only got a minute left on programme, I think, or what on programme. Any sign of the Revolutionary Guard wanting to take over?
Of course, Mojtaba Khamenei is extremely close to the the IRGC and the Revolutionary Guard, and there's no doubt that the IRGC right now holds control. And one of the biggest concerns that ordinary Iranians have right now is that the day after comes and they are left with the crumbles and remnants of the IRGC and a regime that they believe would be more repressive. But as we heard last night, Donald Trump said, if anything, the best case scenario is to have some form of a moderate voice in Iran. And I think we have to wait and see who that is and what he has in mind.
OK, Tara, thank you very much indeed. We're just hearing that from Iranian media that Iran's Revolutionary Guards have launched a new wave, they say, of missile and drone attacks against Israel this evening. Now, coming up at 6 at the top of the hour, we're expecting a news briefing from the White House, which we're expecting also to be dominated by Iran, and we'll bring you that as and when at the top of the hour.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us?
Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office.
Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. Our top story, America sends a message to Iran.
They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it.
Trump's war chief confirms they sank Iran's warship as he boasts about America's military prowess. Also at 6.
Is your special relationship with President Trump dead, Prime Minister? Has the British Navy become a laughingstock?
Pressure on the Prime Minister as it's revealed the UK warship he's sending to Cyprus won't leave until next week. Also, Israel keeps up the pressure on Lebanon with fresh attacks on residential buildings. And threats against Israeli embassies around the world as the number of dead in Iran tops 1,000. Good evening. America's self-proclaimed Secretary of War gave a bullish account of the attack on Iran today. Iran is toast, he said, and they know it. Pete Hegseth also confirmed that a US submarine sank an Iranian naval ship off the coast of Sri Lanka, some 2,000 miles across the Arabian Sea from Iran. And he said they have hunted down and killed the leader of a unit that tried to assassinate Donald Trump. The president got the last laugh, he said. Have a listen to this.
Yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war, back when we were still the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh. Only the United States of America could lead this, only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it.
And just to repeat, we're expecting a White House news briefing very shortly with President Trump's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and we will bring that to you as soon as that begins. Well, a little earlier, I was joined by Professor Michael Clark in the studio and the former UK ambassador to the US, Lord Kim Darroch. But first, I heard from our US correspondent, David Blevins, in Washington.
Characteristically bombastic from Pete Hegseth, more subdued answers, I think it would be fair to say, from the Joint Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. The details were scant, I have to say, in relation to this audacious strike from a US submarine on this Iranian warship. We seem to have ascertained at this stage that it was the Dena, the ship. We think it was somewhere south of Sri Lanka. At least Sri Lanka launched the search and rescue mission. But the fact that it happened in the Indian Ocean is significant, to say the least. Now, being in international waters may reduce the territorial complexities, but there are still lots of questions to be answered by the Americans, because they're only authorised to do this legally if that submarine deemed itself to be under threat of imminent attack, or if they consider themselves to be at war. So is this a visual illustration of the fact that the Pentagon does deem itself to be formally at war? And of course, it's worth pointing out that this is a very busy shipping route as well. So does it increase the threat to other vessels in that area? Those are the sorts of questions I think they're going to be asking at the UN. But certainly Pete Hegseth was bullish. He says the Iranian Air Force is no more. Its navy's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, and its leaders are all gone. And he was insistent that America has not even begun its mission in many ways. He talked about them moving in with more and larger waves, 500 to 2,000 pound GPS precision-guided bombs. And he said this war had 7 times the intensity of the 12-day war between Israel and Iran last year. So America, alongside Israel, is clearly on a mission, regardless of the debate that continues to rage both at home and abroad about the justification for it and the ultimate objectives for it too, Mark.
Yeah, OK, David, thank you very much. Let's bring in our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Let's focus in then on this attack on this Iranian ship. Talk us through what we know.
Well, we know the ship was within the rescue zone of Sri Lanka, not in Sri Lankan waters, so it was in international waters. But every country has a rescue zone where they're expected to respond, and the Sri Lankans responded to this. So it couldn't have been that far off the coast of Sri Lanka, somewhere in the Indian Ocean. It was an attack submarine. This is a periscope view from that attack submarine. It had to be a Virginia-class submarine, I would imagine, possibly an Ohio-class, which has been repurposed. There's 4 of those. Almost certainly, I think it was a Virginia-class submarine. It has to be a Mark 48 torpedo, very heavy torpedo, which was developed in the Cold War against Russian submarines, Soviet submarines, and it works by going underneath the hull and exploding. And when you see the torpedo hit near the stern, it lifts the whole ship out of the water. That's the idea. There it is. It doesn't put a hole in the side. It breaks the back of the ship. So every ship is dead if it has its back broken. There it is. It's in international waters. In a state of war, that can be permissible, but usually states would declare an exclusion zone of some sort and make it clear that they were involved in unrestricted maritime operations. The United States hasn't done either of those things, but they take the view that they're at war with Iran. And it was a warship, 180 people on board. That's about right for a frigate. Only about 30 survivors, it seems, which, again, you'd be surprised how few people survive sunken ships. And when ships are hit, not many survive.
But it would be considered a legitimate target in war?
In war, for sure.
Yeah. And what do you think it was doing down there? Was it just getting out of harm's way, or there was some suggestion it was on its way to some sort of exercises in India?
It's a modern frigate, and it's one of their exhibition ships, so they use it quite a lot. It's a new class of ship for the Iranians, and they regard it as a prestige ship. What its role was before it was hit, I'm not sure. I don't know. But it was obviously on its way back towards the war zone, and it's a warship.
Michael, just stay with us. Let's bring in Lord Kim Darroch, former UK ambassador to the US. Good evening. Thanks very much for being with us. And the Americans clearly very keen to portray that things are going their way. Has the Trump administration come up, do you think, yet for a persuasive reason for starting the war?
No, I mean, there are 3 or 4 different arguments out there that it was about ending the nuclear program, supposedly obliterated. You remember back in June that it's been about ending the missile program, but that's a few factories at most, and they were a long way away from developing missiles that would reach America. That it was about saving the protesters, but that was about a month ago. And what exactly would you do in terms of airstrikes to save protesters? And now about regime change. And I think really regime change is the main objective here. But it's also the most difficult thing to do, Mark, from 30,000 feet. And the Iranians look to have been quite well prepared for this, and they've had replacements from the military officers killed. And they're about, it seems, to elect another supreme leader. So that's looking the objective that is almost receding into the distance rather than something that is just within grasp. I mean, things can change, and we've got these massive strikes supposedly coming, but I don't know. I'm just not sure that regime change is going to be an outcome here. And I wonder if when Trump said maybe the worst outcome will be just that they get another bunch of leaders who are as bad as the current bunch, whether he was starting to prepare the American audience for that.
And do you think there is a strategic aim here? Do you think there is an end game that they have in mind, or do you think it is? Do you get the sense it's kind of developing as things go along?
I think it's developing as things go along. I think that that's Trump's style. He takes the decision to do it, and he's not a great thinker ahead about options and end games and exit strategies and whatever. He waits to see how things develop. And his hope clearly was that the size and effectiveness of the strikes and the threat of more to come would lead to a popular uprising in Iran and maybe to the leadership fleeing the country or whatever. It's not worked out like that, and most Iran experts would have told them it's not going to work out like that. But now I think honestly he's making it up day by day.
Right, and just briefly, I mean, how serious is this rupture between Trump and the UK?
It was pretty wounding, pretty brutal language by Trump, and he singled out the UK actually rather unfairly. He was sitting next to Friedrich Merz, and Germany isn't doing anything, but Merck's got praised for the German contribution while Starmer was being hammered. But I think that the UK administration will not respond, don't get into a slanging match across the Atlantic over this. Let time pass. Let's see if we can, in our way, with the forces we're getting into the area and the equipment we're getting into the area, we can contribute. And I hope they will find a reason to put the Prime Minister up to call the President on some operational matter in a few weeks' time, just when the dust has settled. So it's bad, but it is, I hope, manageable.
Right. Thank you very much indeed, Lord Darroch. Just back to Michael briefly, and the Americans claiming they've effectively now neutralised the Iranian Navy. In fact, I'm just being told they've released some more pictures of an attack, another attack on an Iranian ship. I'm not quite clear where this ship was, but how significant is it if they have neutralised the Navy?
Yeah, I mean, all ships are vulnerable to air attack, or in the case of the Darrow, to submarine attack. But undoubtedly, the Americans are saying they are going to destroy the Navy, and they'll destroy all of their surface ships, for sure, because they can find them. They may not be able to destroy all of their small craft, the sort of things that they've been zipping out of Bandar Abbas with, and attacking tankers, which they've done quite frequently in the past. So destroying the Navy is one thing. Destroying Iran's naval power may be more difficult. Remember that Ukraine has no navy, it has no ships, but it's actually neutralised a third of the Black Sea fleet of the Russians. So it's not that the Iranians don't have ways of doing things, but for sure the Americans are working through a target list, and the Iranians will lose all of their surface ships, I'm sure.
This is the scene in the White House briefing room, a packed room at the moment, and they're waiting for Caroline Levitt, who will be holding a briefing, we're told, very shortly, and we will, of course, bring that to you. Let's get more now on the day's developments in the Middle East. Strikes on the Iranian capital have been continuing, including this picture here of a police station being destroyed. Apartment blocks in southeastern Tehran have also been hit. The IDF says its air force struck dozens of command centres of what they call the Iranian terror regime, while it's being reported that Iran is threatening to target Israeli embassies worldwide if Israel attacks the Iranian embassy in Beirut. And explosions are ongoing across Lebanon, where the IDF says it is targeting the Iranian-backed militia group Hezbollah. This is the moment the Israeli Air Force struck what it says are 2 Hezbollah buildings in the suburbs of the capital, Beirut. And that came after a string of explosions across Beirut this morning, after Israel's military issued more evacuation orders, this time for 16 villages. Israel says its own air defences have been activated to intercept incoming Iranian missiles, with explosions heard around Jerusalem. And these images show a fire which broke out near the US consulate in Dubai following a drone strike yesterday. The US Secretary of State said all the consulate's personnel have been accounted for. Well, today, the son of Iran's supreme leader is emerging as a front-runner to replace him. The 56-year-old cleric has never held government office before. 2 sources have told the Reuters news agency that he survived the military strikes. And we've also been told that a farewell ceremony for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been postponed. That's according to state media. A new schedule is expected to be announced later. Well, earlier in the programme, my colleague Yalda Hakim spoke to Dr. Kyriakos Kouros, High Commissioner of Cyprus to the UK.
At this stage, the most important thing is to to strengthen our capacity to defend ourselves from these new technology threats. We have ourselves technologies capable to stop ballistic missile threats, but on the drone, we need more. And already we have the presence of Greek forces on the island. 2 frigates arrived, 4 aircraft arrived, all of them with abilities to combat drones. The French are coming, so the least we expect is the Britons to also be present, since, as I said, we are not only defending Cypriots on the island.
And High Commissioner, I just wonder then, what further do you want to see the UK do to ensure that there is safety and security for everyone, as much as there possibly can be? Because, as you say, there are drones, there are ballistic missiles, and there's a lot of uncertainty.
Well, it was obvious that the drone attack on the night after the midnight of last Sunday was a success because it hit a target, right? So they need to augment their capabilities and capacities, at least. I'm not going to tell them how to do it. It's not my job.
Here with me in the studio is Tara Kangarloo, a global affairs journalist, author of the book The Heartbeat of Iran. And in the last hour, we were talking about casualties and also the postponement of this Supreme Leader's memorial service because of, presumably because of the security fears. We were about to talk about what Iranian people are thinking about the outcome of all this. What would be the worst case scenarios for the people, ordinary people of Iran?
Of course. And Mark, multiple things, as you know, can be true at the same time. One is that Iranians want to move beyond the regime. They no longer see legitimacy in the Islamic Republic. But at the same time, they're extremely worried as to what's next. And the 3 worst case scenarios, when you talk to ordinary Iranians, is the breakup of Iran. And I know we're hearing conversations and talks of potential involvement of the Kurdish forces in Iraq. And that is something that we need to look at carefully, because that's one of Iranians' biggest fear, the breakup of the country and the country's territory. The second one is the emergence of groups like the MEK. As you know, this is a militant organization that was on the U.S. terror list until 2012, 2013. And they have been trying to influence and lobby Washington for many years. And we need to watch that carefully. And that's of concern to Iranian people. And the last one that perhaps is the most prominent worry is the remainder of the IRGC, whatever that would look like, the crumbles that would be left the day after the war, whether or not they're going to stay, how would that look like, and its impact on ordinary Iranians, because history has shown the people of Iran that after every incident, conflict, protest, the regime would be more brutal and more repressive toward the people.
Right. I mean, and a collapsed regime with no replacement, and the opposition, as we keep reminding ourselves, there's no real figure to rally around.
Absolutely.
Do you know what? We're going to pick up on this because we've got to go to the White House, and Caroline Levitt is about to speak.
Enabling the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism are over. Iran's murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood. Since 1979, the terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally facilitated the killings of Americans. They chant death to America and fund other radical terrorists who attack our country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself. These terrorists seized our embassy and took 66 Americans hostage in Tehran. They slaughtered 241 U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut. They killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. And this is just a small fraction of their blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak and ineffective to address this threat. Some, like Barack Hussein Obama, even sent pallets of cash that ultimately financed this terrorist crusade against the United States and our people, while signing stupid and naive deals that put Iran on the path of developing nuclear bombs. After years of endless appeasement and empty statements from politicians on both sides of the political aisle in this town, President Trump is finally the man of action. President Trump is holding these monsters accountable and permanently extinguishing their nuclear ambitions. Future generations of Americans will look to this moment as the moment where the specter of a nuclear armed Iran ended. At the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, launched last weekend, President Trump laid out clear objectives to the American people on what the U.S. military seeks to accomplish through these major combat operations. Number one, destroy the regime's deadly ballistic missiles and completely raze their missile industry to the ground. Number two, annihilate the Iranian regime's navy. And so far, we have destroyed more than 20 Iranian ships, including their top submarine last night, using a torpedo for the first time since World War II. There is not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or the Gulf of Oman. Number three, Operation Epic Fury will ensure the regime's terrorist proxies in the region can no longer destabilize the region or the free world and attack our armed forces. And thus far, Iran's proxies are hardly putting up a fight. Number four, this mission will guarantee that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. It's safe to say that thus far, Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding success. American forces have struck more than 2,000 targets, destroying hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. As the Department of War said this morning, we expect to have complete and total dominance over Iranian airspace in the coming hours, clearing the skies for our brave warriors to continue achieving these noble and long sought-after objectives. There's been a lot of misreporting and intellectual dishonesty from the American media on why President Trump decided to launch this operation. So let me remind you, Operation Midnight Hammer, which took place last June, obliterated Iran's 3 major nuclear sites. Yet the terrorist Iranian regime has remained fully committed to rebuilding its nuclear program. How do we know this? Because Iran has pursued this path of war and violence despite President Trump dispatching 2 of his top and most trusted negotiators to engage in exhaustive and good faith negotiations to try and reach a deal. And the world knows this president's preference is always peace and diplomacy first. Look no further than the 8 additional global conflicts he has ended in the past year as proof. Unfortunately, the terrorist Iranian regime refused to negotiate in good faith. They chose this path of violence and destruction, and they are reaping the consequences of their horrible decision. The regime did what they always have done. They lied, they delayed, they tried to string the United States of America along. They wanted to buy themselves time to continue building ballistic missiles and other deadly weaponry that could harm our U.S. personnel and troops in the region, and to continue aggressively pursuing their unacceptable nuclear ambitions. U.S. negotiators offered to lift crippling sanctions on Iran and even provide nuclear fuel to Iran at no cost to support a civil nuclear power program. They additionally had the opportunity to accept U.S. support as an investor in potential projects to develop peaceful nuclear energy together under a mutually agreed-upon framework. Yet in response, Iran would have to forfeit their enrichment capacity once and for all. But Iran rejected. They accepted none of these generous and unprecedented offers by the United States. Simply put, they refused to say yes to peace. And their refusal made clear that their #1 priority was building a nuclear weapon with which to threaten the United States of America. Again, the country they have been chanting death to for nearly 5 decades. Let me state this again clearly. Iran rejected the path of peace because the terrorists in charge of this regime wanted to build nuclear weapons to use against Americans and our allies. President Trump made the determination, a courageous determination and decision, that the path the United States was on with Iran had only one outcome: massive death and destruction at the hands of a nuclear-armed terroristic regime. That path of death and destruction and threats against the American people have ended with Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury has forged a new path that will better ensure the security of the United States and our people. The terrorists made a bet that President Trump would be like many of his predecessors, that he would just talk and he would refuse to enforce his clear red lines. But that has proven to be a catastrophic error in judgment. When President Trump makes a threat, and I have reiterated that threat many times from this podium to all of you over the past year, President Trump does not bluff. The president's words are backed up by the mightiest warriors in the world who possess the most sophisticated capabilities this world has ever known. 49 and counting of the most senior Iranian regime leaders, including the supreme leader, have already been wiped off the face of the earth. Make no mistake, killing these brutal terrorists is good for America and makes the world a much safer place. I want to also extend our prayers and condolences to the families of the 6 U.S. military service members who have been lost in Operation Epic Fury. These heroes represent the very best among us. They laid down their lives in defense of our country, and we will never forget their legacy or their sacrifice. As the president said, we grieve for these American patriots and their families as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. President Trump intends to attend the dignified transfer of these American heroes to stand in grief alongside their families.